polymerization, hasn't naturally decayed, millions of years. You know, we're not going to see any amber that might be being produced as we speak right now, because it takes millions of years. Do you want to see another price point that we're not paying? For a pair of beautiful, natural, genuine Baltic ambers. We're at $19.99 and we are still not done. Still not done. The most phosphorescent, the most magical, and the first time that JewelleryMaker has ever launched Mexican amber. We have 200 of these available, JewelleryMakers. And we're not even stopping at £20. Can you believe that? We're going even lower. It does that naturally.
Isn't it?
Naturally fluoresces. We're at £14.99. But what's fascinating about Mexican amber, because Dominican amber also fluoresces. However, Mexican amber will continue to fluoresce even after I take that light source away. It'll still retain that amazing fluorescence. We're at £14.99 in sterling silver. You think about the price of your Baltic amber. You wouldn't be picking up Baltic amber stud earrings for $14.99 anywhere else. Not that I can think of anyway. This is far, far rarer. Far, far rarer. And here we are, making up less than 5% of the world's amber. And we are still not stopping. We have a big quantity, JewelleryMakers. All 200 of these are finding their way to a collector. If you are happy at $14.99, you're going to be absolutely over the moon at this next price crash. Are you ready? Five to 6 millimeter sterling silver, Mexican amber, natural, under £10. Are we actually getting? You know, these are absolutely fascinating. Here's a gemstone that has defied Mother Nature. Defied Mother Nature, 30 million years of age, has seen the movements of tectonic plates. Oh. Yeah, I know. Bright light all of a sudden. In sterling silver, and here we are bringing it to air for a tenner. £10 only. What a talking point too. When 90% of the world's amber is actually Baltic, which is beautiful, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love Baltic amber. This is harder than Baltic amber. What is going on? How on earth are we sourcing a gemstone that's 30 million years of age? Bringing it to air, totally natural, in sterling silver. We're at £10. This is why I said about present draws. I'd be multi-buying on these and put it in the present drawer. How wonderful to gift something like this.
Wouldn't it?
We have a big quantity, JewelleryMakers. And for that reason, we are taking this even lower. Again, like we said with the giant clam, there are collectors out here that won't own Mexican amber. See that really distinctive colour? The perfect size, I think, for stud earrings also. Because of the quantity, we are going even lower, JewelleryMakers. But we need to see you there. If we're going to do it, we need to make sure that there's a big quantity of these flying out the door. Already collectors multi-buying. I don't blame you. I would as well. You know, I don't want to sound complacent here, but if these were Baltic Amber at 10 quid, that's unbelievable. And Baltic Amber is actually the most abundant amber in the world. These aren't Baltic Amber. This is Mexican Amber. Makes up less than 5% of the world's amber production. You've got a minute, and then we're going to take that price point even lower, jewellery makers. Put it away for next Christmas. I know we're only in January. I tend to shop ahead throughout the course of the year, especially when you see deals like this.
Absolutely.
Have you ever seen Mexican Amber before?
I haven't, and I've never seen amber at that price either.
No, because amber's not inexpensive. It's, you know, it's a gemstone that usually is in a boutique. You know, and if most amber that you will see in the market would actually be Baltic Amber, yeah. And you know, and I don't want to sound like I'm being derogatory to Baltic Amber. We used to do amber weekends here at JewelleryMaker. We can't do it anymore. Right. We literally cannot do it anymore. So now to actually talk about a variety of amber that in 15 years, best part of, we've never brought to air. Really distinctive, fascinating story behind it. We're at a tenner and we're going even lower purely because we've got big quantity of them. Make sure you are checking out your baskets, everybody. Well done, Caroline, Devon, Kate, Millie B. Hello, Cheryl getting to, Olivia getting to, Kathy, Valerie, Fife getting to. $6.99.
You wouldn't even get the findings for that if you were to make yourself some sterling silver stud earrings, would you?
You wouldn't get plastic earrings for that.
No, you wouldn't.
Do you know, like costume jewellery? I think costume jewellery has its place. You know, if you go to, I don't know, Marks and Spencer's, Debenhams, wherever it might be, Dorothy Perkins, you're not picking up a pair if say they were glass or acrylic. They're not going to be $6.99.
No.
We're not talking about the same material here, jewellery makers. We're talking about one of the world's rarest varieties of amber, and it's natural at £6.99 in precious metal. I don't blame you for multi-buying. I would be doing exactly the same, jewellery makers, because you've got that lovely story behind it, because you can say, oh, this isn't just any amber. You know, this is less than 5% of the world's amber production. There's only a handful of places on our planet that actually produce amber as well. Just the fact that it has defied Mother Nature, that's what I find so fascinating about this amazing gemstone. You know, when everything's, I will return to the earth. We all do, don't we? When we pass, we return to the earth. This gemstone has defied that whole process for 30 million years. I just find that boggling, absolutely bogglingly fascinating. Well done, everybody. Let me just put the two on the back of my hand so you can actually see them. Well done, checking out your baskets. Congratulations to each and every single one of you, totally and utterly natural. Now, we have got your amazing multicoloured beryl. They're available on pre-order right now. We've got them in different shapes, different sizes. Sorry, what was that? 50 of each of them. So you've got your tumbles, your faceted coins and the rounds. They're on pre-order, but we're going to dive straight into your demonstration first. Now, any questions, of course, that you have for Rachel, do text in. We are live here in the studio. And yeah, if you need anything, just give me a holler.
Okie dokie.
What are you going to show us?
I am going to show you how to do the knotted bracelet with the macrame fastening, first of all.
Oh, I love this. Rachel, that's absolutely beautiful.
This is with the Eslon thread, which I understand was launched on Saturday in Mark's show, where you've got a bundle of different colours. So we're going to have a look at how to create that look very easily.
And can I just also say, I love how you've just taken one aquamarine there and created the most beautiful cocktail ring.
It can go as far as you want it, couldn't it? You know, how many rings could you get out of that? And sterling silver rings, or you could go for your plate. Personally, I'd go for the sterling silver because you'd want to do it justice, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. Producer Ross has just said that reminds me of the Sarah Bennett collection, which is our founder's wife's jewellery collection.
Oh,
she was very
right.
fond of sort of aquamarine, these beautiful azure blues, big statement stones like that. I'm just framing one stone. So it's all on pre-order. Sorry, I interrupted you then. Take it away.
Right,
Take it away.
okay. So I thought this particular colour, Eslon, was a really beautiful complementary colour. So we're going to actually do enough, bearing in mind that you need enough to cover the knots as well. Now, you have to bear with me because I can't really remember how long. I would say as an estimate, probably cut 1 metre of thread. Before we actually knot at the bottom, I'm going to show you how to make your own needle, which makes life a lot easier for threading on those beads. So on your site, you've got 0.25mm wire. So it's a very fine wire. You probably don't need any more than about 5 inches. So I've cut a length, have both ends together, and then we're just going to twist. Now, I am terrible for breaking all of my big eye needles, which is why I make my own. So we would then pop that big eye needle that we've created on the thread before we find the halfway point. Now I'm going to knot a way along because obviously you want a section for the crossover for the macrame. So we're going to do an overhand knot. So could I just borrow that bracelet?
Of course.
Al?
Yeah.
Thank you. So just to show you what I'm talking about here is we're popping a knot here. So that's where we're starting. So you need to leave enough for the macrame fastening. And now what we would do is actually start threading on the beads. So I would line them up in the colour formation that you want them. And then thread that on. In fact, I think what I'd suggest you do first of all, I'm skipping ahead, is actually knot one bead before you add the other on. Now, you can either have one of the darning needles, I know you've got some of these needles online, the tapestry needles, or a finer needle to help you knot. So I've added my first bead on. I'm just going to take that other one off for now so that it's out of the way. And then we're going to wrap that round my finger, pull that through, and actually pop your needle in there and guide that along to the first bead. So there you've created your first knot. Let's just show you that.
Perfect.
That's your first knot. And what it does, this knotting technique, is it just really enhances the colours of the beryl. So then we add the next one on. And this is where it comes in really handy with this little wire needle, says she. I'm just going to cut the end bit off there. Otherwise, if you could be there forever trying to thread both ends together. And then
I've also seen a technique where people actually put nail varnish on the end of the Eslon, so that kind of produces a needle.
Yeah.
That could work too, couldn't it?
It could. And I understand that you've got a knotting tool as well, so you could use a knotting tool if you prefer.
You find what suits you.
I think you do need to find what suits you, because as you'd see on JewelleryMaker, each guest designer will have a different method for different things. You have to do what works for you. And just what I find with the needle is that it just guides it nice and close.
I love watching knotting.
There's something quite therapeutic.
Yeah, there is.
And I think if you wanted to use all of if you bought the nuggets, I think these are called nuggets, aren't they? You could use them for an entire necklace with a macrame fastening at the back.
Excuse me.
The other thing that this would be quite good for is if you've got somebody that's got an allergy to metal, is that you could do it entirely metal free. And as you can see, it really doesn't take long. What I love about the Eslon is the fact that it's quite forgiving. I know with your pearl knotting, you do need to be a little bit more precise with the knotting.
Yeah.
Whereas because you've got a thicker thread, it really is it's a lot easier to guide that.
Silk tangles a bit easier, doesn't it? So
it does.
Well, a great way of like building your confidence actually, and then maybe, you know, of knotting.
Yeah, it's not difficult, and with the thicker sort of this Eslon thread is a lovely way to start. If you've perhaps not tried using the thread before on the card with the attached needle, this is a good way to start. There we go. Now, I'll just add one more, I think, and then if we've got time, I'll show you how we do the macrame fastening at the back. And this, you'd use exactly the same method for the necklace. And as you can see, obviously, you know, everybody's going to be at a different pace. Obviously, I'm doing it quite speedily because I'm demonstrating. So let me just pick that up and just give you a close-up so that you can see how it looks with all the knots.
Lovely.
And it just really makes a beautiful frame for those beautiful beads. Now, to do our macrame, I would cut off that needle. In fact, you can just cut the thread in half and repeat the needle. Now, with smaller macrame projects like this, the little kumihimo boards which you've got online are absolutely ideal for this. Now, what I would do is just clip that on the side there, because you want them overlapping each other. So that's one side and the other side. So this is the lazy strand. I'm going to show you, you're probably thinking, what on earth are you demonstrating? Let me actually show you what I'm trying to create. Now, if we look at the macrame fastening.
Oh, we've just put the little kumihimo disc on, graphics on. I've not seen that before, Rachel, you know.
Haven't
the little
you?
mini one, no. So that's, and I've never seen it used to create the Solomon's bar. What a clever idea.
It's so easy, because I think if you're using a larger board, it creates, you're thinking, well, where am I going to put it? Because it's, you don't have a lot to work with. So this is what we call the lazy strand. If you'd have seen Mark's tutorial on Saturday, he covered the macrame as well. So with your lazy strand, it doesn't do anything. It just stays in one place. So I'm cutting sort of probably 3/4 metre and just popping that underneath the lazy strand. And there's just two moves you need to remember for this. So first of all, you create a P. Now, the other thing he said, which I think is a really good tip, is that he was saying if you've got this curling effect, you can see mine just wants to go in a different direction. He was saying that you can use your nylon jaw pliers to straighten that out. Didn't bring my nylon jaw pliers, so you'll have to bear with me. So you create sort of a P shape at the side there. And then with this thread on the left, we're going to go under and up through and pull that tight. So you create your first knot, and you've got a little sort of humpback bridge on the left. That's where you start next. So we create a loop on the left, pick up the thread on the right, go underneath those lazy strands, make sure I go through all of them, and up and through that loop. And then we
mind your P's and Q's.
P's and Q's, that's it. And you repeat that. Now, if you might be just wanting to do a few little bits of macrame. You can really, if you want to be a bit frugal on your beryl beads, you want to save it for another project, you could always think about making your macrame bar at the back a bit thicker so that you create macrame more of a feature.
Yeah.
So like you say, Elle, we're doing our P's and Q's. So this is what I understand is a square knot in macrame. Now, to seal the knots, I'm not actually sure whether or not I can get the burner out in the studio.
Yeah, you can.
Can we?
Yeah.
Okay. Didn't want to...
Tell you what, while we're doing that, let's bring that price point down on the mini disc. So you can do your macrame, but you can also do your kumihimo. So, and what's fantastic is that kumihimo discs are incredibly affordable. Under £5. We haven't seen it months and months and months. Yeah, absolutely love a bit of kumihimo. Goes hand in hand with macrame as well. When this was last brought to air, over 200 sold in less than 2 minutes. So it's always very, very popular. And it is worthwhile actually getting multiples of these as well, jewellery makers, because you might have multiple kumihimo braids or projects underway. Also, if you use different measurements or different gauges of cords, you might need with your thicker gauges to stick with one and your finer gauges to stick with another, because it is memory foam effectively. We're at £4.99. Now, hundreds of these sold on the when they were brought to air a few months ago. And believe it or not, we did not close at £4.99. You can take them on a plane. If you're going to a long-haul flight, you can do your kumihimoing on the plane. £2.99. It's £2.99. Unbelievable. I would always recommend stocking up on these jewellery makers because they're not. It's not guaranteed on our website. Now, remember, you can also get involved with the multicoloured beryl strands. There's less than 50 of each of those, though, so make sure you're checking it out. And if you haven't got any questions for Rachel, do text him. Back to you.
So just to finish off and seal the knot, I used to use nail varnish, but I find with that it doesn't seal it well enough. So don't cut both sides off all at once. Do one at a time. So cut this off so you've got a couple of mil showing, and then I would burn the thread and just try not to burn your fingers and just pat that there and seal the knot, and then do the same. Wouldn't be a very good start to your first show, would it really? Setting all the alarms off and and then do the same for this one. And it just, because it melts part of the thread, it just seals that off. Don't use the burner on cotton.
No, because it's a natural fibre, that will burn.
Yeah. Don't go there with it. And then I'll just talk you through the last little bit so that we can perhaps see if we can get another project within the time that we've got. Now, I really, really like having a little bit of weight to the ends, and I think if you do the same again, create your big eye needle and add on the beads with a little knot at the end, and then that just creates a really beautiful little bracelet.
Beautiful.
And
shall we bring the gemstones to air?
Yeah.
Because we've only got 50 of each of them.
Okay.
These have flown on pre-order, and I'm not surprised by that at all. We're going to start with the tumbles. They are huge in their carat weight. 16 have got on pre-order, so that means that, yeah, there was only ever 50 from the get-go. So, of course, with it being beryl being a gemstone family, it means that you're actually getting multiple gems in this one strand. So you've got obviously the aquamarines. You've got the peachy tones, the orangey tones, that's your morganites. Look at those. You've got your yellow tones, which are your heliodor, of course, the gift from the sun. And then the purest of all your beryls is your goshenite, which is the colourless. Now, All totally natural, not even heat treatment on these.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Stunning, absolutely stunning.
How can nature produce such amazing colours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I love about Beryl as a gemstone family is that they're all pastel palettes. So with the exception of emerald, of course, that's probably the one which is maybe a bit, stand out from the crowd. But with your Beryl family, they're all pastel palettes, so they're all really beautifully complementary of one another. Here we are, Jewellery Makers, at £99.99. It's a staggering 275 carats that you're getting here. You know, none of these... Aquamarine is not an inexpensive gemstone. Morganite, not an inexpensive gemstone. How often do we see Heliodor? Or Goshenite, for that matter. They're flying on pre-order. Just under 300 carats. The auction is live. Yeah, that's stunning. You could literally just knot it all, couldn't you?
You could knot it all. I just think, and wouldn't it feel so beautiful? Or if you want it to go a long way, you could do the matching ring, you could do the bracelet, because I think I've used 9 on the bracelet. Or, yeah, you've got loads left over, or combine them with some of the other strands that we'll see later on.
Nobody is going to be paying $99.99. We also have, remember, very limited. We have got the rounds, we've got the faceted coins, but I think these are going to be probably one of the fastest sellers. What? Yeah, and I again, sorry to sort of repeat myself, but I remember when Marie first introduced multicoloured beryl to us all those years ago when we were in Ivy House. They were not £30 strands, I can tell you that for certain. They weren't. They were very expensive, you know, especially when you have such strength of colour as well. I mean, that is that classic. I see where Ross was saying earlier on about how it reminds them of the Sarah Bennett collection. You know, because she was very much, really loved, really embraced the pastel palettes of multicoloured beryl, you know, that have that perfect summer's day sky azure blue, that have that really delicate salmon, peachy pink with your morganite, and they all just work so well together. So we had just under 50, again, well done, multi-buyers getting involved. Swansea's got 2, hello Kate, Elaine, Mariska, Mary and Jerry, Kerry, Oxfordshire, Northamptonshire. Rachel, it's your first show here at Jewellery Maker. There are only 50. Should we do you fancy doing something extra naughty on your first show?
Oh, please.
Yeah?
Please,
God,
yeah,
she's
let's
my
do
kind
that.
of girl. She's my kind of girl. She wants to do naughty straight away. 60-second clock. We're going to take this under £20 for you, Jewellery Makers. It's Rachel's first show.
Yay.
First project. First strand.
First strand.
First demo.
Yeah.
First demo. Oh, well, there we go. How about under £20 for your first time? For the
Amazing.
first time. Unbelievable, Jewellery Makers. And again, you can separate it. You know, guest designer Jan Dwyer sometimes says, oh, I'll keep my aquamarine for my aquamarine, my goshenite for my goshenite, my heliodor for my heliodor. She separates out the different beryls. Right. I personally love the mixed palettes.
I love the mixed palette. I just, yeah, it just feels so nice to work with.
Yeah. People are going to be missing out because the phone lines have lit up. Under £20. Shop ahead on your 6mm. Shop ahead on the faceted coins. Well done, everybody. We're not stopping here. 5, Susan, Cheryl, Christine, Karen and John. Marge has got 2, Susan, Elaine, Mary, Baker, Judith, Christine, Kerry, Oxfordshire, Northamptonshire, Merseyside, Sally. Well done, everybody. I only had 50. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. In my head, this was going to be, if you'd have asked me at the beginning of the show, I would have said maybe 49. 40. Did you think that as well, Roscoe? Yeah, for the quality, the carat weight, we had, yeah, the size of the individual stones, we both had in our head 49.99, which would be unbelievable for 275 carats. You know, gorgeous. Morganite is not an inexpensive gemstone. In fact, whenever we get the chance to bring it to air, which is seldom, it's not 20 quid. Aquamarine.
And they are huge nuggets, aren't they?
Yeah. Gorgeous. I love this shape. Absolutely love it. It's flying out the door. Any questions that you've got for Rachel, do text in, because we are live. If you're watching in the morning, that is. If you're watching in the evening or the afternoon, then we're on repeat. Hello to you, Ted. Hello, Ted. Wonderful demo, Rachel. Nice, relaxed instructions.
Thank you.
I can see you're going to be a valuable asset to the JM. Welcome to the family.
Thank you, Ted. That's lovely.
They're very supportive, our lovely
They
viewers.
are. And I guess you get a lot, you recognise names and
familiar names, absolutely. Yes. Yeah, we get to know one another, don't we? So do text in. Loads of you there. Edna, Patricia, Buckinghamshire, Julie in Boston. Hello, Julie in Boston. Mariska in Virginia. Is that Boston, USA, or is that Boston, UK? Mary in Merseyside, Elaine, well done to you, Caroline. Yeah, very different accents that would be. UK and USA, very, very different. Edna, well done. Karina in Pembrokeshire, beautiful Pembrokeshire. Linda in Tennessee, amazing. Now we have got, excuse me, coughing, the 6mm to bring you, and we've also got the faceted coins to bring you. Should we do the coins first?
Yes.
Oh, and I love how you've used these. Now, we had a little mini showcase of faceted coins, Rachel, not that long ago, and they absolutely flew out the door.
They catch the light so beautifully with the way they're cut, don't they?
Yeah, they really do. It was, for one period, actually, it was our most popular cut. And I get that, because they're almost like they're flattened rounds. You've got a checkerboard faceting front and reverse, and like you say, they capture the light beautifully. You can tessellate them as well, and they'll also lay. So if you are wanting to create, I don't know, let's use a capriccio bracelet as an example. They will literally sit perfectly on the back of the hand.
Nice.
But again, all those lovely colours. I mean, look at the quality of that aquamarine just there. That's really popping, isn't it? Then you've got all this morganite. You've got some goshenite in there too. We're straight under £20. Remember, I've got less than 50 of each of these.
Look at the light on that.
Stunning, isn't it? I beg your pardon, there's less than 40. Under £20, we'll do it in one price crash. And then you're going to get 60 seconds, because we're going straight down to it's already low. It's already low. But it's not where we are closing today. Full 38cm strand. Beryl is a gemstone family that includes multiple gems. Ross, $9.99 for faceted coin beryl. Morganite. So your gemstone family, Beryl is the gemstone family that includes, firstly, emeralds. There's no emerald in here because that would literally stand out like a sore thumb, I think, in amongst your pastel palettes. You've got morganite, you've got goshenite, you've got heliodor, you've got aquamarine, all in one amazing strand. You've got the different tones of your aquamarine as well. Sometimes aquamarine can have more of a green concentration. Beautifully complementary. A tenner. £10, $9.99. There are certain gems that we can bring to wear for £10. There are certain gems. Can I just say this hour, Mexican amber under £10, multicoloured beryl under £10. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Well done, Karina, Elaine, Buckinghamshire. Hello to you, Julie, Charlotte, Five, Karen and John. Swansea and Marge and Maker. Make sure you're checking out, everybody. Now we have one more to bring you. The rounds. Always super popular. Are you a fan of rounds?
I do love the rounds, and I in the necklace, this necklace here, I've combined all of them. So we've got the nuggets, the 6mm and the coins in that one.
And I guess you've probably got lots left over as well after that.
There is plenty left over. You could make so many sets of jewellery out of all of the 3 strands.
Look at that. Just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Do you know, whenever I look at multicoloured beryl, it always reminds me of easily the prettiest wedding I've ever been to. A friend of mine got married and she didn't have one single colour as their colour theme. She just had all the pastels. And it was so memorably beautiful.
Gorgeous. Because
it was all the pastels. We're at $29.99. We're going to get this under £20. But we're not stopping there. We've got 50, or had. The only rounds that we have out of this parcel, jewellery makers. I mean, think marlers. Think about your kiss cross. You could kiss cross with these. Think about your looming. Think about your knotting technique that Rachel's just shown you. Ah, all your favourite pastel colours. You could put them with your silks. Could you bead embroid?
You could bead embroid. They'd work quite nicely if you had sort of some dangle coming off the bead embroidery.
Nice.
So that they're sort of weight down a little bit.
Beautiful.
Like a tassel.
We don't stop here though, Rachel. Sourcing some of the most beautiful romantic gemstones. Watch how fastly these fly out the door. Because we do not stop at $19.99. Well done. I love the fact that people have checked out, safe in the knowledge, trusting the process, knowing that Jewellery Maker will deliver the most unbelievable deal. Really? So I can get all 3 strands for £40? That's less than I was expecting the tumbles to be. Yeah, in my head, those tumbles were $49.99. If you'd have asked me prior to the show, I'd have said that's going to be $49.99. You can get all of those for £40 today. That's a big carat weight. Big carat weight of beautiful gemstones. Not far off 500 carats if my maths is correct. So it's 275, yeah, about, how many? About 400 carats in total. Wow. Buckinghamshire, Elaine, well done. Karina, well done. Susan, well done. Wendy, well done. Multi-bank. Karen and John's got 2. Beautiful. Especially, it couldn't have come at a more perfect time of year as well, I think. You know, the middle of January, I start craving those pastel palettes. I think the spring and summertime influence. So, you know, it couldn't have come at a more perfect time. It would go gorgeously with your deal of the day that's coming up. You said earlier on, Rachel, that you're a big fan of rose gold. Sorry.
Yes.
Imagine that with rose gold.
Beautiful.
Stunning.
And there's. Can I show one of the bracelets?
Please.
The far end.
Yeah.
Would that be okay?
Of course you can.
Because
I'll pass it over to you.
It just shows how you can actually
excuse me,
combine the 6mm with the tumble stones, and the centre, because you mentioned about aquamarine. I understand that the little connector that I used in that is is an aquamarine one on the JM site.
We actually have that. We can bring that to air if you like.
So, just thought it just really complements it.
So beautiful. With sterling silver, faceted aquamarine, £10.
Wow.
Do you sell your jewellery, Rachel?
I do, but not very often, because it's time, isn't it, to get it online.
Yeah.
I always say, this year I'm going to make more time to do that.
Yeah.
And I must do that. But
it never manifests. I get it. There's not enough minutes in the day, is there? I totally understand that. I'm just wondering, you know, something like this, genuine multicoloured aquamarine with your calibrated aquamarines in there as well, and sterling silver. I mean, that's not, that would be, well, I would say 3 figures myself. A lot of our designers are like, really, 3 figures? It's a beautiful, rare, precious gemstone family. And precious metal. You try and find that anywhere else for less than 3 figures.
And I'd probably buy a couple of those connectors, because I would put some into earrings.
Yeah.
And possibly connect them with some chain as well, with the beryl. And I would possibly do it as a dropper in the middle of a necklace as well, so that you have it going down the other way and you attach a head pin.
Yeah, gorgeous. They're giving me boodle vibes, these. No, because they're kind of like almost a bit rain dance, like boodle collection. Absolutely gorgeous. I agree. I might have to join you on that, because they're stunning, aren't they? And so much potential. Now, I have just been placed in front of me some of the most amazing pearls.
Look at the size of those.
Oh. There's 6 available within the vault. Now, these we didn't have time to play it in the first hour, but they're too special to miss. Bex, could you pass me one of our posh busts? It needs to be a posh one. So I'm going to say either the pure white or one of the dove greys, whichever. Oh my goodness me. Now, of course, in the world of pearls, you've got your virtues, haven't you? You've got size. Anything over double, thank you, lovely. Anything over double-digit millimeters is colossal in the world of pearls. Pearls of this size will most likely be 1 pearl per oyster. Then we start talking about shape, and it used to be dominated by rounds. You know, the round pearls were considered the pinnacle. These days, of course, you know, we massively embrace your more organic shapes. We love your fireballs, your baroques, your keshis and your biwas. In fact, they can command some of the highest price points these days. Then you start talking about colours. Are they natural? Yes, these are totally natural. Then you start talking about nacre. The more nacre, the more luster that you get within your pearls. But also there's one thing that really strikes me on this strand, and I'm aware there's only a few of them. They are naturally metallic. Are you talking about this one here, Ross? Oh, these are naturally metallic, and there's 6 available. It is nigh on impossible for us to source pearls of this quality at affordable prices these days, because the world of pearls is, it's never been as in demand as it is right now. Also, cast your mind back to the pandemic. We kind of recognise that this was a turning point. We recognise that, okay, you can walk away from diamonds, you can walk away from sapphires, rubies, emeralds, all of those things, but you cannot walk away from a gemstone that you are harvesting. If you harvest it, they will either die or they will return to the sea. And unfortunately, it's not something that, okay, everybody back to work, you just pick up tools and it all starts off again. It's going to take about a decade to recover from that process. So immediately your supply is down. But the demand of pearls has never been, excuse me, more apparent than it is right now. Look at the metallic luster on these pearls. They are natural. From a harvest of 10,000 pearls, less than 10 will be naturally metallic. And I'm talking about individual pearls. So from a harvest of 10,000 cultured pearls, less than 10, so whichever 10 you count, let's do it here. Here we are. If I start here, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Is that 10? One more. That's 10,000 pearls harvest to get those 10. When you think about it that way, so you've got to harvest, let's say, at least 20,000 pearls with the possibility of getting naturally metallic. We have 5 of these available in the vault. We make, no, I don't want to say comparisons, is probably the wrong word. We reference lots of very respected pearl suppliers out there. The Yokos of London, your Pearl Paradise. And we do so knowing that some of those suppliers have actually reached out to us here at JewelleryMaker, where you're sourcing your pearls from, because they can't physically replace them.
Amazing.
And if you went to Yoko of London, let's just say £10,000 is not unrealistic, is it? Well, you can buy one single non-metallic natural pink pearl, that's smaller, by the way, and it's £500 for a single pink pearl. All of a sudden, when we look at £10,000 on our screens, I'm not sitting here saying that that's not an affordable price tag. Of course it's not. But for what we're looking at, it's an absolutely unbelievable deal. We're at £1,000 for significantly larger pearls, all naturally metallic, in colossal size of up to 13 millimetre. There are 6 of these within the vault. And we don't stop there. It's absolute madness, though, that we even suggest going lower than £299. Pop along, no disrespect, pop to Ernest Jones. See what cultured pearls you can get for £299. It won't be naturally metallic pearls of this size. Naturally metallic, naturally coloured, Baroque pearls. You're not going to be getting them for £299. Maybe a single. Maybe one single one. Because we only have 6 within our vault, jewellery makers. Sorry, 5. We're going to do these as a closeout deal. And I go back to what I said in the first hour. This is why we should have 18 karat gold here at JewelleryMaker. We should close here. We should have closed higher. $499 would be absolutely unbelievable. Please get them valued. Please get them appraised. The reason why I say that, not just for ego purpose, I say it because you need to add these to your insurance, jewellery makers. We will not be able to replace them at $299 moving forward. And at the next price crash, your final price crash, you're going to get a minute. Clock to close. 3 of them left within the vault. Once they're gone, they're gone. These are heirlooms of the future.
Wouldn't you feel so good and wonderful wearing that?
Totally. 3 left within the vault. Once they're gone, jewellery makers. I buy jewellery maker pearls, not only because I know I'm going to get the best quality at the most unbelievable price tag, but I also buy them because I've got 2 daughters at home who I know are not going to be able to source pearls of this quality for £199. It's mad. £1,000 was amazing. 1 individually at £199 would be absolutely incredible. In fact, that's predominantly how they're sold. When I went to Tucson some years back, the metallic pearls are sold individually in those little white boxes. You've got a full 40 centimetre strand. Knot it onto your classic silk, put it on your wire guardians or your French wire, whichever you wish, add it to an 18 karat gold class, and please get them valued. I do appreciate that it costs money to do that. I appreciate that. I've just come from the assay office literally last week and I had to spend three figures to get something appraised. However, it is definitely worth doing because that document, you can obviously add them to your insurance. These are irreplaceable at £199, even for us. That's so far beyond wholesale, it's untrue. There's 1 left within the vault. Once it's gone, it's gone. $49.75 on your split pay. Now, okay, a few of you messaged into the studio about the amber earrings, and I referenced it, didn't I? So I've clocked that it said the wrong location. It's corrected now, just literally a typo probably. So jewellery makers, or the drop down box skipped one by mistake. So jewellery makers, they are certified, genuine, natural Mexican amber. For the first time ever in jewellery maker history, we took these far too low, jewellery makers, far too low, and they are solid sterling silver. You can still get hold of them. There was 200 of them in total. Lots you still have it in your basket. So I'm thinking about Christmas gifts, birthday gifts, just because gifts at $6.99. Unbelievable. Make sure you're checking out your baskets, and the documentation is all sorted for you as well, jewellery makers. Now, still got so much to bring you. We've got cashmere aquamarine. We've got more amazing pearls to bring you. We've got Rachel's incredible masterclass and your deal of the day, which I'm very excited about, jewellery makers. So all about your lovely spaces with a huge collection. But first, it's time for you to inspire us. It's the Wall of Fame. That's what we like to see. Good old wedge, full of inspiration from you lovely folk. And if you've never entered before, I'll tell you how to enter at the end. Okay? So get your cameras at the ready, get your beautiful creations at the ready. We want to be seeing them, want to be showing them on live telebox. How does that sound? Telebox, I don't know why. I never call it telebox, but I don't know why I did all of a sudden this morning. I'm just feeling like a telebox kind of mood. Is that okay? Right, why not? Why not? Shall we start off then? And number 670 is Jane Galloway. Hello to you, Jane. Well, these are very beautiful and wonderfully photographed as well, as per usual. Jane says, hi, please find my entry to the Wall of Fame. 2 pairs of earrings made with, hang on a minute. Made with imperial topaz, which I love, and sapphire from JewelleryMaker. She says, good luck to all in the draw. Do you know, imperial topaz, easily the rarest of all topaz, easily, a gem that we seldom ever see. You know, and here's Jane, here we are casually working with it. Actually, it's one of the most exclusive parcels that we've ever had across the Gemporia partnership. And you're making beautiful earrings. This is amazing. Jane, you are number 670. Good luck to you in the draw. Wonderful, loving those. Oh, this is gorgeous as well. Coming from Pauline Rue. I hope I've pronounced that right, Pauline. Pauline, you are number 671. Very elegant. And Pauline says, hello everybody. Recently I bought some lavender fluorite just because I have never seen it before. It is beautiful. I made a very simple necklace with the bars and lavender amethyst I had in my stash, all from JewelleryMaker. She says, looking forward to spring. Best regards. Oh, me too. Do you know, Pauline, you reach the kind of middle of January and all of a sudden I start craving the spring months. You want to have a good old spring clean, don't you? You want to start hearing the birds singing and things like that. Yeah, well, that'll be perfect for your spring wardrobe. Yeah, it's my favourite season of the year, spring. Easily. It's very positive. So we've gone from spring to something that I would say is quite summery. Hang on a second. 1 second, because they're going to... There you go. There you go. There you go. These are absolutely amazing. Coming from Zoe Lister. Hello, Zoe. You're number 672, and Zoe says, good morning, everybody. Here I have made these sterling silver, Sleeping Beauty turquoise and freshwater pearl drop earrings. All components are from JewelleryMaker. I hope you like them. And she says, good luck to all in the Wall of Fame. Well, good luck to you, Zoe. They're absolutely gorgeous. Oh, I can imagine that with your maxi dress, can't you, in the summertime or maybe when you go on holiday. 672, Zoe. They're absolutely beautiful. Wow. Wow. I know this is very much a labour of love. And it's also one of my favourite designs, I'm going to say, of 2024. I'm not saying it was invented in 2024, but it's when I first came to know it. It comes from Michael Knight. Hello, Michael. You're number 673. And Michael says, my entry for this week's WOF is a Capriccio bracelet inspired by Debbie. For this one, I used beautiful 4mm green aventurine beads from the recent bundle. He says, I embellished it with 3mm faceted neon apatite on the sides. I might not make another Capriccio. There's a lot of fiddly faffing around with my sausage fingers. Oh, yeah, I get they look kind of fiddly, but the end result, though, Michael, is absolutely amazing. He did say that, although the result is a beautiful bracelet, and good luck to all. Michael, that's absolutely incredible. I admire all the faffing that you do, actually, especially for those kind of techniques. You're number 673, Michael. Good luck to you. Next up, I have some beautiful sterling silver. Yeah, I think so. Sterling silver wire work here, and this is from Karen Forbes. Hello, Karen. You're number 674. And Karen says, please find attached this week's entry to the WOF. It's an adjustable bangle demoed by Claire MacDonald. This is for her 21st birthday. I've used JewelleryMaker Garnet Nuggets, January's birthstone, 2 charms from a JM kit, and 2 from my stash. Nuggets, jump rings and pins are all from JewelleryMaker. She says, I adore the shine that comes from this bangle. It's so eye-catching. Good luck to everybody and love you all. We love you too, Karen. That's beautiful. Ah, that's nice, isn't it? We do love you. 674. Good luck, Karen. Oh, wow, this is lovely. Very nice. It comes from Leslie Hall. Hang on, did we just have... No, I thought we had another Hall earlier on. Leslie Hall, you are number 675, and this is very elegant. Leslie says, hi all. My Wall of Fame entry this week is a 30-inch necklace made from green opal, agate and hematite beads. It is finished with a black antique toggle clasp. All the elements are from JewelleryMaker, and I've been in my stash for a good few years, she says. Good luck to everybody. Well, that's the joy of gemstones. They don't have a shelf life, do they? So they'll keep, forever and a day. Beautiful jewellery, Leslie. You're number 675. Next up, oh, I know the inspiration to this beautiful necklace. And it comes from June James. June, this is very elegant. Number 676. And June says, hi, this week's entry is a long-length sterling silver chain with 2 clover charms, finished with 2 pearls from my pearl scoop. All from JewelleryMaker, and she says, I hope you like it and good luck to all on your entries. Very nice, June. Loving that. I love the asymmetry of it as well. Excuse me, you're number 674. Amazing. Our vision of colour. That's what we need in this grey and dreary month of January. Isn't it? We need colour. Number 677 is from Carol Savage. Hello to you, Carol. Carol says, hi, JM. Excuse me. Here's the multicoloured necklace I made using JewelleryMaker gems from my stash. Sterling silver heart clasp to finish, and can be worn at the front or for a different look at the back where it's all that vision of rainbow colours. All skills learned from your lovely guest designers over the years. Thanks and good luck to all. And she does little fingers cross emoji. Good luck to you, Carol. You're number 677. Very nice. Next up, oh, we've gone from colour to something quite monochrome, I think. And this is from Jade Cousins. Hello to you, Jade. You're number 678. Jade says, hi, JewelleryMaker. My entry this week is a pair of long black agate earrings. They started out as components for a necklace, but when I linked them together, I preferred them as earrings. I can always make them into a necklace later. Well, that's true, isn't it? That's the joy of being a talented jewellery maker. Good luck to all. Thank you. And Jade, you are number 678. They're very nice, very nice. Shoulder skimming. Next up, and last but by no means least, is from Jackie Stapleton. Oh, very nice, Jackie. Jackie, you're number 679. Jackie starts her message saying, Happy New Year, JewelleryMaker family, and to you. Having a rest from making, but couldn't resist making a few pairs of earrings. Earrings start the design process, she says, so watch this space. Wishing everyone a good 2025. And you, Jackie, they're absolutely beautiful. You're number 679. Amazing. That's what we like. Lots and lots of entries into the Wall of Fame. And if you're thinking, how do I get in on that action? How do I get involved? It's super simple. Drop us an email with a photograph of your make to studio@jewellerymaker.com. That's studio@jewellerymaker.com. If you do that by Tuesday at 12 o'clock, you will be entered in the Wednesday's draw. If you miss that cut-off point, don't worry. You'll be rolled into the following Wednesday. And look, if you're thinking, what's in it for me? What's in it for me? You get to see my wonderful creations, but what's in it for me? Well, you might be our next winner, and it's done by good old-fashioned tombola. So it's not done on merit, literally done by good old-fashioned tombola, plucked by random. The winner will receive £100 credited to their JewelleryMaker account. Not too shabby, is it? That's not too shabby. And even the runner-up will receive £50 of JewelleryMaker credits to their account. So that age-old saying, you've got to be in it to win it. And we love to see your wonderful creations as well. Now, Jewellery Makers, what an amazing show it has been thus far. But we still have so much more to bring you, of course. And I'm obsessed with your deal of the day because there's just so much potential with what you can achieve. You get masses of them as well. You've got beautiful spacer beads. Now, I've never made any secret of the fact that I think spacers are probably one of the most crucial finding that we actually offer you here at JewelleryMaker. Speaking personally, I don't think there's many pieces of jewellery that I make which don't include a spacer. And we've got them in all 3 colours, multiple sizes as well, so you can tailor them into your designs. And we have got big quantities of them as well. I don't believe we've ever done spacers like this. They tend to be more like your just one size, don't they? And it's nice to see the bigger sizes also. I'm thinking if your budget allows, can you imagine if you got all 3 colours, you know, and channeled your inner Cartier? Went for the kind of Trinity design, you know, with that, what was it, rose for love, yellow for friendship, and white for fidelity. I think that would look absolutely amazing. And you could even graduate that because you get the different sizes. So these are going to absolutely fly. You've got nice big drill holes in the centre there, so they'll work with well, multiple mediums really of jewellery making, whether that's threading, whether it's seed beading, whether it's knotting, whether it's on your precious metals or your wires, whichever it might be. So very, very useful, absolutely beautiful, and coming your way at a deal of the day price point, jewellery makers. So make sure you're ready to check out your baskets. They're going to absolutely fly out the door. We've got so much more to bring you, jewellery makers, but your deal of the day is after this.
Do you have a stunning piece of jewellery you've crafted? Share your masterpiece with us and you might just see your design featured on the Wall of Fame. Every week, the most dazzling entry will win £100 credit to their account, with £50 credit going to the runner-up. To enter, simply send your entries to studio@jewellerymaker.com by Tuesday at 12 p.m. in time for the Wednesday draw. Snap a pic, send it in, and let your brilliance light up our Wall of Fame. And who knows, your creation could be the next to sparkle and win.
Ah, lovely jewellery makers. How are we all doing this Monday morning? How are we doing? Now, who loves a bit of silver? It is the perfect show for a Monday, totally agree. Do you know, because, yeah, an essentials grab. Oh, I like that. I like that. But actually, not just your run-of-the-mill essentials either. These are your deal of the day, actually. Yeah, we've done spacers. I remember the first time we introduced spacers, and we were going nuts for these little, like, 3-4 millimetre rounds in precious metal. And you got them in packs of 10. I remember those. Wait, do you remember? Do you remember? But now, of course, we introduced Stardust, then we did Disco, then we did the kind of like illusion ones, then we did different sizes. But I don't know if we've done such a selection of sizes up to 8mm. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. I can't remember doing an 8mm spacer bead. We have them in all three colours. We'll do them in this order: rose, yellow, and then silver. And by the way, you can get them all on pre-order right now. So if you don't want to miss out and you're desperate for them, shop ahead, trust the process, know that you're getting an amazing deal of the day price point. Sterling silver, essential grab for the next 45 minutes. How does that sound? Oh my goodness me. Now, I'm going to tip these out because you get hundreds. I remember us selling them in packs of 10. 100 you're getting, and I'll try and tip them out without spilling them everywhere. But you get so many. Come on, I've got to scooch some of the little ones forward. So many of different sizes. Look at all these. Look, you've got 8, 6, 4 and 2mm. It's the 2mm, guys, that you can't really see. Here, come on, up there, up there. Go on, up you go. 25 of each of them. And in 20 seconds, the graphics are going to appear. I've only got 50 of the rose gold, so you'll need to get a wriggle on. Whenever we have spacers of whatever size, they fly out the door, don't they? Because you do so much with them. You know, they are that punctuation point. They cover things. You could literally just bead that onto elastic and make the most amazing precious metal bracelet, couldn't you? Like Tiffany's, but without the Tiffany's price tag. Go, go, go. There's 50 of these available. Go, go, go. Sorry, yeah, that's me doing my, what was his name? What's his name? Murray Walker. Go, go, go. Tell me to shout at you first thing in the morning. I apologise about that. But they will fly out the door, so you need to get a bit of a wriggle on. You get all of them, 100 in total. 100. Do you know what I'm tempted to do, jewellery makers? Because I'm shopping with you on this. When our lovely Bex, I left my phone in my bag. After that break, I was like, can you go get my phone? Because I'm just thinking, I'm a very basic jewellery maker, but just literally beading this on a graduation. How gorgeous would that be as a lovely necklace? Solid precious metal. How gorgeous. And you're going to get in the really amazing deal of the day price point. What about going, as I mentioned a few moments ago, channeling your inner Cartier? Go like for the Trinity collection. You could do that without the Cartier price tag. What about Tiffany's & Co? Classic sterling silver beaded bracelet. You can make that, couldn't you? You could do that. And you're going to save yourself, what was it, £265 for that bracelet. You'll have loads left over. So I tell you what, first price crash. Not dilly-dallying, not messing around. 100 rose gold plated sterling silver spacer beads. Hello to you, Catherine. Morning, Elle. How many of each size? 25 of each. 25 2mm, 25 4mm, 25 6mm, 25 8mm. We're at £1 each. £1. Yeah, an 8mm definitely would not be £1, would it? Nor 6, to be honest. Maybe your 4s and your 2s, maybe. So in my head right now, if we used to do a pack, and we did, I remember it vividly because I used to buy them. We used to do a pack of 10, 3mm spacers for £14.95. I remember that vividly. You're not getting 10, you're getting 100 today. And believe me, the price point is going to be absolutely unmissable. They're flying out the door, jewellery makers. So much potential. Have we ever done 8mm before? I don't recall. I know we've done... excuse me. I know we've done 5mm. Seldom, though. Very, very seldom. 8mm? 6mm? 100. That's 50p. Is that right? 50p per spacer bead. Absolutely unbelievable. And I mean, I'm looking at this thinking if I just put those on elastic, I could make a full necklace, couldn't I? A stretchy sterling silver beaded necklace. You could do that. How lovely would that be? If you treat yourself maybe to a couple of the colours, go for the dual tones. So that is 100. So you get 25 of each of the sizes, jewellery makers. Already, look at the quantity though. Look at the quantity. You've got to be quick checking them out, everybody. They're flying out the door as we expect. It is your essential sterling silvers, but essentials not as we usually know it, because like I said, not as life gems, not as no. Because 8mm, 6, 4 and 2, you're getting them all. 12.4 grams of precious metal in that opportunity. Let's do the yellow gold. And I'm going to literally put them all alongside one another. The yellow gold and the silver are flying on pre-order. I'm not surprised. I need these. Literally want these. Oh, look at all those. There's so many. I've got to literally scooch them across the whole width of the board. There's that many. All of those in your different sizes, jewellery makers. Look at how beautiful they are. 100 in total. Yeah, you've shopped ahead on this one. I'm not surprised. I would as well. So again, 25 of your 2mm, 25 of your 4mm, 25 of your 6mm, 25 of your 8mm. We'll do it in one price crash. 60 seconds. Well done, Pauline, Brenda, Patricia, Geraldine, Catherine. Hello to you, Cindy, Alison, Renata, Kate, Alison, Susan, Sean, Claire. Well done. All shopping ahead, trusting the process, knowing that Ross has got your back. He's got your back. He'll deliver the best possible deals. That's precious metal on precious metal. We're not looking at base metal. 13.4 grams of precious metal. Oh, can you imagine that in a graduated necklace? How gorgeous that would be. And it's not base metal. Imagine that graduated, how beautiful. Buttery yellow gold and solid sterling silver. 16 seconds, we're going straight down to that price point, jewellery makers. Over half the stock's gone, well over. Not 10, not 20, not 50. You get a pack of 100. Good luck, everybody. There was 50 of the yellow gold, 50 of the rose gold, and they are looking like they could be a sellout imminently. Straight down to that price point. You can incorporate them into absolutely everything that we bring to air. The pearls that you've just seen, perfect. The cashmere aquamarine, amazing. Rachel's project, so beautiful. £49.99 only to get hold of these. Conwy says, give me 2. Alison says, give me 2. Geraldine's multi-bought. Helen, congratulations. Hello, Jeffrey. Hello to you, Michelle and Kent. You know what to do. Again, channel you're in your Cartier. I'm saying in a Cartier. Lots of the big designers actually work with the mixtures of colours. But when I think about the trio of colours, I immediately do think about one of the most successful collections that Cartier have done historically, and that is the Trinity. Remember, they said it was the yellow is for friendship, the rose is for love, and white is for fidelity. How nice is that? How lovely. £49.99 only. Mariska, Helen, Conwy, congratulations. Josephine, Christine, congratulations. If you're checking out your baskets, everyone, I only had 50. I only had 50. You can still get it, but you need to get a bit of a wriggle on. 8 mils. I'm curious. I don't think we've ever done 8 mil spaces before. Not that I remember anyway. Not that I recall. Beautiful. Stella, well done. Suffolk, well done. Are you knotting them? Are you using them to cover your knots in your stretchy bracelets? Are you incorporating them onto chain? Because they've got a large, nice drill hole there. Now, we all know that the silver is going to be the most popular. It always is. Always is. In fact, Rachel said the same, so she gravitates towards silver. Now, look at all these. That's a lot of spacer beads that you're getting for you. Bang for your buck. A lot of precious metal spacer beads. And I'm going to... Oh, hang on. I've done it... hang on. Let's pivot it. That's better, isn't it? Not quite. I'm going to put them all in the same direction. So you can imagine these maybe incorporated in all of your designs. That's a lot of sterling silver. Bubble style. Oh, Adam, I like that. It's very bougie, isn't it? All that sterling silver, all that gram weight in one big piece. £265. These are the same sterling silver rounds that you would find in Tiffany's & Co. The graphics are live. We have 100 of the silver. Okay, okay, no, I thought there was 200. 100 is not going to be enough, is it? Excuse me. A quarter of the stock has already gone on pre-order. Nice and easy, simple maths. For 100, how about £1 each? It's sterling silver, it's precious metal. It's not base metal, it's not costume. It's not plated. It's solid 925 sterling silver. You have the same gram weight that you saw in the yellow gold. So we should be closing at the same price. That makes sense, doesn't it? Precious metal's precious metal. But we do have a bigger quantity of these. And for that reason, we're going even lower. 2, 4, 6 and 8 millimetre size. 25 of each of them. We are not stopping at £49.99. Think of how many ways that you can use these in your jewellery design. Even if you took, I'm looking at the 8 mils here, literally fed a 1 mil chain through the aperture in the centre and actually had it sort of as a floating sterling silver orb pendant. How gorgeous that would be. Imagine just putting maybe the occasional, maybe asymmetrically, in amongst some pearls, or your cashmere aquamarine that's coming up, or those beautiful multicoloured beryls that you saw in the last hour, or maybe alongside Rachel's gorgeous multi-gem nugget strands. How perfect that would be also. Jewellery makers, these are absolutely flying out the door. We've got 100, which might seem like lows. There's more than 100 people watching our show today, jewellery makers, that will be absolutely capitalising on the deal of the day saving. We know you're going to use them. They cover your knots and your stretchy bracelets. They also cover a multitude if you make mistakes. You know, quite often, if I'm If you have sort of stones that haven't knotted quite perfectly, you can easily insert one of these spacer beads in amongst there to correct it. It draws the eye, creates a focus. Yeah, that's true. Adam said that's why all of your designs have got spaces in there, because you're covering your mistakes. 100%. I don't even deny. I don't even deny. £39.99. That's for 13 grams of solid sterling silver, jewellery makers. We used to do, and I'm sorry to keep harping on about this, but we used to do packs of 10 for £14.95. I know, because I used to buy them. And I used to multi-buy on them as well. And they were like your 3-4 millimetre size. And I just make simple stretchy bracelets with them. You've got more than enough, without even multi-buying, to make a solid silver precious metal stretchy bracelet. Add a little charm in there maybe, or just one signature gemstone, maybe a birthstone. You've got enough to even create like full necklaces. Well done, Ali in Forester Dean, Helen in Merseyside, Jeffrey in Yorkshire, Fiona in Midlothian, Linda in Berkshire, Sally in Essex, multi-buying, John in Manchester, Susan in Surrey, Kathy in Yorkshire, Josephine in Suffolk, Christine in Stirlingshire, Shropshire, Alison. We're looking at 40p per sterling silver bead. Not just the 2 mils or the 4 mils, 40p for an 8mm sterling silver bead. That's amazing. Can I just put this one out there? Let me just put this one out there. You know, I can imagine this as a bundle, for example. See those 3? Imagine this was an early bird and I was bringing you 3 8mm rounds and I said £9.99. They'd fly, wouldn't they? They would absolutely fly at £9.99. If I had 500 available, £9.99, £3.33 for a sterling silver 8mm. So imagine how many would go if I said actually they're £1.20. £1.20. Hello, Catherine. I love that you're doing the larger size beads. Would really appreciate packs of 6 or 8mm. I use a lot of spacers. Yeah, we'll put that to the team. Yeah. Yes, that's a good point. Okay, let's do this then. Let me get all the 8mm. This is what Ross has just said in my ear. So if I got, say this is all your 25, 8mm, yeah? All your 8mm, big gram weight there, jewellery makers, 8mm, perfect spacer beads. Never done those before, have we? Never done 8mm spacers. It's always been your 4mm or maybe your 3mm or 2mm. Sometimes your 5mm, but very seldom. So imagine I was bringing you a pack of 25. I think that's all of them. Pack of 25, 8mm spacer beads, sterling silver, and then I said £39.99. They would absolutely fly out the door. But you don't just get the 25 8mm rounds, you also get, so actually going back to that message, you know, you asked for the packs, separate them out. Because you're getting 2 packs of your 1 pack of your 8mm, 1 pack of your 6mm, and you're getting your 4s and your 2s for free. That's an unbelievable deal, jewellery makers. Well done, everybody. Clock to close, because we've got loads to squeeze in. And we want to bring you lots of lovely sterling silver essentials. We're going to do a massive closeout deal in the next auction, jewellery makers, so make sure you're ready for that. We had 100 of these. But again, they've absolutely flown out the door. Just look at that. Look how lovely that is there. Just, oh, look. All those, that's 300 precious metal spacer beads. For less than 50p each. That is a lot of precious metal, isn't it? And hang on, Ross, that's not far off 40 grams as well. Not far off 40 grams of sterling silver across all 3 packs. You know what to do, jewellery makers. Patricia, Sue, Beryl, Mariska and Denise and Ali, Janice in Staffordshire, Tracy, Sean, Claire, Rachel, Janet. You know what to do. Make sure you're checking out. Now, we're going to do more of your amazing sterling silver essentials. We're going to do a massive closeout deal coming up on a sterling silver connector that contains Not just gold and South Sea though, Ross. You know what it also is though, Ross? It's faceted. A faceted golden South Sea pearl. Does it get any better than that? Yeah, I don't think so. Now there's 35 available, and we are going to do a massive closeout deal on this. It's virtually unobtainable, Jewellery Makers, coming up in a few moments' time. But first, oh, lovely. These, you know, we said a few moments ago that we first introduced spacer beads in your classic plain rounds, and then we started introducing your stardust, then your disco, and then there was kind of like the sort of ridged illusion texture that's kind of almost faceting your precious metals, I suppose. Have a little look at these. This is what I was actually referencing. You know, working your precious metal and actually creating lovely kind of texture and shape is a great way of adding luster to your design. These are almost like orange segments, aren't they? And every single fold is giving you that lovely river of luster. Like a pumpkin, yeah, absolutely. Solid sterling silver, and you get the two different sizes of these as well. I mean, for example, I'd incorporate these with the deal of the day. You know, actually having that texture, playing with the texture. Lots of big designers don't just work with the big gemstones. The first one that springs to my mind is Roberto Coin. Roberto Coin, highly coveted Italian jewellery designer. And they work a lot, not saying solely with precious metals, they do incorporate gemstones, but what they do, which makes me think of them, is that they really embrace the precious metal more so than gems in most cases, because you know, they'll craft with it. They'll actually create lovely textures in the same way that Van Cleef & Arpels do. They create beaded-like designs, don't they, surrounding their gemstones. So you'll be able to do that too. We're going to do a massive closeout deal on these, Jewellery Makers, and you get both sizes. So I'm looking at 4mm and 6mm. You get a pack of 6 of each. There's 100 available, Jewellery Makers. They'd work beautifully with your deal of the day. Your first price crash, but not where we are closing. Excuse me. First, not where we're closing. You're talking pennies now, aren't we? Pennies each. Pennies each. 12 in total. We're less than £1 per texture, and these should be more because they're textured, aren't they? They should cost more. This is the first of your sterling silver closeout deals, and we're not stopping at £9.99. Again, cast your mind back when we used to do packs of 10 for £14.95. You're already getting a third off that price tag, and you're getting bigger sizes with textures. The price of sterling silver has not gone down, just so you know. It has gone up significantly, so much so, I'll be honest, it's a cause of concern for the partnership, because the price of silver, obviously we need a lot of precious metal, don't we, across Gemporia and Jewellery Maker. You know, the price, the surge of your precious metals is concerning, because we always want to bring you the best possible deals. I don't know how our team do it, to be honest. I don't know how they did do it at £6.99, let alone now. 12 textured, solid, 925 sterling silver spacer beads, £6.99. That's base metal price, Ross, isn't it? If I was sat here saying that these were silver-plated base metal at £6.99, yeah, okay, cool, that's great. It's not plated though, it is solid sterling silver, and you can see just how substantial each of those beads are. Kathy's got 2, everyone's multi-bought actually, let me just look down, yeah, every single person that I can see is multi-bought. Sally, Catherine, Teresa, Kathy, Tina, I've got Emma, London, hello to you, Catherine, hello to you, Anne, Claire, Celia, new customers, I can't read everyone's names, Jewellery Makers. This is the first of your sterling silver closeout deals, which makes this amount of sense to close out deal on precious metal. 0 cents. The price of sterling silver's gone up, hasn't gone down. Why are we closing it out? We should be elevating our price tags on precious metal, not decreasing them. There we are. Half the stock's gone. We never said we made sense. Logic goes out the window when you tune into JewelleryMaker, doesn't it? Completely out the window. Oh, precious metal's at an all-time high, is it? Right, let's close it out then, shall we? Let's do it at a reduced price tag to what less than what we used to be able to buy it for. Well done, £6.99. Cheryl in Yorkshire, Heather, Cardiff, congratulations to you. Loads of you getting involved. And by the way, essential closeout deals isn't just about spaces. It's also about some of your other amazing findings, including bead caps. Ah, they disappeared, didn't they, bead caps? We didn't have any for a period of time. They're back in the JewelleryMaker fold. Back by very popular demand, and you can do so much with these. Because, of course, if you think about Rachel's lovely demonstration earlier on, if she wanted to create maybe a little pop of sterling silver lustre around one of those tumbles or rounds, bead cap either end. Perfect for that. But again, we didn't see them for a long time. You can flatten these. They are ever so slightly concave or convex, whichever way you're looking at them. And obviously the idea is that they will cradle your beautiful gemstones. They're also perfect for tassel toppers. And I know that Mark will actually flatten them to create sort of like this, like a single component or a connector. That's a great idea, isn't it? He did demo that, yeah. Literally just pushed it down because sterling silver is very malleable, of course. So £9.99. 60 available opportunities, lovely jewellery makers, and they are already disappearing out the screens, off the screens. I'm not surprised. £9.99 for sterling silver, all that detail. I like the idea of squashing these and using them as connectors as well. Maybe knotting or lark's head knot directly onto them. We don't stop here. 25 sterling silver bead caps, £5.99. Rachel, like, precious metal has gone through the roof globally, and we're not exempt from those price increases. The bullion market's the bullion market, £5.99.
I know, you can't go wrong, and they just frame your beads, don't they? And like you say, you can flatten them and use them for other projects as well.
Do you use a lot of bead caps then?
I love bead caps, yeah.
They draw the eye, don't they?
They do, and you don't necessarily need to use many of them either in a project. Just a frame in the centre. Yeah.
Stunning, and it goes perfectly with the whole hour that we're bringing you. £5.99, JewelleryMakers. Now it's getting busy. Lots of you stocking up your stashes on your beautiful sterling silver essentials. £5.99. I mentioned this earlier on. There was a period here at JewelleryMaker where we weren't allowed to go below £6.99. That was considered to be non-broadcastable because basically it costs us more money by the time we've spoken about it to actually broadcast those pieces than it is maybe to put them on the website. We could put them on the website for sure, but you wouldn't find sterling silver at £5.99 back then. There is a bit of a queue on the phone lines. Please do bear with our wonderful contact centre. They will get you, I assure you. There's never any queues on the website or the app, so tap the app, download the website. Super simple to shop there. Now, earlier on this morning, we had the gold-plated sterling silver wire end tips, didn't we? And we closed them at this price crash. Now, they come in the different sizes, so you get 12 in total across 3 different sizes. So you can tailor it, basically. The gold sold out. I actually have a bigger quantity of the sterling silver. So you get 12 across 3 sizes today. Not £6.99. We're going to take these under £5 for you today. You can't make these either, can you? You can't make a wire guardian. Well, I couldn't anyway. Well, you might. You might be an amazing sterling silversmith. But at these kind of prices, why would you even bother?
Wouldn't be cost effective to put your time in, would it?
You can crimp those. See where I'm holding with the tweezers? You can squash that as well if you wanted to. almost use it as a crimp. You don't have to do that, of course, but it is a technique I've seen actually demonstrated. Again, your beautiful wire guardians, they add longevity to your design. It's not just pearls that we use these with. You can use them with your seed beading, with things like your wildfire and your fire line and your nylon cords, your tiger tails. $4.99. Massive closeout deal opportunities. We've got a big quantity. Stock up your stashes. Even if you're thinking, oh, I've got wire guardians, you know, they haven't got a shelf life. So these will keep. And at these kind of prices, you might as well.
And these are ideal if you're doing pearl knotting and you're using different thickness thread.
Yeah.
The fact that you've got different sizes in there.
It's a really good point.
Really, really good.
That's a really good point, because sometimes if you're using a finer silk, you wouldn't want a larger wire guardian.
It wouldn't, yeah, and sometimes for they don't always fit.
Yeah.
So
or it's too thick. It can be too thick for them.
Yes.
Right, I see. So you can actually customise them.
Yes.
Because you get the 3 different sizes.
Whereas if you were doing your French wire, the GIMP, you'd need to stock up on all different sizes to have.
Yeah. And I've got, I really struggle with French wire personally. No matter how hard I try, I always struggle. Just cutting them the same lengths, I find it really tricky. Well done. Now, we are going to do that Golden South Sea Pearl in one auction's time. It's on pre-order right now. Here we go. And one auction away from this absolutely beautiful, faceted, golden South Sea Pearl, set in a huge amount of sterling silver. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
That is so gorgeous.
We're going to do a closeout deal on this, which is insane for arguably one of the most coveted pearls in the world. It's on pre-order right now. Look at all that sterling silver as well that's crafted into that. Those wonderful halos of topaz. Coming up one auction's time. There are 35 available. Once they're gone, they're gone.
You could also have it the other way up as well, couldn't you? So that you could have some attachments at the bottom.
So have it sort of hanging down. Nice. Lovely. Coming up in one auction's time. But first, should we do an absolute essential? Something that I always run out of, because apparently a piece of jewellery that we change the most are earrings. And also the piece of jewellery that we buy the most of, because they're very quick and interchangeable, aren't they? So if you sell your jewellery, earrings are a great sort of add-on, if you like. You know, you could do, you could say, oh, if you buy this necklace, maybe I'll throw in the pair of earrings for free. I've heard a lot of designers actually do that. And I also think it's the most important for it to be sterling silver, because more people have a reaction to non-precious metal earrings than they do any other piece of jewellery. Does that make sense? So these are solid sterling silver, in your classic shepherd hook. You're getting a big pack of them as well. And again, look at that river of lustre. You get 5 pairs. 5 of what I'm actually holding. I always run out of wire, of shepherd hooks. 5 pairs. How about £2 per pair? £2 per sterling silver shepherd hook. I mean, yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable. As soon as, and it's got to be the question that people ask the most, especially in the world of earrings. Are they sterling silver? Yeah. You know, because that tends to be. I certainly have this. I'll wear costume jewellery, but I can only wear it for a short period of time before it starts irritating. Are you the same?
Yeah.
Whereas sterling silver, I don't have that issue. Don't have that concern at all. I can wear them all day and all night and never take them off, to be honest. We're at £2 per pair. We have a big quantity, over 200, because they're essentials. Let's do a closeout deal. How about today, solid 925 sterling silver. How about half price, £1 per pair?
Can I open a basket?
You open your basket, Rachel. I'm actually, do you know what? I'm impressed that it's 10 to 11 and you haven't already done so. Fair play. Fair play, because I opened mine up ages ago. Absolutely ages ago. Oh, she's on best behaviour. She's trying not to shop on here, and I'm trying to correct her already. Sorry. Well, she won't get in trouble. I'll just say it was my fault. It was all my fault. I told her to do it, everybody. They're £1 a pair for sterling silver earrings, and you know you're going to use them. We've got a big quantity. That's the only reason that we're doing these closeout deals. £1 a pair, £4.99 only. Cheryl, Vera, Linda, Joanna, Carol, Fife, Swansea, Lynn in Cheshire. You can blame me, Rachel. It's all good.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
If you buy, okay, does your name come up on there?
It does.
Does it
if you allow us.
Does it
You
flash?
have to allow us. What if you do
and does
now?
it say alert, Ella's bought?
Oh no, I just out myself. I just own it. Just go, Elle in Worcestershire. That's me shopping on live TV. Yeah, and like loads of us do it. And it, you know, it always says like Debbie Kershaw, guest designer. Oh, we call you out, yeah, it's fine, but it's fine. Why wouldn't you? They're £1 a pair. Ross, you come up on here as well, don't you? There's Ross shopping. He's always shopping. Why wouldn't we? These are mad deals. And the thing is, if we don't shop on air, we're going to miss out.
This is it.
So...
You're not allowed a little basket under the table.
No.
No, it's a shame, isn't it?
No. Make sure you're checking them out, jewellery makers. Congratulations. And items do sell out, especially on essentials like that. We know you need them. So it's £1 per pair. £1 a pair. Well done, everybody. Okay. We have... I can't believe I'm saying these two words with this pearl. Close out on a South Sea pearl. I'm going to ask you this just for 1 second. Those of you that tune in on a regular basis, cast your mind back to the beginning of last year to when Dave and team went to Hong Kong. And for the first time in JewelleryMaker and Gemporia history, they actually went to Hong Kong knowing full well that they would not purchase a single pearl. The first time in 20 years. And the reasoning behind that is because the pearl world has gone completely crazy for pearls. Gents wearing pearls, obviously the COVID impact that we spoke about a few moments ago. Pearls are priced at an all-time high. But I'm asking you to cast your mind back to that short footage, and Adam will know which one I'm on about here, where we spoke to one of the world's leading pearl suppliers that sources the likes of South Sea, the likes of Tahitian and Akoya, and sells them individually. A single South Sea pearl were like £10,000 for a single South Sea pearl. But then add to that level of excitement the fact that you're not just sourcing a South Sea pearl, you're actually sourcing a faceted one. Only a handful of people on this planet know how to facet pearls. And you're about to get one. Do you see my point? At a closeout. It's up next. So I think it's really important, jewellery makers, that we appreciate just how, not just how exciting and rare a South Sea pearl is. Listen, in the pearl world, you've got the gap between your saltwater and your South Sea pearls has dramatically reduced. There used to be, price point wise, quite a big difference. However, culture pearls as a whole now are all very, very, very expensive. But you still have the top three, don't you? You still have the likes of, in no particular order, Akoya, Tahitian and South Sea. They are the ones that command the highest price points in the pearl world, and also tend to be the most recognised. South Sea pearls are from the golden lip oyster. They are harvested off the coast of Australia. They tend to be the largest oyster, and And they are quite literally pampered during that entire process. Now, they don't just do one harvest, they will do repeat harvest throughout the course of their lifetime. And the process is so incredibly technical. They will insert the tiniest bead nucleus, not tissue nucleus that you find in freshwater pearls, a bead nucleus, which is much more challenging, in the hope that that oyster will then, start that process of culturing a pearl. But of all your pearls, to be honest, the South Sea pearls tend to be one of the most immediately recognised because they are incredibly distinctive in their appearance. But they have completely skyrocketed in their price tag. And it does really stem from the pandemic. And I have to repeat this for the benefit of those people that have just tuned in. You can walk away from a diamond mine, you can walk away from an amethyst, an emerald, a ruby, whichever it is, and they'll be fine, they'll be safe as houses. Those gemstones that are still within the ground have been there literally thousands upon thousands of years. However, you cannot walk away from an oyster farm. Because if you walk away from an oyster farm, the oysters either die, because you haven't got someone pivoting them, literally, they're turned on a daily basis. You haven't got the divers literally going down, chipping off all the little barnacles off the surface of the oyster so they can filter and feed. You've got to remember that South Sea pearls are the most divish. I call them the Mariah Careys of the pearl world. So they really do need that care and nurturing. So it's really important. You can't walk away from those. So it's going to have that knock-on effect, and it's about a 10-year delay now in pearl production. So it has had a massive impact on the price of your pearls. Now, we went, as I said, last year to Hong Kong. We go there not just to buy. We went there that time knowing we wouldn't buy. We went there for the invaluable information of what's going on in the pearl industry. And some of that information I'm going to share with you right now. One supplier says, no one has the Goldens. South Sea has gone crazy. But because the golden is a much smaller percentage, that's of the harvest, by the way, because it is the only golden lip oyster that can produce it, the price is out of this world. I recommend buying dyed freshwater if you want that colour. Because a South Sea pearl can produce white, champagne and golden. Golden is the most expensive. They go on to say, I'm currently selling goldens for more than a conch in the market, and I can't even replace them. No pearl dealer has any inventory. They are sold directly from the farms now to the Chinese, and for a price that are 500% what they were last fall. 500%. That is the biggest price increase I have ever seen in any gemstone. In any gemstone. And here it was that we got that information. I went to the Tucson a few years previously. So if you go to Tucson, Jogs is one of the biggest events. You can see it photographed there as well. It's the beginning of the last year. This ran about this time last year, wasn't it? They are saying in particular South Sea, well, all pearls, South Sea, but golden South Sea skyrocketed, and people don't have the inventory. Here is a photograph of our lovely Dave. Now, Dave is holding a South Sea pearl strand. That is in US dollars, 880,000 US dollars. But I need to point out, that's not RRP. That's wholesale. So a way to work out the wholesale price of that necklace is times it by 4 plus VAT. So you are talking millions for that strand that he is holding, and it's a South Sea cultured pearl necklace. If this was golden, they say, then you would probably double it, and believe me, it would sell. You might think, come on now, Elle, really? Our sister channel, pre-pandemic, one of the most expensive pieces of jewellery that they've sold on air is a South Sea pearl necklace. And it was $50,000, pounds. Would you like to see the footage? This is Dave talking to, it's on pre-order right now, if you want to guarantee yours. This is Dave talking to one of the world's most respected pearl suppliers. And he is talking about the very same pearl that you're going to get at a closeout deal.
Hi guys, so I'm here with Kakuda Pearls, who have one of the finest selection of pearls that I've seen anywhere. We're talking incredible natural Tahitians, huge supply of incredible Akoya pearls, and of course the South Sea varieties as well. And we wanted to talk to the man himself about what's been happening within the pearl industry. And I wonder if you could just shed some light on what's happened maybe since September with pearls.
Okay, September to October, it was the kind of a peak time. With mainly Chinese customers.
Yeah.
It's a big boom in China that as a fashion material, the pearl is getting so popular.
And has it impacted the price?
It is.
Yeah.
Now it's the highest in the history.
In the whole history?
Yes, with the Tahitians and the South Sea golden color, South Sea white, or even the Japanese Akoyas.
So would you say it's gone up 30%, or is it doubled, or what kind of increase?
Well, I don't remember much, but looking back 2 years, maybe last September, October was kind of a peak, and it was like a double 3 years ago.
Wow.
But the things are kind of changing right now.
Yeah?
It's hitting the top, and
so it's very difficult at the minute to get good quality Tahitians and Golden South Sea because of the influence of, is it Nini, the social influencer in Yang Mi?
You're right.
Yeah?
That's with Tahiti's. Right?
Yes. But it has also been impacting the price of South Sea, you said? Because that was Tahitians.
Overall, yes.
Yeah. So to anyone right now who's looking to get good quality South Sea, whether it's the golden or the white, and of course the Tahitians, it is very, very difficult. Unless you can get hold of older material, which you may be able to get a better price. Right now it's at the peak, and we're talking about the most expensive time in history to get cultured pearls, and that is the power of social media and influence and the Chinese market. We saw it through September and October, but even right now, in March, in February, we're seeing the same high peaks for those incredible pearls.
The most expensive that they have ever been in history was his words. In the history of pearls, we kind of expected an upturn in price, didn't we? The moment that the pandemic hit, because it's logical to go, oh, wait a minute, you can't just walk away from a harvest. You might also... Yes, I do remember, sorry. Back last year, we brought you loose South Sea pearls. They've all sold out, by the way. All but sold out. Just from this photograph, look at the choice of colours that we were able to bring you. The white, the champagne, the cream and the golden. Look how few of the golden you actually get. Now Dave, who you just saw in that footage, actually launched these. It was in July last year. The exact parcel that we're looking at right now. And at the time, we spoke to Georgia, member of our management team, and she replied about that very parcel that you just saw back in July. She says, we've already tried to get more South Seas from the same vendor for Jem's birthday. And the price for the same stock would be $700 to $1,500 per pearl. And you've got to remember, that's wholesale. So for you to think as from a retail perspective, times that price by 4. Yeah? As a good rule of thumb. So even if we took the lower number, so what's that? £2,800 for one single South Sea pearl. That parcel. For us to replace it. Yeah? She goes on to say, this is genuinely a pre-lockdown harvest and we can't get near these deals again. That's why staff have not been allowed to buy. We actually had a big quantity, and it was one of the few occasions, it does happen from time to time, when our team actually say, you can't buy. You cannot buy, there's not enough. So you're now probably thinking, how have we got this When we launched that parcel about 6 months later, as in this piece, sorry, about 6 months later, we asked Georgia again, and she said these pearls were hand delivered by the suppliers last week. I remember this vividly, when they came and stepped into the gallery. No pressure. So when you know you've got random people that you've not met in person, literally stood in the gallery. You know you're there, you can hear them there, but you don't know who they are. But I remember that vividly. They were hand delivered by the suppliers last week when they flew in from India. They said it was a huge milestone for them, and they're incredibly proud of their achievement. They're talking about the faceting of a cultured pearl, obviously. Nobody else is offering this faceting. It is exclusive to JewelleryMaker. She goes on to say, as previously stated, these are pre-lockdown harvest pearls, so it's impossible to get the same deal now. We sat on the finest, approximately 200 quantity golden South Sea, as we could see what was going, again, we've spoken about this, what was happening in the market with this colour. We wanted to do something very special and have worked tirelessly on making this available. So what you need to remember, so she's talking about this parcel, she kept the 200 of the finest and handed them to those suppliers that delivered to them, deliver them here. Now, again, what you need to remember in the jewellery industry, in the gemstone industry, it's a huge company, JewelleryMaker / Gemporia, and we have members that work behind the scenes, and they will say, a bit like Richard Wise says in the Secrets of the Gem Trade, he'll go, if you see something you love and you can afford it, buy it, because 99.9% of the time it will not stay at that price point, it will escalate. You know, look what Georgia said. Earlier in the year, I quoted that this same stock would be between 700 and 1,500 per pearl. If we purchase them all, that would be double now, and that's a 5 to 6 months difference. So what our team, and I just need to give them the credit here, do such an amazing job on your behalf, is they'll go, okay, ripples in the water, I can see things turning with pearls. It's just to put COVID to one side for 1 second. There's gents wearing pearls now. Well, that straight away has doubled the population of people wanting pearls. Then you've got we've got to remember, 1/3 of the world's population is Chinese. Yeah? If the Chinese have got an insatiable appetite for a gemstone, we don't get a look in. We don't get a look in the West. Unless, of course, you're willing to pay the sort of $880,000 US for a necklace. So it really does cause us issues. So what our team will do is try and get there before that craze or trend or price reaches that high point. And that is precisely why and how you are getting this opportunity. If I wanted to buy this in Tucson right now, and let me think, Tucson's only in a couple of months. No, it's not, in a few weeks. It's a few weeks. So yeah, in a couple of weeks when our team go to Tucson, which they do every single year. In fact, I'd be intrigued to give one of these to Jake. Jake's the managing director of Gemporia, or Wayne. Wayne will be going. Say, take this, put it in front of that gentleman that we just heard from. Should we give this to him? And see what price point they come back with. Because this is not just a golden South Sea pearl, which is virtually unobtainable. It's also a faceted one. Today, you are getting a massive close-out deal in a beautiful connector. This is, when we say heirloom, I casually throw that word around, don't I, sometimes? It doesn't get any more heirloom than a South Sea pearl. The graphics are live. Faceted, golden, South Sea pearl. Immediately big collectors getting involved. Susie, our guest designer, there you go. I'm not surprised Susie's getting involved on this one. I would be too. The start price, yeah, because let's go back to Adam if we can. See this was literally a still from that video footage that you saw with Dave. Bearing in mind these, all right, they might be bigger, but they're also not faceted. So whichever one you look at there, let's go for the slightly less golden, $5,150 US, wholesale. What about the one above it? $21,150 US. What about the one above that? $6,000 US. What about the one to the right? $14,300 US. Here we are bringing you a natural certified golden South Sea pearl, faceted, that's exclusive to JewelleryMaker, set in sterling silver and framed with topaz. Going off the price that George stated, I times it by 4, yeah. So that would take this to £2,800, yeah? And that's the lower denominator. So that's me being very cautious on that price point, and not also factoring in the sterling silver and the topaz that surrounds this. That's just me talking about the actual golden South Sea pearl, not even considering the fact that this is actually faceted. We are not stopping anywhere near that price tag. I've got 35 of these available. It's insane that I'm saying these words. We're going to do a closeout deal on a golden South Sea pearl that's irreplaceable. The next price that you're going to see is not your closing price, but we're going to be in that ballpark. All of that sterling silver, all of that topaz, and a golden South Sea faceted pearl for £299. Our team will cover a lot of ground at Tucson in a couple of weeks. They ain't going to find a South Sea pearl for £299. 8mm to show how serious a deal this is going to be, jewellery makers. What on earth are we doing, Ross? What on earth are we doing? Let's take £100 off that price tag. It's down to how we buy. I'm always asked that question. How do you do it then? And why don't you sell it at those prices? Why don't you sell it for £13,000? Oh, we could. Don't get me wrong, we know we could. We could open our own shop front, but you wouldn't have much of a shopping channel then. We are not stopping at $299. £100 off that price tag. And also that goes completely against the ethos. Steve Bennett started this company not saying, I know what we could get for it. We've just told you, we've just spoken about what we could get for it. But that's not the ethos of JewelleryMaker. It's how low can we bring it to wear? And let's sell quantities. Let's make collectors of our wonderful audience. 60 seconds, jewellery makers. For the first time ever. Oh my goodness me, this is madness. Let's take it to double figures. That is obviously a brand new low price. I don't know a single place on this vast planet of ours that will be able to bring you a golden South Sea pearl at a double figure price tag right now. Seriously. I was speaking to a friend of mine that works in Hatton Garden on the weekend. Their South Sea pearls are 5 figures. And we've just shown you on the clip. One single golden South Sea pearl, 5 figures. This has never been under £100 until today. And you've got 15 seconds to do what you've got to do to make this possible. But it's not just, I don't want to say the word just. This is golden South Sea. And it's faceted. Which I've almost kind of overlooked on this. Ignore $299. Ignore $199. For the first time ever today. That's insane. Seriously, can I just make a suggestion? How beautiful would they be? We've took it to a price point where you could turn these into South Sea pearl earrings. Oh my goodness me. Annette, well done. Anna, well done getting 2. Over half the stock has gone. There are 14 of these left. Once they're gone, they're gone. 11, sorry. all of the big collectors obviously seizing this opportunity, an opportunity that we're not going to, listen, it would be ridiculous of me to sit here and say, yeah, we'll be able to do this again. We can't buy them. We can't buy them at double figures. We can't buy them for £700 per individual pearl. And that's not small, it's an 8mm. 8mm. I know I've not mentioned the silver. I know I've overlooked the fact they're topaz. It's got to be all about the golden South Sea. Hello, Angela, my lovely. Got 1L, and it's going into my pearl box for me. Good for you. I wouldn't part with it either. There's no way I would part with it. Hello, Caroline. Caroline, who is one of our most amazing collectors, says, I wasn't a pearl person, but your quality is so good. I own pearls of colours, size and shapes. Plus, I managed to own golden and white South Sea plus Tahitian. And you know what, Caroline? I'm the same. I'm very similar to you, actually. I wasn't massively enamoured by pearls. If I go back 20 odd years, now I'm obsessed with them. And it's all down to JewelleryMaker and the fact that I'm able to actually source them. Do you know when something's so expensive, you almost think, I'll never be able to own that. So you almost like distance it from your mind, don't you? That's how I always was, Caroline. I used to sell South Sea pearls in the jewellers that I first started at 26 years ago. And they were like £50,000. 26 years ago. What are they now? 880,000. That's how much they are. We've got 8 of them remaining. Well done to the multi-buyers. Yeah, at some point, look at getting them valued. Look at them getting insured. It's obviously a brand new low. Never been under £100, nor should it, jewellery makers. Massive congratulations to each and every single one of you. You have a natural certified golden South Sea pearl. And again, I know I've not really mentioned the fact it's a connector. I know I've not mentioned the fact that you can incorporate it into your design. All the focus had to be on the... It rotates. No. Really? Oh, yes. It spins. Sorry, I had to figure that out then. Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness me. All that craftsmanship. How beautiful is that? That wonderful golden South Sea. Well done, everybody. Now, Ross has just said, Elle, I can see that there's an appetite for South Sea pearls. There's always an appetite for South Sea pearls, Ross. You can bring a single South Sea pearl on its own. The one that's in the middle. Is it half drilled? Just put it on a peg bale. Before we get the graphics live though, I'm just going to tell you. Golden South Sea pearl, half drilled. Oh my goodness. Sit yourselves down. I'd sit yourselves down. Double figures. Look at that.
It's quite mesmerising, isn't
They're
it?
stunning.
You could just sit here and look at the footage. It's beautiful.
Absolutely stunning. Just look at this for a second, where you've got that almost like a peony flower bud. All those facets, like the what seem like hundreds and hundreds of petals that make up a peony flower, ready to bloom. Now remember that we've literally shown you footage from Tucson last year of the same material. Is it lacking in the colour? I don't think so. And we've just shown them to you for 5 figures. How many do we have of these, Ross? Under 50. It blows my mind faceting a pearl. And up until about 5 years ago, I always said, no, you can't facet pearls. You can. But it's a very, very, very skillful thing. You've got to have, firstly, that pearl, your pearl, this beauty here, look at the pinks over the overtones, would start at a colossal size. Because that cultured pearl needs to be harvested, nurtured for a much longer period of time. Because obviously, every facet is cutting away nacre. So you need that nacre to have a great thickness. You can't facet a pearl with something that's only got a couple of millimetre nacre, because you're just cutting it away effectively. We're in double figures. I think I might have to join you on this. Let's start. If you want South Sea pearls, I'll say this, listen, there's never been a better opportunity than right now. Never. Never. And I'm talking across all of our channels. There has never been a better chance for you to get hold of golden South Sea pearls than right here, right now, because Ross just said the word outrageous. Imagine now, I'm stood next to that very lovely gentleman who was very forthcoming in information, obviously where the pearl industry is right now. Imagine I've got a booth next to him in Tucson, which, by the way, we did last year. Susie, guest design, Susie multiplying, don't blame you. Imagine, Susie, you and I are in Tucson, we've got a booth, and we're selling solely faceted South Sea pearls. We'd be cleared out by the end of the first day. And we wouldn't be selling at these prices. Oh, goodness me. We had a stand at Tucson last year, didn't we? For the first time ever, Gemporia had a stand at Tucson. It cost tens of thousands to have a stand at Tucson. Tens of thousands of pounds. Do you think we sold anything? Well, firstly, I don't think we had South Sea pearl on that stand. Did we sell our gemstones at the prices that you get them on your screens for? No. We sold them at trade price. You get a better than trade price. Every single collector that has got involved has multi-bought on this, and I do not blame you. Remember, over a course of 4 to 5 months, Georgia says earlier in the year, I quoted that this same stock would have been between 700 and 1,500 per pearl if we purchased them all. That would now be double that price. 5 months later, every single collector has multi-bought. And you know what? If you bought 2, you're going to be able to get that pair. Madness this is. For under £100. I can't believe we're doing this, to be honest. JewelleryMaker pricing is always surprising to me, and also what makes me so enthusiastic and passionate about JewelleryMaker. I wouldn't own South Sea pearls if it wasn't for JM. No way. I can't. I don't think anyone in their right mind watching would say, unless of course you've got extremely deep pockets, nobody in their right mind would be thinking South Sea pearls are double figures, nor should we. Like I said, you've got to remember, and you know Georgia is saying they're five months difference. It's doubled. Never mind 5 months, Roscoe. 26 years ago they weren't this price when I was first in the jewellery industry. 26 years ago. You've got 6 seconds. A brand new low closeout deal. Take advantage. We make opportunities like this turn you into the finest pearl collectors in the world. They do. I don't know about you. Have you got £12,000 for a single pearl? I haven't. I might manage 50 though. 100% of the collectors that have checked out have multi-bought. I don't blame you. You know what? You don't need the 5 figures. You need, what is it, £12 something on split pay. Hello, Davinia. Thank you, Ross. That's a sweet, a sweet 2 of the half drilled for earrings and the connector for the necklace. Wonderful price. Brilliant, gorgeous pearls. Well done, Davinia. Well done. Davinia also echoed the sentiment as we said a few moments ago. I've never bought pearls from anyone but JewelleryMaker. I've collected Tahitian, South Sea, Akoya. I would never have believed I could afford these pearls. Likewise, Davinia. Likewise, I'm not too proud to admit that. I haven't got £12,000 knocking around that I can spend on a pearl, you know, or 21 or 14 or even 6. I haven't. But I can manage £12.50. I can manage that. Or even $49.99. That's the difference. And again, I'm asked all the time, lots. I get asked this question loads and loads and loads. Well, why don't JewelleryMaker sell them at £21,000? Firstly, we wouldn't have a shopping channel if we did that, because people aren't going to spend £21,000 like that, basically. You've also, on the back of what I've just said, you might think that this is impulsive. It's not, though. Because if you go to that trader, that lovely gentleman, and said, I'm going to buy that pearl, that one, I don't know, let's go for the more affordable, $5,150 US. He ain't giving you 30-day money-back guarantee, by the way. You could get your golden South Sea pearl, take it to a luxury jeweller, get a second opinion if you want. Don't tell them what you paid for it. Don't tell them you paid $49.99. Last week I popped to the assay office in Birmingham. And I went there because I'm getting something tested and I'm getting it valued. And it does cost money. I'm not going to sit here and say it doesn't. It does cost money. If I took a golden South Sea pearl to the assay office, there is no way on earth they would be thinking that it would be a double-figure price tag. Well done to each and every single one of you. We had 50. Pretty much everybody's multi-bought. We are going to give you 60 seconds and then we're going to have to move on, jewellery makers. Well done. Now, if you love your high-end gemstones, coming up after the break, we've got a small selection of your beautiful cashmere aquamarine. Can you imagine a South Sea in amongst those? Oh, now you're talking. Absolutely incredible. We've got a very small selection, jewellery makers. It was, again, a very fleeting parcel that was purchased. I'll tell you the story of it. And how it was discovered, it just blows my mind as well. And it's all totally and utterly natural. Massive congratulations to each and every single one of you on your golden South Sea pearl. Look at the beauty of them. Look at the quality. When we're under magnification, you can see that luster, can't you? You can see the overtones and orient, and undertones, sorry. Like a tightly closed peony bud flower just waiting to bloom. You see those wonderful tones. Cashmere aquamarine coming your way. And don't forget, we've also got Rachel's amazing masterclass as well, jewellery makers. Well done. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
Join us for an early Valentine's celebration on JewelleryMaker, where you'll find exclusive bridal-themed kits to create your own stunning designs. Perfect for weddings, special occasions, or a thoughtful gift from the heart. Get ready to sparkle and craft something truly unforgettable, only on JewelleryMaker.
Did you know that instructions come included with every designer project? Dive right into your JewelleryMaker project with confidence and clarity. Whether you're a seasoned pro or a first-time creator, our step-by-step guides ensure success every time. Just download them from your JewelleryMaker account on our website. Get started today and experience the joy of hassle-free crafting. Instructions included, creativity unleashed. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the JewelleryMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search JewelleryMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured on today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click on the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with JewelleryMaker.
Hi everyone, just wanted to say how much I'm looking forward to joining you all on the 14th for a pre-Valentine's show where we're going to be making lots of things for Valentine's Day, and the 12 o'clock kits are absolutely amazing. We start with pearls, you know I love my pearls, and it comes with lovely like little lily of the valley lucite flowers, and we've got silver wire but also in gold-plated sterling silver wire too. When have we ever seen that? So exciting. So a couple of things I've made. Or do you like the silver version in a longer length? But tune in on the 14th. Look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
Shopping with Jewellery Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.jewellerymaker.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your jewellery room essentials to gemstones, tools, precious metals and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Jewellery Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Jewellery Maker. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 644 655. Shopping made easy at Jewellery Maker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hi all, Alison Terry here, just giving you the heads up of what's coming up on the 18th. We have got the amazing mixed metals, mixed colours in the 9 AM. They're fabulous. And then in the 12, something new. We've got some amazing leather with matching clasps. And we're going to be decorating them. We've got cup chain, we've got Shambhala cord, brand new Shambhala cord. So tune in on the 18th to have a look what I make. Bye!
Welcome back, jewellery makers. I just looked at the clock and said, as if it's 11:30. Where's that time gone? Oh, and everybody, if you've just tuned in, we've got a brand new designer who's absolutely lovely, uber talented. We've got lovely Rachel, everyone.
Thank you. I've loved it this morning.
Oh, we're very chilled, aren't we, here at Jewellery Maker?
Yes.
It's a nice vibe.
It is a nice vibe, and I've learnt so much.
Oh, bless you. Now, we've still got loads to bring you, and we've got your amazing masterclass, which I'm very excited about, because you have a mass of gemstones, haven't you?
Oh, it was absolute bliss to work through.
Oh.
And just come up with lots of different things. There's something for everyone, regardless of what their medium is.
I think that's what Mark actually said, I guess designer Mark. He said when, you know, he was asked the question, why were you so passionate about chips and nuggets? And he said, I think it was his own admission, by the way. He said, it was greed. You got so much. You get so much with chips and nuggets. So you know, you haven't got to be frugal. You can literally go all out, can't you, with those big carrot weights? So, and I love, and your projects are definitely right. A sentiment to that. You get so much.
Your head's just, when they came, my head was just buzzing.
Yeah.
With, oh, I could do that.
Do this. So coming up at midday, we've got Rachel's amazing masterclass with all your beautiful nuggets, which we haven't seen in a long time. But just before that, we're going to bring you the very last chance to get hold of your cashmere aquamarine. Now, aquamarine is a member of the beryl family, and it forms in lots of places around the world. Now, I would say, and I'm sure you'll probably all agree with me, up until the discovery of the Kashmir deposit, I would say, much like Colombia is to an emerald, or Burma is to a ruby, Mogok rather, is to a ruby, we would have always said that Santa Maria is the finest deposit of aquamarine in the world, which is Brazilian. That's what it always was, because it has the perfect azure blue. And I always say azure blue, you know, like the most gorgeous summer's day sky. Imagine yourself sort of literally laying out in a meadow, there's not a cloud in the sky, and you look up and you see that absolutely pristine summer's day sky blue. Yeah? That's the ideal aquamarine colour. It's not too much iron, not too little iron. Too much makes it a little bit too green. Too little is a little bit glacial, makes it a bit pale and insipid. The perfect amount that produces the azure blue. And up until very recently, if you'd have asked me, I'd have always said Santa Maria. Santa Maria aquamarine is the best that you can find in the world. Now, that was up until I was witness to Kashmir aquamarine. And Most aquamarine will undergo heat treatment. It's not a problem. We heat lots of different gemstones. It's bringing out sort of it's drawing out the less desirable colours and encouraging the more desirable colours. So, your Santa Maria aquamarine a lot of it will be heat treated. Incredibly, this parcel is totally and utterly natural, which is mind blowing. Now, if you'd have said cashmere to me, or to any of us, I think many years ago, cashmere, you immediately think of sapphire, don't you? Because cashmere sapphire is regarded as the best in the world. The best in the world. It was a very fleeting mining operation. It mined out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. It was discovered by a landslide. Basically, a landslide obviously slipped and revealed this beautiful blanket of blue sapphire. Can you imagine that? Now, if you want to buy yourself a cashmere sapphire, it's going to cost you, I mean, 5 figures at least. At least. It is, I've only ever seen cashmere sapphire at Tucson, and they were heavily guarded. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of information from a gentleman called Daniel Chanchillo, thank you for helping me with the pronunciation, that will talk to you about cashmere aquamarine. He says, this is the story, as I have experienced it, of the discovery, a recovery of the specimen now called the King of Kashmir. Certainly the world's greatest aquamarine specimen and one of the finest known mineral specimens of any kind. So we'll just read it, so the red box. It did not occur to me that day, nor for several years thereafter, that the majority of the fine mineral specimens that I had seen in collections, books and museums were products of extremely serendipitous circumstances. In fact, I feel that a huge number of the greatest minerals in the world, especially those recovered before 1990, have survived thanks to sheer luck alone. So many things have to be right for the recipe to work. The geology, access to the location, environmental conditions at the site, the crystal arrangement in the pocket, the knowledge of the miner, the skill brought to bear in the extradition, and the handing of specimens once extracted all play their role. But I only became really aware of all of these factors after seeing thousands of minerals from sources all around the world. I've said a few times, I say it more with like when I'm discussing something like tourmaline, because tourmaline has over 50 different elements present. Imagine you've got a pin, you stick it in the globe, wherever that might be. You need 50 different elements under the perfect geological pressures, conditions for that gemstone to form. It's really apparent when we discuss the Kashmir aquamarine, because look at the location, look how beautiful that location is. Now look where it's sourced. Miners making the ascent possible only with ropes and a harness. It's a vertical ascent. There they are. Can you see that little cave where they stood? That is where they found this parcel of Kashmir aquamarine. Excuse me, see that picture again? See the headquarters? I find that hilarious. Their headquarters is a cave, and that is up that vertical ascent. Then you've got the mine portal and the latrine room. So they actually say headquarters tunnel and the mine portal and the cliff ledge leading to the latrine area. Note the cable strung as a hand-holding leading to the latrine. So they have to traverse across. But it is amazing. But you know what really, really puzzles me? Let's go back one picture to where they're on the ascent. Who thought, I'm going to climb up there and see if there's any gemstones? But somebody did. Somebody did. You come in, Anthony, come in. Grab a rope.
Fancy that for a team meeting?
There you go.
Let's go up.
We'll make a headquarters at the top.
Yeah.
They might well be the finest aquamarine in the world up here. Should we give it a go? Ever. Somebody did though. And somebody found, I mean, can I just also say, there is a geology to it, you know, there's a science to it, there's movements of tectonic plates, you know, you'd have a bit of local knowledge to the area itself. You think about Mount Kilimanjaro formed 585 million years ago, the same time that Tanzanite was formed. It was Kilimanjaro that produced the Tanzanite. So similar with the Kashmir Mountains would have produced the aquamarine. Anyway, so you make that ascent. Here's the headquarters. It's quite cosy, I have to say. You want a brew, you've got to make it on a little stove, look. But it's these gentlemen that have sourced this amazing parcel. Look at that. When they actually go in the mine portal, they have to go in on their backs. They can't walk in. They literally, almost like potholing, go in on their backs. And can you see just how exclusive the parcel or the discovery actually is? It's not as simple as, yeah, we made it. Okay, got the Kashmir aquamarine. Incredible. They have to extract it. And they have to get it down that sheer cliff face. It's unbelievable. And we do overlook. You're right to remind us of this, Ross. We do overlook it. But the aquamarine specimens, many people in the gemstone world are now saying are the finest in the world. Historically, we always said Santa Maria. Now we say Kashmir. Kashmir aqua is proving very popular in the market due to its superb blue colour. A colour this pure has not been witnessed since the exhausted mining location of Santa Maria. No heat required. Some authorities claim this boasts a better colour and clarity than the Brazilian mine. Yours is totally and utterly natural. The purest blue colour. You know, earlier on when we were talking about the Golden South Sea, you need to get this insured. You need to get it valued. Whatever you see on our graphics, that's your purchase price, but I want you to forget about that price afterwards. Forget it. Don't ever repeat it, because that's no reflection of the true value or worth. You know, I said that I went up to the assay office in Birmingham. You can send things to them as well if you want. That I would be sending this there to get them valued. I'm going to start with the most incredible master carving. This is a hand-carved genuine gemstone. Natural. Kashmir aquamarine, I've got one in the world. There was 3. There is 1 in the world. It'll be 1 price crash. Oh my goodness, have you seen this? It's carved on front and reverse though. Look at that blue. Look at that blue. And that's under floodlights. There is 1 in the world. Please do consider getting this valued and appraised, because it is an heirloom. One of the smallest parcels probably ever in discovery. And this has not been on air since its original launch in November last year. That's natural. We had 3 in the world, that's it. That's how limited edition this is. Beautiful. And I'm not going to sit here and say, for the finest aquamarine in the world, you're going to be able to get hold of it, maybe, you know, seriously, $799 is absolutely insane. You could add zeros to that. We've gone straight down to that price point, jewellery makers. get it valued, get it insured. And yeah, I would strongly encourage. Immediately I've got 3 bidders in for one piece. There's 2 of you in London and 1 in Hampshire. Check out your basket to guarantee your success, jewellery makers. The quality, there's a collector on the phone line as well. Look at that beautiful azure blue. It is totally and utterly natural. We cannot replace cashmere aquamarine, that deposit. As you saw, we know when he was laying on his back in the entrance to the mine. That's it. That is it. That's the parcel. You know, you think about your big diamond pits. They're vast. You have to drive round them. That's the cashmere aquamarine parcel. I can see you on the phone lines, jewellery makers. Don't forget, you have a full 30-day money-back guarantee. So you know what? Get your certificate of authenticity. The only information that will not be included on your certificate of authenticity is the price that you pay. So, yeah, get that valued. Oh my goodness, I've not seen some of these pieces before. That's absolutely incredible. Let me see if I can. I've got 2 of these available. And originally we had 5 in the world. Can you see that? Can you see the layers of flowers? Can you see that? See how it's carved even here?
Gorgeous.
That's one amazing. Look how it pulls the light. Glacial, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. Again, when I was in Tucson a few years back, it was aquamarine that actually really caught my attention. It was going to be the gemstone that I was going to treat myself to when I went over to Tucson. And I spoke to Jake Thompson, who's a very good friend of mine, and also obviously the MD of Gemporia, and he was like, Elle, why would you buy them here? They're more expensive than what you get them from Gemporia. And I was like, good point. But at that time, cashmere aquamarine hadn't been discovered at that time. And the blue of the aquamarine that I was looking at was not a patch on what's on your screens right now. Not a single patch. Do you know when something is so mesmerisingly beautiful, you can't quite comprehend that it's Mother Nature produced?
And you think the journey it's been on and the carving in that is
£799. You've got your 0% interest split pay. I've got 2 of these available. We don't stop here. Out of 5 that were originally launched, it's the first time that this has been no way. Look at this. Can you see that detailing there? You didn't notice it? Look.
Oh, gorgeous.
Excuse me. You've almost got a frill on the underside. Can you see that? Oh my goodness me. There's 1 left in the world. Once it's gone, it's gone. It's irreplaceable. We will not be able to replace cashmere aquamarine. Not just by price, we just can't replace it. We literally cannot replace that parcel.
Gorgeous.
The King of Kashmir is no longer... Sorry, let's rephrase that. Santa Maria, that crown, has been somewhat knocked off by the King of Kashmir. There is 1 left. I'm going to leave that with you. Use that 30-day money-back guarantee. That's insane. We've got a lotus flower, but there's 1 in the world. I've not seen this before. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, can I buy this? I want to buy this. Oh my goodness me, look at that. There is 1 in the world, and we're going to go straight down to it. Look at that detailing, 3-dimensional, each petal carved out of 1 amazing gemstone. There's 1. Oh Oh, I might have to get this, Ross, if it's still available come the end of this hour. And that, for me, I'd have it wrapped in gold and then attached to a pendant. And I know you're going to have to pay for that. Listen, at this present moment in time, I can't afford the gold, but I've got the gemstone. It's not the gold I'm going to struggle to get moving forward, is it? It's going to be the cashmere aquamarine. It's sold out. Well done. Well done, Rupal. That's absolutely amazing. Oh, wait. Rupal, what about doing that? Putting it on the strand. This one's sold. Oh my goodness me. I'm in my element here, jewellery makers, because this is absolutely breathtaking. There's one. You need to be quick on these. There's one. This has been under lock and key since November last year. Straight down to it. Sonia, you can do it, but you've got to be quick. What? How are we bringing natural aquamarine, not heat treated, not diffused, not Fisher filled, natural aquamarine, the finest blue I've ever seen. Ever seen. I agree. The finest aquamarine that's ever existed, says Adam. I totally agree. And you're not the only person saying that, Adam, are you? How are we doing it at 199? If that doesn't go, I will take it out your basket, just so you know. First come, first serve. Can't say any fairer than that, can we? Because I don't own cashmere aquamarine, and I'd love to. Absolutely love to. Imagine that in like a cocktail ring.
I was thinking ring. Wouldn't that be incredible? Yeah.
A one-of-a-kind ring?
18 karat gold.
Yeah. Definitely. What, like that?
That'd be a talking piece, wouldn't it?
Oh. Next one we have one. Oh my goodness me, look at this detail. Do you know what? I'm going to hold it on the back of my hand like this because I want to show you the side profile too. Look, can you see how you've almost got swans? Oh, you see a heart, yeah. But wait. Look at that detailing. Wow. There is only one available. Absolutely incredible. Look at that, natural blue. 199. Yeah, 18 karat gold. Classic 4-prong setting. Literally have it as the most amazing cocktail ring. If that's too big, then you could easily wear it as a pendant as well. Get your certificate of authenticity, jewellery makers. You know, it is the finest aquamarine I've ever seen, and most likely it will ever see, because we know we can't replace it. But what an amazing discovery, though. You know, something that many gemstones are discovered purely by chance. You know, like Sleeping Beauty turquoise was found when they were literally, or varieties of turquoise, I should say, when they were mining for ore. You know, you think about Minas Gerais kunzite, by chance, pure fluke. Pure fluke. Who thought, I'm going to go up there and try and find some gemstones? Next opportunity, I've got 3 of. Oh my goodness me. There's 3, did you say? All right, now am I allowed to be all out decadent here? Can you imagine those? You know, we've had the Golden Globes recently, haven't we? Can you imagine Blake Lively wearing these? I can. I don't know why. I say Blake Lively because she's got the most enviable jewellery collection. Oh my goodness. So many of you getting involved. 149. There are only 3 available though, jewellery makers. Look at that. You can put something as garish as a phone torch behind it and it still holds that blue. Oh my goodness me. There's 2 of them left, jewellery makers. Again, carved to perfection. It's a work of art, isn't it? Absolutely phenomenal. And of course a 25 carat aquamarine stone. I have one more carving to bring you. Do you know, weirdly, the assay office has just rang me. One more carving, did you say? The last of the lotus flowers. There's 3 of these available. Have you noticed how each of these have been different? And that's because they are carved by hand. Literally carved by hand. Look at that. Love the side profile of this. Of course, the lotus flower considered to be the most beautiful flower in the world. So it's only right that the cashmere aquamarine was carved into a lotus flower. It's all about representing the journey, isn't it, with the lotus flower? You know, through the muddy waters, it still blooms from the other side. And then at night time, retracts into the muddy waters once again. So stunning. And you have that. It's about life's journey. We all have to go through those difficult times. At £149 or £37.25 on split pay. Crazy. Shall we? A single cashmere aquamarine donut. Oh, it's just crying out for this. Hang on. Set a diamond into the centre. Totally natural cashmere aquamarine donut. Keep checking the web, wish list it. That is your friend, by the way, Jewellery Maker. So if anything does miss out, if anything falls back into stock, our call centre can contact you. And they do. Because these are all sort of 1s and 2s in terms of quantities. Look at the quality of that blue. Lesser quality aquamarine. Can be quite pale, quite insipid. I always refer to it as quite glacial. Or it can be quite included, quite heavily included, more of a sort of an opaque gemstone. Still beautiful, don't get me wrong. The finest quality aquamarine teams that azure blue with clarity. Do you know what's even more exciting about this? There's not a single facet for the gemstone to hide in a donut. It has to be the best quality. This was launched in November, and I've just heard something in my ear which is just unimaginable, but okay. How many? 10 available. 10 of you, or less if you multi-buy. We're about to say that you own cashmere aquamarine. Do you know, you think about it this way, sorry, just before we do it, Ross. How many of you own cashmere sapphire? I certainly don't. And by the way, if you do want to buy, because it's mined out, it was mined out hundreds of years ago. If you want to buy a cashmere sapphire now, it's going to cost you 50. Depends on the carat weight, obviously, but you're talking 5 figures. What if the cashmere aquamarine parcel, which looks to be even more scarce, that window of opportunity is even more fleeting, and the price, which makes sense because of the quality, skyrockets to those dizzy prices? How many of you can say I bought cashmere aquamarine for a double-figure price tag? Because that is what we're doing. Ross is saying we have a maximum. We have 10. 10 available in the world. In the gemstone world, always Richard Wise, I always look across at the book when I say these words. Richard Wise, when I did my qualifications, Steve said, read this book and read it again. Secrets of a Gem Trade. And one of the sentences that Richard Wise says in there is, if you see a gemstone that you love and you can afford it, buy it. Because 99.9% of the time it doesn't stay at that price point. Cashmere sapphire being prime example. Cashmere aquamarine most likely to follow suit. $99.99, or you've got it on your 0% interest split pay. That's insane. £24.99. I can't buy a Santa Maria for that price. I can't buy Santa Maria aquamarine, which, look, I love Santa Maria aquamarine. However, my new obsession is the cashmere, because it's a deeper colour. It's a much deeper saturation, which is the most important thing of all your coloured gemstones. Colour. Colour is king. How many times have you heard us say that? £99.99 only. I had 10. I don't have 10 anymore, jewellery makers. You can use your 0% interest split payment as well. If you miss out on any of these opportunities, do keep an eye on the website, wish list it, because our call centre team can get back to you. Incredibly, we have a strand that I've teased you with already, haven't I? Oh. 70 carats. Sorry, I'm just borrowing this for a second. If you got any of the carvings, you need it. You need it. 70 carats of natural cashmere aquamarine. Imagine that piece of jewellery.
Gorgeous.
5 figures, would we all agree? Listen, I'm not qualified to value pieces of jewellery, but I can work off my own experience, I suppose. And aquamarine of this quality is not inexpensive. The only strand that we have available. Again, I've got Stanley Chu in my head right now. Now, Stanley, I know, talks about jade, but he says there is one piece of jewellery that's more expensive than a jade bangle, say, and that's a matched strand. You've got to match the aquamarine in a full 38 centimetre strand. And I imagine it's as difficult to do in other gemstones, not just exclusively to jade. We have one strand of cashmere aquamarine, 6mm, matched to perfection, all pristine, eye clean clarity. And even here at £499. Cast your mind back, jewellery makers, to the first ever Santa Maria aquamarine strand that Jewellery Maker brought you. Do you remember? It was Mark who launched it, and Carol actually borrowed it to go on holiday. Do you remember? I'm going back quite a few years ago. That launched around about £300, and it was incredible. £300. They were smaller rondelles, shorter strand. You're getting a full 38 centimetre strand, a far more exclusive parcel discovery, and the best colour that we've seen in 15 years. £299. We have matched the price tag. It's over double the length of the strand that we had, by the way, that was £300 from Santa Maria. Perfectly colour matched. Get your certificate. Because in 30 seconds, believe it or not, we're not even stopping there. You've got your split pay. It's 0% interest split pay. How many people on this? You know, aquamarine, we always say aquamarine's number 6, isn't it, at the big 5? We always say that. You know, you've got the big 5, your diamonds, your sapphires, your rubies, your emeralds, and your tanzanites. You've got those. That's marketing, jewellery makers. That is all marketing. They're the big 5, not just because they're not the big 5 because they're the rarest. They're the big 5 because of the marketing of them, because there's availability of them. It would be completely pointless for De Beers to say, I'm going to throw millions of pounds of marketing at grandidierite, because grandidierite would be mined out within 6 months. But they can do it with diamonds, because we're not running out of diamonds. We've just brought you one of the world's that's hitting the headlines finest examples of aquamarine ever discovered, and we're doing it at double figure prices. But as long as we all know, I cannot replace it. We cannot bring you another parcel. We've been told from our suppliers, no, that's it. That is it. Did you not see how we've got it? Do you not see how small the actual parcel was? Do you not see how we got into the actual mine? That's it. £99.99 only, Jewellery Makers. How many do we have, Ross? We had 24. That's amazing. One's incredible. Yeah, I agree. But obviously, if we had one, there's no way it would be a double figure price point, would it? No way. You'd be talking many thousands upon thousands of pounds. You can get it home today for £24.99. Caroline, Anna, Linda, Ruth, Davinia, Heather, Sonia, Fiona, Alison, Susan, Monica, West Midlands, Kerry, Birmingham, and also Kent. 33 on your 0% interest split pay. And again, this is what I get so excited about Jewellery Makers, that we are welcoming the newest and most exciting discovery of aquamarine in aquamarine's history, quite possibly, and we're bringing it to you, your collections, at an affordable price point. How amazing is that? You've got to be checking them out though, Jewellery Makers. Congratulations. Alison, well done. I've got Merseyside there waiting. Denise, Florence, Fiona, Alison, Susan. I have 10 chances left. Once it's gone, it's gone. So if you miss this boat, just because I have this quite a lot, even though I say check out your baskets, we can't replace it. We cannot replace this. Yes, Margot, with pearls. You're not the only one apparently who's got that chance. Got that inspiration. Sorry, Davinia says just one of the aquamarine in a knotted strand of white pearls, legacy bridal wear. Wow, how unbelievable! It's your something blue, but not just any something blue, though, is it? Cashmere blue, cashmere, and it's natural. Please know that you're not just adding this to your stash. This is a legacy, this is an heirloom. And you are one of very few people on this entire vast planet, it's not an overstatement, it's the truth, that can say that they actually own natural cashmere aquamarine. You've done it today for less than £25. Oh, sorry, it's on three-way. So £33.33 on split pay. How good is that? Amazing, Jewellery Makers. Oh, this with your golden South Sea. Are you an aquamarine fan?
I love aquamarine, yeah.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is beautiful, and I've never seen anything that colour.
No. It's normally much paler, isn't it?
It's normally sort of greeny.
Yeah.
Greeny tinge.
Yeah. See, now that's the colour that they will heat treat out. So aquamarine, they heat treat the greens out to make it more blue. But this obviously didn't have any of that.
Stunning.
Didn't need any of that treatment. It's got that beautiful blue. Well, you can see him, can't you see, in that photograph?
And it's so fascinating to see where it's sourced.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking earlier on about the giant clamshell, where you have to go to the deepest depths of the ocean to possibly find one. And here we are, the total opposite. We're at extreme altitude, aren't we? The extremes to source these beautiful gemstones, absolutely amazing. There are 19 of you with this in your basket for the final two, Jewellery Makers. In fact, the giant clamshell that we did have that would be amazing with this too. Because it would glow, it would reflect.
If you're getting married, something blue.
Yeah, perfect.
What an absolute beautiful necklace that would make for your wedding day.
And again, I've got 2 young children, and they are looking like they're going to be following my enthusiasm for jewellery and gemstones, particularly Willow. And I can just imagine me in years to come, maybe when I've retired, and I look back and I go, oh yeah, cashmere aquamarine, I remember bringing that to her at JewelleryMaker, and I just imagine her saying, oh, say it is like cashmere sapphire price point. I don't know, I haven't got a crystal ball, so say it is. And then she's like, oh, did you buy any? No. What? Why didn't you buy any? Was it too expensive? No, actually, I could get it for £33. Yeah, they did 0% interest, and could you just imagine Willow going like, what were you thinking? Do you know? Yes, I can imagine it. Hello, Caroline in Manchester. It defies logic how you can bring these prices for rare gems of all kinds. Love it. My benefit. Thanks, guys. You're welcome. And it's a delight to be part of that as well. Hello, Ailsa. I have the Buddha in the cashmere aquamarine. It's amazing. Still looking at it, but will make something for myself very soon. Ailsa, it's incredible. I know that piece. And as you mention it, we have the Buddha. We've actually got 22 of the Buddhas. Oh, he's beautiful. This is the Buddha of happiness. The Buddha of happiness. They say that if you rub his tummy, he'll bring you lots of happiness. Normally we see the Buddha carved into your jadeites, don't we? But it works, doesn't it, with this wonderful, look how it's otherworldly, that blue. And it's totally natural. That on your strand. It glows, it literally glows. And that's not light trickery, is it, Adam? Adam's like, I don't know how to do light trickery. No, that is literally just a camera that's picking up those wonderful glows, and that's going to happen naturally with sunlight. It's totally and utterly natural. It's a master carving, a 10-carat solitaire. We're going to do something ridiculous, says Ross. Really, Ross? Are you sure about that? Oh, he's adorable. Strand sold out. Let's do a big thank you to everybody that is tuning in. And we're going to do it with the most beautiful master carving of the little Buddha. Look at him. Give him his belly a little rub. Look, he brings you lots of happiness. These are going to fly out the door. He's a jovial little chappy. You've got different Buddhas for different things, and this is the Buddha of happiness. What on earth are we doing? For cashmere aquamarine? In a master carving? He's lovely, isn't he? Just to say that you own it, cashmere aquamarine. Do you know what? Do you know if you're thinking, oh, I love aquamarine, yeah, absolutely, and I get it. There's, if if the £99 or £799 is beyond your price point, I totally get it. It's January. I totally get that. Can you manage £16.66 on split pay? Because you are sourcing that, and you haven't got to wait. By the way, you haven't got to wait 3 months until we send it to you. You can be wearing this piece of jewellery within a few days. Yeah. You can be wearing it whilst you're paying that £16.66 off for the next 3 months. Rubbing his belly, giving you all the happiness. I almost said berry then, didn't I? Don't make me laugh. Oh, dear me. There is a bit of a queue on the phone lines, jewellery makers. Now leave his berries alone. I can't laugh because otherwise I'll start coughing. It's belly, not berries. Suzanne, Ali, Alison, well done to you, Nuala, Lorraine, Brenda, Kevin, Tracy, Jackie, Tracy, Dorset, Stella. How many do we have, Ross? 22. Unbelievable. We're over allocated on this, jewellery maker, so make sure you... Oh, they'd be nice earrings too, don't you think? How lovely would they be as a pair of earrings? You can get 2 Buddhas, double the happiness, for under £100.
Is it flat on the back?
He is.
Because you could also caboose on it as well. He doesn't have berries on the back.
No berries.
No berries on the back.
You're all right.
You could bead and embroider around
You could
him.
bead embroider around him. That would be beautiful. That would be beautiful. I reckon Rachel's got that look in her eyes.
I have. I'm designing
she's got that look
gold
in her eyes
seed
that she's thinking,
beads,
I might
something.
have to treat myself first show and all that. You do it. We had shepherd hooks earlier on, didn't we? Just attach them onto shepherd hooks. How nice would that be? Cashmere aquamarine, totally natural. You saw how fleeting the cashmere sapphire parcel was. Well, we didn't see it. It was hundreds of years ago, but who knows? Cashmere aquamarine is looking like it is going to be as fleeting. And the history, well, it's before us, isn't it? Kevin, Tracy, Nuala, Lorraine and Brenda and Jackie, good luck. I've got multi-buyers getting involved. There was only 22. So Jackie, if you want those two, I would be checking out. Lorraine County Down, you've done it. Alison in Bristol, you've done it. Ali in Forester Dean, well done to you. Suzanne in Yorkshire. Stella's there. Dorset's there. I can't see everybody's names. There's a bit of a delay with the TV screens here in the studio and to what's happening in real time. I have one more to bring you. And it's quite the finale, jewellery makers. It's a pair of donuts, and we're not talking about the boys in the gallery. HR? In my defence, they did say it first. So it's okay. I can repeat what you said. Yeah. A pair of donuts? No, not Ross and Adam, I said. Not Ross and Adam. How about some cashmere? Or high goose, we can call them high goose then. Cashmere high goose. Cashmere aquamarine high goose. Or pinyanku, that they're also referred to as well. Chinese beliefs with what we call the donut here in the West is that it connects you to your lost loved ones in the afterlife. It's also connections to the circle of heaven, of course, in the Ouroboros. So lots of meaning to the circular shape itself. You're getting both, and this is our finale of the cashmere aquamarine. Look how perfectly matched they are. Now there's 10 available. We could have separated this though, Ross, couldn't we? Could have turned it into 20. But we thought, no, finale deal, pair of earrings, beautiful. Can bead embroider this.
Could bead embroider it. Maybe a bail. Make a decorative bail over the top.
Lovely.
Attach them to earrings or have
Very
two pendants.
Nice. Especially as you've got two. Should we do a finale deal? This might be the last time I actually bring cashmere aquamarine to air. In fact, I missed the launch of the cashmere aquamarine. Do you know? I know what day. Do you know what day it was? The weekend it was. I know. Don't tell me, Ross. It was around about the 10th or the 11th of November, because it was Tiggy's birthday, and I was gutted I missed the launch of it. I was gutted. There's no way I was going to miss my Tigatron's birthday. No way. But I was like, it would be the launch of the cashmere aquamarine, wouldn't it, on that weekend? Natural cashmere aquamarine, and potentially the finale of my opportunities bringing it to air. Because we have tried, haven't we, to get more? Yeah. And it's still no. Is it mined out? We believe so. One price crash, there's 10 available. You get the pair. You do get the pair of them. Beautifully colour matched. That's £25 for a natural cash. Have you lost your mind, Ross? Ross, it's £25 for cashmere aquamarine. We can't do Santa Maria for that price tag. Many people are saying that this is better. Linda, Patricia, London and Dorset. Jerry, Kerry, Tracy. Watch how quickly this sells out. Ross. I can't get my head around it. Obviously we haven't got 10 of them left now. I'll show you how many we got left. Do you want to know? There's actually 3. There's not 4. Excuse me. 2. I've got 2 left. So Mariska, Irene, Susan, Kent, Lanarkshire, we're over allocated. Mariska's done it, well done. Maker's there on the phone lines. Oh, it's tense. And Jeff. Oh, Jeff. Jeff, are you coming back in for another one? Oh my goodness me. It's our finale, and this might be the last chance I get to actually present Cashmere Aquamarine. Most likely is. Susan's there as well. Stay on those phone lines. I know there's a bit of a queue. Stay where you are on those phone lines. There's one left. One left. Now, you've got your masterclass coming up with our lovely Rachel. If you want carat weights of gemstones and then all the colours, then you're in the right place. Because these masterclass bring you a lot of choice, a lot of gemstones, and oodles of creativity with Rachel as well. So, like a kid in a sweet shop, I bet you were with all of those goodies.
Oh, absolutely.
Loving that. Well, I can't wait to make my way over, Jewellery Makers. Congratulations, everybody, on your Cashmere Aquamarine, and also, can I say, your Golden South Sea as well. Don't go anywhere, though, because your masterclass is up after this.
Hi everyone, just wanted to say how much I'm looking forward to joining you all on the 14th for a pre-Valentine's show where we're going to be making lots of things for Valentine's Day, and the 12 o'clock kits are absolutely amazing. We start with pearls, you know I love my pearls, and it comes with lovely like little lily of the valley lucite flowers, and we've got silver wire but also in gold-plated sterling silver wire too. When have we ever seen that? So exciting. So a couple of things I've made. Or do you like the silver version in a longer length? But tune in on the 14th. Look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
Hello everyone, it's Mark here. Now, as you all know, I'm a massive fan of organising, as you can see. And I'm really delighted to let you know that on Wednesday, the 15th of January, I'm going to be joining Carol and Tom for Organise Your Workshop Day. And I'm here to tell you about two particular products that we're going to be bringing to air. As the early bird, between 8 and 9, we're going to be launching sets of 3 stackable, foldable boxes. 3 different colourways. We've got them in a purple, a pink and a grey. Ideal for storing your projects in, or your seed beads, or your smaller projects, or your findings, etc. So that's between 8 and 9. And then at 10 o'clock, the deal of the day is the most beautiful handmade wooden workbench organiser. Little drawers, we've got a reel to put your wires and your threads and things on, all sorts of places to put your tools. It's just the most beautiful piece of kit I think I've seen for a very, very long time. So that's the deal of the day. Lots more, lots of hints, tips, how to organise your workshop, whatever the space, small or large. I'm going to be here to help, myself and Carol. So that's this Wednesday, 15th of January. Join myself, Carol, Tom from 8 o'clock for Organise Your Workshop Day.
Join us for an early Valentine's celebration on JewelleryMaker, where you'll find exclusive bridal-themed kits to create your own stunning designs. Perfect for weddings, special occasions, or a thoughtful gift from the heart. Get ready to sparkle and craft something truly unforgettable, only on JewelleryMaker.
Hello everyone, it's Mark here. I hope you're all doing well. I'm here to tell you about my next show, which is this Wednesday, the 15th of January, where I'm going to be joining Carol for our first show of 2025. In the 9 o'clock project hour, if you were unfortunate to miss our Christmas Day show, we've got a very limited amount of stock left of our Vibe Duo projects. Absolutely stunning. This is the tutorial that you're going to get free of charge with any of the kits, bracelets, earrings, etc. And then in the 12 o'clock hour, I have been given 2 glass bead boxes. Each box comes with 24 compartments of the amazing, beautiful glass beads, 8mm rounds. I've already made, using the pastel box, this incredible rosary link necklace. And it wouldn't be me if I hadn't have popped in a couple of memory wire bangles. And for the tutorial, I've made this beautiful, my take on the Alhambra, this time a triple clover rather than the 4-leaf And this is going to be the free tutorial that you get when you buy any of the projects to make this incredible necklace. And it's also Build Your Workshop Day, more information to follow. So that's this Wednesday, the 15th of January. Join myself, Carol, Tom and the crew from 8 o'clock. Can't wait to see you.
Hey all, Alistair Terry here, just giving you the heads up of what's coming up on the 18th. We have got the amazing mixed metals, mixed colours in the 9 AM. They're fabulous. And then in the 12, something new. We've got some amazing leather with matching clasps, and we're going to be decorating them. We've got cup chain, we've got Shambhala cord, it's brand new Shambhala cord. So tune in on the 18th to have a look what I make. Bye!
Oh, welcome back, lovely jewellery makers. Oh, I am loving your creations.
Thank you.
So beautiful. I love this one. I'm a green person, by the way.
Are you?
I love green. And this, choosing, well, one of my favourite gemstones in malachite is that Peruvian opal that I'm looking at in that nugget strand. And a bit of neon apatite. Ah, and you've done different versions of these necklaces as well.
I have, and I have interlinked the two different bundles. So
yeah, that's all right.
I just think you've got to get both.
Just go for it.
Just got to get both.
Well, they are both on pre-order, as are the essential threading packs that you get. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. Pre-order away, you get masses of gemstones, and then we'll dive into the demo. And as and when, Rachel, we can bring the graphics live.
Okay.
What are you going to show us?
Right, so to begin with, I thought we'd have a look at the bracelet.
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind passing me one of the bracelets. Yes.
Sure.
So I understand with your bundles that you buy that you get one of these.
Yeah.
In gold or silver. Now, we've got some chain in there, which is ordinarily people use for extenders on the back of a necklace or a bracelet, but I'm going to look at actually using that as a decorative accessory in a bracelet, and also using our trusted JewelleryMaker thread that some people might know as tiger tail. And so let's just start off first of all with, a lot of you would have done this already, but it's quite handy, especially if you've got some new viewers, to see how you do a really straightforward stringing. So we've got crimp bead on there, which they're quite tiny, and we're going to thread that on to the tiger tail, and then we're going to bend that back round and push that back down through that crimp bead. Now, I think it's always really important that you take time at the start and the finish, because you want to get that professional look and you don't want any unsightly gaps there. So what you do then is you use your chain nose pliers, which are their kind of V-shaped pliers, and you're going to secure that by squeezing that crimp bead. Now, because a lot of these gemstones have got quite small holes, normally I'd say thread your tail back through, but I think you're going to need to trim that off for these gemstones. Now, the one I'm working with, I think these are aventurine.
Let's have a little look. Yeah, it could be aventurine, could also be prehnite. Let's have a little look. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think
it's aventurine.
I think so. Excuse me, coughing.
So we're just going to thread that on. Now, what I would say as well is I love the way all of these bundles come with all of these tassels. And you can see in some of the designs, and including the one that's got the instructions, is that I've actually incorporated them. I think they're just, it's such a shame for them to go to waste, that some of the designs I've used, you can reincorporate those. No, this is it. Don't let anything to go to waste. Repurpose. So also quite nice if you're doing any marlers as well.
Yeah.
So this is how I've used the chain. is I'm just going to go in and out. See the best way that I can do it, in and out.
Almost concertinaing it.
So that's it, concertinaing it. I'm just making sure I'm on camera there. And then that creates that little clustered look. Now, as you can see, I've missed one there. We're going to carry on anyway, but it's just being mindful before you carry on that you haven't missed it. To create a more deep look, I've actually used 2 on each in between. And obviously it's quite versatile, so you could use this in the earrings. The only thing I would say is if you're using head pins with the earrings is wedge the chain in between your beads, because otherwise it's just not going to sit correctly. So we'll have a bit of a Blue Peter moment so that hopefully we might get another demonstration in. So that's the look that we've got, and we'll just add some more beads on the end there. Now, out of one strand, you should be able to get a bracelet and matching earrings. And also in the little box, you've got this clasp, you've got the extenders, and you've also got fold over ends as well, which there's a sample there of the leather, so you can use that. I doubled up on the leather. Obviously you're going to do that to whatever size suits, but the good thing is with the extender, especially if you're selling your jewellery or you're gifting it, you've got some leeway for length for the individual. So pop on your crimp bead, and then one of the last links, and then we're going to feed that back. Now, like I say, because they're quite tiny, the holes in these, you won't want to feed that back, so just pull that through. And the good thing is with these links, they're soldered, so you've got an extra little bit of security on there as well. And then we're going to grab your chain nose pliers, squeeze that, and then with your cutters you always want the flat edge against where you're cutting, so you get in nice and close. And there you have your finished bracelet, and that's just using your accessory box. So you've got everything you need, you just need the little bundle to go alongside it as well to do that one. So if we've got time, I wondered if I could show you the earrings as well.
Please do.
If I could borrow the earring,
These
one
ones?
of the earrings, yes please.
Sure.
Now normally with earrings I'd normally perhaps have an eye pin or a head pin. Now because the gemstone chips are quite fine, you probably would want to work with finer head pins and eye pins. But the tiger tail works really perfectly with this. Now, this is one that I cut off earlier, one of the tassels, and you can see that there's just a tiny hole in the top there. Let's just grab some more crimp beads. So these are really quick and easy to make. So pop in a crimp bead on there first of all, and then we're going to put the tiger tail through the top hole of the tassel. If you did want a little bit more movement in there, what you could always do is add a jump ring and attach the tiger tail that way. Okay, so we're just going to secure that, trim off the excess, and then add on as many of the beads. Now, one thing I thought about with the tassels is perhaps if the tassels are a little bit too long, you could always trim the tassels down. And I always find that if you've got, not everybody will have one, but if you're into your sewing, you might have a rotary cutter.
Yeah.
And you can use that on one of those plastic mats. I can't think what they're called. The cutting mats with a ruler, and you could trim it off that way to make it shorter. So, like you say, you have it as long or as short as you want to. Pop another crimp bead on through the other end, which is your earring hook. The earring hooks are also in the bundle as well. And then pull that tight. And squeeze that crimp bead. Not sure I've squeezed that properly, but that gives you the idea of the design on that. You trim off, and you've used everything from just one strand, including the tassels.
And do you think how many strands do you get in these projects?
I think you've got 10.
10?
I understand there's 10. And, you know, obviously you look at the fact that you've got a little bit that you need out of that one, and I've still got some left.
Yeah.
And I think with the mix, I'd pop all of the remnants of what you've got left in a bag, mix them all up, and do a mixed
like a
gemstone necklace or something like that at the end.
Yeah, lovely. Beautiful. Well, jewellery makers, it's been a long time since we've seen chips and nuggets, isn't it? That's what we refer to them as. Chips and nuggets.
Do you know
what the difference between a chip and a nugget is? Other than the food type?
I did wonder.
Did you wonder?
I did.
So, okay, well, I can answer that. A chip is something that, and I don't mean the potato variety, and obviously and the chicken variety. A chip is something that is physically cut off a stone. So for example, say I am faceting an oval. You're going for a calibrated oval brilliant cut or something like that. You would cut a chip off it and then drill it, so it's still used. A nugget actually forms that way. So that's Mother Nature's nugget, but it's maybe not the right proportions to be cut into a calibrated size, whereas a nugget is literally unearthed like that. So that's the difference. Nuggets tend to be bigger, basically. So yours are nuggets. Maybe your fire opal might be chips, I would say. Maybe. So, unbelievable. Have I interrupted you?
That's all right. I've got some more to show.
Okay.
Or I wondered if we could talk through the ones with the instructions first. Would that be okay?
Yes.
If you could pass me either the red or the green.
One? There you go.
This is a really nice project, whether you're beginner or you're an experienced beginner. So with your nuggets, this is what you get the instructions on. And it's in 2 parts. So you've got an infinity link, and if you just lift this out, it actually can be worn 2 ways. And what you could always do, if you wanted to perhaps mix and match, depending on what you want to wear that day, is you could have this one as a bracelet, and on the Jewellery Maker site you've got some sterling silver clips, sterling silver, gold and rose gold, and you could pop that round your wrist and secure it with the clip. So you make it as 2 separate parts.
Can you show that bit again? How you actually how you got the infinity bit?
Oh yes, I was just going to show how to do it. So the infinity bit, you'd lay the extra bit underneath.
Yeah.
Like that. This one on the top. Lift that up. Both ends through and pull.
Clever.
And you wouldn't know you wouldn't know it was in 2 parts.
Not at all. When you were explaining in the break, that's actually what I thought you meant. I didn't think you meant...
In 2 bits?
No. I thought you meant there's one side of the necklace, there's the other side of the necklace. I didn't realise you meant there's a bit that's connected.
Yeah, there's a little bit.
Clever.
And you've reused the tassels.
Wow. Okay.
So that's that one.
Yeah.
And maybe if you'd be okay to pass the other pieces, I can just talk through the others.
Necklace, which one? This one?
Oh, I think it's on my side actually, and that one.
There you go.
This one.
Yeah.
This one is a floating necklace, which means that you've got all the beads secured in place by a crimp bead. And that's also a really good way of having something go a very long way.
Yeah.
I would say I've actually mixed these, so I think I've got apatite in there, emerald. I've mixed the colours, so you've got sort of a sea green.
And some malachite by the looks.
Malachite as well. Now, in your bead boxes, you've also got these fold-over clasps. Now, I've doubled these up with leather. And on this one, I mean, gosh, how gorgeous are these? These are the labradorite nuggets.
Yeah.
And I've just attached a bit of tiger tail both sides and put them on some ball head pins.
Oh, very nice.
And this one, I have actually coiled it around a kebab stick.
Yeah.
To create that look.
Love that.
Okay, shall I just hold some of those up? And there's also leather on the website as well. Yeah, just drop it down.
Perfect. Now we're going to need to bring the first project in. We do have 200 of each of them. I'm going to start with the silver. Sorry? Okay, you get 10 gemstone strands. All those findings, can you see them in there? So if I kind of scooch them forward ever so slightly, you've got the chain that you saw Rachel working with. You've got the lobster claws. You've got those, these are like, I love these. They're kind of like the ones that fold over. You can use them on ribbon ends as well.
That's it.
You've got mini eye pins, can you see those? You've got some of your Kumihimo ends, shepherd hooks just here, and lastly some jump rings. What a great findings pack this is. Then, jewellery makers, you also get Rachel's instructions. Look at the choice of gemstones. You have, that's for the infinity necklace, yeah, that you saw Rachel talk about just there. Let's go through the gemstones. You've got peridot, black onyx, black spinel, malachite, chalcedony, green aventurine, sorry, emerald, Sakota emerald no less, mookaite, apatite, fire opal, that's got to be fire opal. It says Mexican, yeah, it's fire opal, Mexican fire opal. Chalcedony, carnelian, sorry, that's what I meant.
I think that's garnet.
And then hessonite garnet. Oh, it's good to test my knowledge. For the hessonite alone, for the fire opal alone, for the carnelian alone, for the Sakota emerald, for the malachite, normally 10 strands you're getting here, jewellery makers. So what we would normally do is say, okay, £100, £10 per gemstone strand, and they're all genuine gemstones. You get all your findings as well for free. And of course, Rachel's instructions. First price crash. Wait, Sakota emerald for £5. Carnelian, £5. Fire opal, £5. I could go on. We've got a big quantity. And you get all your findings and Rachel's instructions for free. £5 per strand, but the next price that you see is still not going to be our closing price. Oh, I think I know. I don't think I know. I don't know. £2. Wait, Ross. You just said that's a Dakota Emerald alone. Right, hang on a minute. There's yeah. Even if we said, see that strand on its own for £19.99, that's madness, isn't it? For Hessonite garnet. We don't see it very often, do we? Hessonite, often referred to as cinnamon stone. Oh my goodness me. These are £2.
The colours just blend so beautifully, don't they?
Yeah. No way. That's £1 per strand, £3 for the findings, and your instructions for free. £1? No, it's not. Say that again. Let's think of this again. £1.70 per genuine gemstone strand and everything else for free. Let's just keep it simple. £1.70. Where else in the world, Rachel, are you getting genuine gemstones for £1.70?
And they're just gorgeous. You will have hours and hours of creativity bliss with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Creativity bliss, I love that. Jewellery makers, can I just say this? And there's a few people that say our prices are going up. We'd have never have been able to bring you 10 strands of gemstones for £16.99. Way back, we wouldn't have done. There's no way on earth. Hello, Susie. Brilliant idea, Rachel. You're a keeper. Oh. Just getting out my huge stash of JM chips and planning an afternoon of fun.
Oh, see.
Wonderful. We've got 200 of these available. 89 confirmations. Oh my goodness me. How about this then? £1.50 per strand. They're not imitation stones here, jewellery makers. They're genuine gemstones. And your findings pack and Rachel's instructions for free. What on earth?
I think as well, if you're a wire worker and you like your tree of life.
Perfect for tree of life.
I mean, you'd get a couple of tree of life just out of one strand, wouldn't you?
Yeah. That's 10 tree of lives.
Yeah, one for each season.
Very nice.
Yeah.
With all those lovely colours, you've got autumn, summer, spring, winter. Oh yeah, covered all four there, yeah. $14.99. Well done, everybody. That's ridiculous, Ross. That is actually ridiculous. I'd pay $14.99 for those findings. Do you know what I mean? Because look, if I scooch that, in fact, hang on a minute. I'm going to put those down. Can I borrow your overhead for a second?
Of course.
Because can you see them all in there? See your jump rings, shepherd hooks, Kumihimo cord ends. They're normally about a tenner for a pack on their own. Eye pins. You've got those ribbon ends, which we rarely ever see. They're good, they are, aren't they? Because they kind of fold over. You've got your lobster claws and you've got your chain. I'd pay $14.99 for that. And we saw the amazing technique that Rachel demonstrated where you kind of concertinaed it together. That's just in case you want to know, that's concertina. You'll get used to us.
Just trying to think, it's like you're playing an instrument and I can't think what it's called.
It's a concertina, isn't it?
Accordion, that's the one.
Oh yeah, an accordion concertina. An accordion concertinas together, doesn't it? That's right. Right, we'll get there in the end. Well done, everybody. $14.99, absolutely flying out the door. And of course, you get Rachel's instructions as well. You get that for free. Shall we swap over? Because we've got different... I've got another kit to show you. So, this, different choice of gemstones, but at these prices, you'd definitely be getting both, wouldn't you?
Oh, I think you get both. They blend so well.
Yeah. Oh, these are nice. These are very spring and summery, aren't they? Firstly, you've got the gold-plated findings pack. There's 70 pieces in there. So the same findings, but obviously in the gold. Then the gemstones, let's go through it, shall we? Oh, when was the last time we saw moonstone, folks? Moonstone. Dendritic agate.
It's opal.
Opal. It was 50-50. Hessonite. Clear quartz. Oh, this is beautiful. Is that blue? That's topaz. Right, stop it now, because that strand alone is the price of the project. Would we agree? For topaz. Is this blue opal? No way have you got Madagascar Amazonite in this project. How's that snuck in there, Ross? With the topaz, you've got amethyst, very Rose de France amethyst, rose quartz, labradorite, red garnet, citrine, ten strands, and the findings, and Rachel's instructions. Look, is it pink amethyst? Right, okay. Right, okay, you've bought your white topaz and you're getting 9 other strands for free, and your findings, and your instructions. All of that for free. We've got a big quantity of these, jewellery makers. How on earth do we do these prices? I do not know. Not just the geography. You know, you think about how many different locations we've had to go to source all of those gemstones.
You've been all over the world.
All over the world.
10 strands.
Whichever be your favourite, Madagascar and Amazonite, whichever it might be, $14.99, you're getting 9 other strands for free, findings and also the instructions. £30, I can get 20 strands. You're right, opal, the opal. Dendritic opal, when did you see that? It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Make sure you're checking out, we had 200 of those jewellery makers, they're absolutely flying out the door. Hello, June in Wiltshire. What a fantastic new teacher to the Jewellery Maker team, says June.
Thank you.
Lots of love for our Rachel.
Thank you.
Oh, and you've still got time to squeeze in some messages, Jewellery Maker, so do text in. We are live in the studio. June in Surrey says, welcome, Rachel. What fabulous demonstrations. Made me fall in love with gemstone chips again.
That's what we want, isn't it?
Definitely.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, because you get so much with them as well. But the price of chips and nuggets absolutely went through the roof. They went through the roof.
And I think crochet you can do with this as well.
Yes.
So whatever you...
Is that with a 0.25 wire?
It's 0.25 wire, which you've got online.
Yeah.
It's 2 separate strands. So with this one, I think it's the citrine and the mookaite.
Yeah.
So I did a length of it.
Yeah.
And then twisted one round the other. Just a single stitch, and just wrapped the wire round the findings that are in your findings box. And you've got interchangeable crochet hooks online as well. So yeah, just thread it on your 0.25 wire.
Well, we do have some threading pack to actually bring to air. So these come with, you mentioned the tiger tail, which is your beading thread. You get 10 metres of that. You get monofilament and clear elastic. You can also crochet with monofilament, can't you?
Yeah.
So, because it creates like a lovely kind of illusion style. Ah, amazing. So $2.99 for that threading pack. So if you got involved with Rachel's projects today, if it's one or the other or both, whichever, let's say $14.99 for one. If you got the threading pack, that's what, £18. You've got instructions, threading material, findings and 10 strands of gemstones for less than £20.
You would create so much.
Yeah. For less than 20 quid.
It is, yeah. Stock up stash.
Stock up my stash day indeed.
Yeah.
Well done, everybody. Oh, Rachel, absolutely beautiful creations.
Thank you.
I've loved it. I've absolutely
Me
loved
too.
it.
Been a lovely morning.
Oh, we're going to swap over the graphics as well. So obviously we've got the silver to go with the silver findings and the gold to go with the gold. For example, if you go with like the illusion necklace that you've done just there, that floating one, that would make a difference, I suppose, if you want to. Well, you might not. You might want to sort of contrast it. But
put it very straight there. Sorry.
Beautiful. We have a base metal wire bundle, do we? Oh yeah, gold and rose and silver.
For the
Is it in what gauge? 0.25, so you can do
the
this.
crochet.
Oh, perfect.
And it's just literally single crochet.
Perfect. Oh, they're lovely, aren't
Oh,
they?
that's so nice, isn't it? Just rose quartz with that rose gold would
Beautiful.
be absolutely stunning as well, wouldn't it?
And we don't see that very often, Rachel, so the 0.25 wire. You can do masses with it, can't you? Because you can actually, you know, it's a threading material too, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, we're running out of time, jewellery makers, but what an amazing start to the week it's been, and what a wonderful first show it has been with Rachel.
Thank you.
Do you
Thank you
know
for
when you're
having
back?
me. I don't yet.
Not sure yet?
Not sure.
Hopefully
soon,
not
I
too
hope.
long then.
Yeah.
Hopefully not too
hope
long.
so.
And we might see a little bit of a bead embroidery, because we understand that's your passion,
I
isn't
love
it?
bead embroidery.
Yeah, it is fun. Lots and lots of fun. So stay tuned, jewellery makers. Massive congratulations to each and every single one of you. It has been, you know, a really lovely, varied show as well. I'm back with you bright and early in the morning, jewellery makers, so hopefully you can tune in for that show as well. I'll be joined by Susie, and I know she's got some amazing pearls coming up on tomorrow's show. Perfect bridal inspirations as well, jewellery makers. We've got an Alash and Agate, so I've got hair in my eye. Alash and Agate selection to enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Wasn't she wonderful, jewellery makers?
Thank you for tuning in.
Take care, we'll see you very soon.
Bye.
Hi everyone, just wanted to say how much I'm looking forward to joining you all on the 14th for a pre-Valentine's show where we're going to be making lots of things for Valentine's Day, and the 12 o'clock kits are absolutely amazing. We start with pearls, you know I love my pearls, and it comes with lovely like little lily of the valley lucite flowers, and we've got silver wire but also in gold-plated sterling silver wire too. When have we ever seen that? So exciting. So a couple of things I've made. Would you like the silver version in a longer length? But tune in on the 14th. Look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
So I literally took a slurp of coffee just before we was and live. Good morning, lovely jewellery makers. How are we all? Are you excited? It's a brand new day, brand new week, and brand new designer. Everybody, the warmest of welcomes to Rachel.
Thank you.
Oh, it's
Good
lovely
morning.
to meet you.
Thank you so much. Likewise.
Oh, is this now? I'm going to be asking it, like bombarding you with questions now. How long have you been making jewellery? Where did we find you? Where'd you come from? Yeah, all those kind of details, because we know we like to get to know everybody.
15 years. I've been making jewellery for a while.
Right. Okay.
I've worked on TV.
Right.
For about 3 year.
Okay.
Previously.
Where did you work previously?
Create and Craft.
Yeah.
As a small supplier.
Right.
But I'm a real jewellery butterfly. So I love dipping in and diving out to lots of different things.
Yes.
As you'll be able to see from all of the different samples
15
that we've
years
got.
of making jewellery. What's your passion then, medium-wise?
I think my most favourite is bead embroidery.
Yes.
And I like designing little animals as well in bead embroidery. So, yeah.
So do you like seed beading and things like that as
well?
well?
Love seed beading. I love a bit of everything.
Yeah.
But that is your
passion.
Ultimate.
See, now I've got nothing but admiration, well, for all of our designers first and foremost, but like with tiny beads, I always think you've got to have a huge amount of patience. So is that something you've got lots of then?
I must have.
Must do, yeah. Yeah, because they're not quick makes, are they?
They aren't quick makes, but the good thing is with the bead embroidery is they can be quite quick makes.
Yes.
You can scale it down, and you can do something a little bit smaller so it's not so overwhelmed. So hopefully might inspire people moving forward to
I've
pick
got
up
no
the
doubt
needle.
about that. No doubt about that. Well, it's lovely to welcome you to the
Thank you.
JewelleryMaker family.
I'm really excited.
Oh, we're going to have fun. We always have fun, don't we? We have a laugh. No matter what people say about us, can't say we don't have a laugh. And we never take ourselves too seriously either, jewellery makers. So please do text in, because we're going to have a lovely show with Rachel. Welcome her to the JewelleryMaker family, and perhaps if you've got any questions that you would like to put to Rachel, then do feel free to message, because you know we are live in the studio. I will apologise, I'm still a little bit croaky. I'm much better, but I'm still just still sound a little bit like an old goat. So yeah, sorry about that. So if I do cough and splutter, I do apologise. I'm feeling fine, and I hopefully am not contagious, Bex. So hopefully not. Did you all have a lovely weekend? And can I just say, isn't it nice that it's getting lighter outside? So there's glimmers, there's little shinings of spring on the horizon. Now then, enough chit chat. Let's talk about what's coming up in the next foreseeable 5 hours, because it's going to be jam-packed. Lots of goodies, loads of inspiration, of course, with our lovely Rachel. And we're going to kickstart the morning and the week with a gemstone that I don't believe I have ever presented to you before. Now, of course, amber I have done, but Mexican amber I was learning about last night in my preparation for the show. First, just a few key points here. It's harder than your Baltic amber, much more on the Mohs scale. It's more fluorescent and phosphorescent than your Baltic amber. It's younger though, so it's just 30 million years. Just your 30 million. So again, like I've never actually had the opportunity to talk to you about Mexican amber before. And these are your early bird that are available on the website as we speak. They're going to an absolutely unbelievable early bird deal. So shop ahead on those, of course, in sterling silver. Have we got quantity, Roscoe? 200. So we've got quantity. That means one thing, doesn't it, jewellery makers? That means it's going to go to an absolutely unbelievable early bird price tag. So shop ahead on those. Do remember, be mindful of the fact that everything in the 8 o'clock hour will disappear come 9 o'clock. So you do need to check out. You can always combine your order. It's not a problem. One post and packaging all day, as always. So don't think you've got to pay for that twice. It just means that you are securing your early bird deals and not missing out on those amazing opportunities. So that's your 8 o'clock hour early bird, amongst other amazing goodies. I know we've got some incredible pearls in the 8 o'clock as well. And then 9 o'clock, I'm going to be joining Rachel for the very first time. Stunning. Absolutely stunning projects. One of my favourite gemstone families is beryl.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
I loved working with all of these.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of beryl. I love the pastel palettes.
And there's the different colours will go with anybody's palette as well, wouldn't they? Because you've got your green, your blues, your pinks.
Yeah, they're all in there. That's the joy. Yeah, it's not just one gemstone. You actually get a multitude of gemstones. So you've got your morganites, you've got your heliodors, your aquamarines, and of course the pure white is your goshenite. Oh, that's so pretty, Rachel. I'm looking at your knotted macrame bracelet there. So pretty. Perfect for spring.
Well, hopefully we'll do a little demo on that a little bit later on.
Lovely. That's a bit of me, that is. And also would go beautifully with your deal of the day, Jewellery Makers. So can I just say, though, before we move on, we haven't seen multicoloured beryl strands in a long time. Producer Ross said exactly the same when he found out that it was your first project. He was like, oh, we haven't had multicoloured beryl in ages. Absolutely ages. So I think that's been squirrelled away especially for you, Rachel.
Oh, well, I'm very honoured.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Yeah, well, you're spoiled there with your first project. Jewellery Makers, that's your 9 o'clock. They're going to an unbelievable deal, of course, which leads us nicely into your deal of the day. Now, I've never made any secret of this. Jewellery Makers, you know I'm a massive fan of a spacer bead. I think they do so much more than separate your gemstones. They create punctuation, they highlight, they draw the eye to certain areas within your design. But I think today is the first time that we've actually ever had it with so many, firstly, and also with the different sizes. All the different sizes, you can see they've got nice large apertures as well, so you can incorporate them into lots of different mediums, and we've got them in 3 different colours for you as well. So 3 separate auctions. If you prefer the yellow gold, if you prefer the silver or the rose, you can obviously cherry pick, or if you like all of the colours. They're coming up at 10 o'clock today at a deal of the day price point. So you get masses, don't you? I like the big ones, because again, we don't see the big spacer beads very often. So 8mm. Excuse me, in their size. So probably actually the biggest that we've done. Ross says he was shocked at the size of them when he came in this morning. Yeah, because I know we've done 5mm before, but 8mm, they're whoppers, aren't they? So yeah, very excited about your deal of the day as our producer Roscoe. So they're at 10 o'clock, Jewellery Makers, and we've got a big quantity of them also. Then at 11 o'clock, Jewellery Makers, it's all about arguably one of the most coveted parcel acquisitions of 2024. It's also a parcel that we categorically, absolutely know we will not be able to replace. This was, when we say a needle in a haystack, cashmere aquamarine, it's incredible that they found it, and I'll talk some more about where they found it. During the opportunity. It is incredibly totally natural. That's not heat. Normally aquamarine will undergo some form of heat treatment to encourage those azure blues. This is totally natural. So it is, I mean, I'm going to stick my neck out here, go out on a whim and say that's the best aquamarine we've ever brought to air, that parcel. But it was very, very small, and it is going to be very, very fleeting. So if you've wanted to own cashmere aquamarine, don't think, oh, I'll get it at a later stage, because it probably won't be around, to be honest, Jewellery Makers. It is irreplaceable. We can't get any more of it. Absolutely categorically adamant about that. It's incredibly expensive. You know, and you think when we talk about cashmere, we think about sapphire, don't we? Which of course is now unobtainable as well. But still, the legend of cashmere sapphire still lives on. I think that could be the same for your aquamarine as well. The legend of the quality will live on, I think, for years to come. So we've got it in full strands, and we've got them in those beautiful haigus that you saw a few moments ago. So they're at 11 o'clock. And then at 12 o'clock, I'm going to make my way back to Rachel. And it is all about quintessential gemstones. So in particular, nuggets.
Oh, I had such fun.
Are you a fan of nuggets?
I am, and especially all of these colours. There's just such a variety. I had to sort of pull myself back. No, that's enough samples now, because it was just so enjoyable.
You couldn't stop yourself.
No, you could just make so many things with these bundles. They're amazing.
Well, that's the joy, I think, of nuggets, is that you get so much choice. I was going to say there, you know, you can get hold of multiple gemstones at an affordable price tag. But actually, not that long ago, nuggets were really expensive. Not the case today, jewellery makers, so don't you worry about that. So it's been a while since we've had nuggets on air. And as you can see from Rachel's wonderful creations, and of course Adam's recordings, we've got some of your favourite gemstones in amongst there. Big carat weights, big selection choices at 12 o'clock, and of course all the inspiration that you could possibly wish for from our lovely Rachel as well. So lots of text messages into the studio, jewellery makers. We would love to hear from you. Let's welcome Rachel with widest arms. And we're not scary, are we, jewellery makers? We're a big friendly bunch, honestly. Do you know, I've worked in shopping TV now for 12 years, and I have to say you won't find a better bunch. I know I'm biased, but you won't. They're a good gang of people. Jewellery maker, you're the best. You are the best. You are. We say it. We're not too humble about it, are we? No, definitely the best. Right then, should we get cracking? Shall we? Because you know how Ross likes to start his shows. Oh, Rachel doesn't though.
No.
Right, prepare
Please
yourself.
share.
Prepare yourself. He doesn't break dance. He doesn't break into song. But he does like to start the show with an unfathomable deal. And actually, Lauren was eyeing this up this morning. So this is a beautiful leather bracelet. Ooh, nice thick leather there that you could easily put things like charms on, couldn't you? You could emboss it if you wanted to. It comes with the closing as well at the end, so you don't even need to do anything to this. You could wear it exactly as it is. It's a finished piece of jewellery in its own individual right. And here we are at £9.99, which is good, isn't it? It's not bad. It's not where we start though, Rachel. Honestly, keep your eyes peeled on that screen, because this is how Ross likes to start his days. With a £1 deal. £1. Yeah, it's a pound, or Bex, as we like to say it. It's a pound. What is going on, says Rachel. What is going on? She's like, oh my goodness me. Do I need to back out of this now? This crazy bunch. They do Frank Butcher first thing on the show. And guess what? We don't just do it once. We don't just do it once, we do it lots of times. Next up. Oh, beautiful snowflake obsidian. That's totally natural, genuine gemstone. Oh, look at these for cuts. Oh, they're gorgeous. Snowflake obsidian. I can't remember the last time I brought that to air, you know. It's been many a moons. Oh, look at that. I don't know. I don't know why I had to say it like that. Many a moons. I did it again. Yeah, I did it again. Listen, I'm a bit croaky, so sometimes I just need to warm up the vocals. Phone lines have gone crazy. And that's because it's a pound. £1 for a beautiful, genuine gemstone. Look, Rachel's shocked. She's shocked.
Where's my phone?
I know. Gasped, flabbered. Shocked, exactly. Flabbered, gasped.
Can you save me some?
I know. Well, this is the thing, and our viewers know it. Look how many people are there. You've got to check them out, though. There's 133 people with it in their basket. Well done, everyone. Do you know what will go beautifully with it? Some lovely rose quartz. This is right up your street, Rachel, because if you like a bit of bead embroidery, I'm guessing a 2mm is perfect.
They would edge a cabochon beautifully.
So it's sometimes, Rachel, it's a bit tricky because we're between a rock and a hard place, because we want to be here in the studio, but at the same time we want to be making the most of these £1 deals. So yeah. Sorry about that. Look at all that lovely sparkle.
Can I open a basket, please?
I know. By the way, Rachel, I don't want to influence you here. However, I just blatantly shop on air. I always have my phone handy. Here it is. There we go. Just in case Ross does any naughty deals. I'm fairly sure the powers that be will have told you not to do that. However, I do it all the time. Do it all the time. And jewellery makers, the crazy deals don't just start on the live show. If you have a little look at the website as well, all the W's at JewelleryMaker.com, there's more deals to be had right there.
Did you know that you can shop for pre-show deals on Jewellery Maker? Head over to JewelleryMaker.com every day between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. Click on Watch Live. Scroll down for brilliant products, last of stock items and amazing deals. But these deals are only available for 1 hour, and once they're gone, they're gone. Happy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Oh, essentials now. I love these. And you don't see them in the gold. And a what, sorry? Ridiculously low prices, Roscoe. Sorry, I'm just looking for my tweezers. I should have done this. You know, you wouldn't get this. Professionals would be all organised, wouldn't they? Not me. Not me. I'm not organised. Lauren! Have you got any tweezers? Oh, Bex is on it. Don't worry. Stand down. Bex is on it. Thanks, darling. Thank you. Here we go. Sorry. Right, your wire guardians, jewellery makers. Do you use wire guardians?
I do from time to time for pearl knotting.
Yeah. Oh, do you like a bit of pearl knotting?
I do like a bit of pearl knotting.
This is a perfect show for you then, because we've got some lovely pearls coming up. Some amazing pearls. Of course, it looks after the silk, doesn't it? Looks after the beading thread, prevents any fraying, and just looks that bit polished, I think. You're getting masses of these. They're the gold-plated sterling silver as well, which we don't actually see that often. They're as rare as hen's teeth, aren't they, the gold-plated variety? Lovely Bex, she's on the ball this morning. You had your Weetabix this morning, Bex, you did. And your porridge, there you go. So here we go, we can even show you how a wire guardian actually works. So you can see there the silk literally channels through effectively and prevents any fraying. And like we just said, looks really polished and neat. And yeah, it's professional, isn't it? As opposed to having silk exposed. Beautiful. Now, you're getting a pack of 12, and you might notice from the graphics that, you might notice from the graphics as well that they're different sizes, so you can actually tailor it to the pearls or the gemstones that you're actually working with as well. So 4 times small, 4 times medium, 4 times large. There we go. So if you're working with the larger pearls, obviously it's going to be about the balance. Again, I need to emphasise, we rarely ever see the gold-plated sterling silver, so if that is a colour preference of yours, then definitely make sure you're checking out nice and early. Do we have many of these, Roscoe? Have we? 100 available. Should we do something extra special? There is 12 in a pack, yeah? So that's six necklaces or bracelets, isn't it, straight away? 12 in a pack. How about £1 each? Just to get the ball rolling. Are we happy, Pappy? Everybody happy this Monday morning? I'm more than happy, Roscoe. You can see the different sizes there as well. So basically about balance, and obviously if you're working with a thicker cord, then you're going to be needing a larger one of your wire guardians or wire end tips, whichever way you word it. In 10 seconds, we're going even low. We've got a big quantity. Stock up your stashes while you get the opportunity. With the precious metal plating on the sterling silver, how about under £10, says Ross? That's very good. I'm not stopping there though. They make such a difference. And it's not one of those findings that you can actually make either, is it? You know, you can make certain findings like your jump rings and your head pins, but you're going to struggle to make wire end tips, aren't you? So I tell you what, let's give them to you at a price point that you think, oh, well, I might as well. I might as well. I can't make them. I rarely ever even see them, even on Jewellery Maker screens. But with quantity, and there's multiples I can see added to people's baskets. Wow. £7.99. That's not for a pair. That's for 6 pairs. 4 of each size. Unbelievable deals, jewellery makers. I need some of these, Roscoe. So then you just literally attach your clasp there or your jump ring, whichever you wish, and it just prevents the fraying. Over half the stock has gone, jewellery makers. It's Monday morning. We're kick-starting a brand new week. Should we get everybody all excited about the Monday show? New year, new week, new designer. What more can we possibly want? 30 seconds. We're going even lower. Everybody is multi-bought. I don't blame you. I would as well, because we seldom ever see wire guardians full stop. And we definitely seldom ever see them in the gold plated. $7.99 is absolute steal. There was a time on JewelleryMaker when we weren't allowed to go through a certain price point on the TV screens, and that was because it was classed as non-broadcastable. It cost us more to be on air.
Right.
So there's a certain price point that we used to say, okay, you cannot go below that on any product. That rule doesn't apply anymore. Obviously, we've got a bigger audience now, Rachel, that's why. £6.99 for 12. Gold-plated 925 sterling silver. These aren't base metal. Essential findings. And you're not restricted. If you want to get 10 of these, you can. The only limitation really here, JewelleryMaker, is the fact that we only have 100. Oh yes, yeah, good point. And you've only got 38 minutes on this hour. So don't leave it loitering in your baskets. They won't stay there. No loitering. No loitering, especially on a Monday morning. It's just not the done thing. Just not the done thing. You've got to be making sure that you're checking out your baskets nice and early. Hello, Five. Hello to you, Caroline. Hello to you. Yeah, we're much more of a lurker. No, I'm really joking. Don't lurk. Make sure you check them out, because you can always combine your order. And that's 60p. 60p per essential finding. When you do your pearl knotting then, Rachel, do you always put wire guardians on? Or
I tend to use the GIMP.
Your French
GIMP,
wire.
but having seen that in the gold-plated silver, I think that's a lovely option, and it's less faffy, isn't it?
Oh, I can't use the French wire.
Because if you don't quite get it right, you have to start again, because it's a bit of a slinky, isn't it?
Yeah, and it stretches and it buckles, and I can never get them the same length when you're actually trying to cut them. So I find wire guardians far easier than a French wire, personally, or GIMP, whichever one you refer. Isn't that a funny word? Whichever one you want to reference it. But give it a try if you've never worked with wire guardians. I think they're genius. I remember them first actually appearing on our screens, and we were all like, oh, I'd love to. They were revolutionary, because you just literally follow the gully effectively. They look like upside down earphones, don't they? Well done, everybody. Again, make sure you're checking out. Now, shall we do? Oh, now Rachel had her eye on this earlier. Just had a little peek at these earlier on.
I did.
A bundle of quartzite jade. It's a big bundle as well.
Oh wow, it really is.
I mean, think how much jewellery you can make with that.
I know.
Massive.
Hours of fun.
Hours and hours. Now these are metre-long strands. Metre-long strands of the newest variety of jade. These aren't our words, JewelleryMakers. We are following basically news direct from Bernard and Sally and Stanley Chew. The newest variety of jade is quartzite jade, and not all quartzite comes under that title. Certain locations and certain qualities, effectively. So if you consider this for a second, the first ever jade was nephrite, which was discovered 9,000 years ago. And then 900 years ago, a newcomer arrived, and they were like, okay, gemologically, you're different to nephrite. However, you're a new member of the jade family, and that's jadeite. Now, fast forward to the current day, round about sort of 5-6 years ago, a new member, so if you like, this is the younger sibling of the jade family tree, and that's quartzite jade. Now, of course, Burmese jade's mined out, Khotan jade's mined out, so this is the next big thing, effectively. Now, much of our jade that you see on our TV screens comes from one gentleman who, I mean, he knows jade through and through. It's within his family's legacy. And we asked him in particular about quartzite jade, and in particular this parcel. And what he said was, the purity of the top stones is certainly finer than any other jade, but the rarity of such rough is the biggest challenge. When they write of material, reaching the fine texture of chalcedony. It is this material that has risen too much in value because it is the finest water of all jade. Remember, when we're talking about any jade variety, you talk about the colour and you talk about the translucency or the water content, which we refer to as fei qi. So this has that wonderful fei qi water content. These stones are completely different to normal golden silk that we can procure for you. With that material, you are competing with the big players who will pay very high prices, so few stones ever come like this. These stones are not about colour, but are solely valued on their compression, i.e. their water content. So pure, no coarse moments at all, and as a result they literally seem to glow or emit a soft internal glow. Of the 3 quartzite jades, this is the highest quality that we have, and we only have a few opportunities for the studio. So jewellery makers will be able to bring you your quartzite jades. However, with the fei qi water or pure jade, we know we're competing with the big names effectively that can, and they have very, very deep pockets. That being said, you are looking at 3 meters of this natural gemstone. It's totally natural. It's not dyed, it's not Fisher filled, it's not type B, it's not type C, it's not even heat treated. It's that fine compression, that fine crystal structure that Bernard was referencing then. I've got 10 of these available and you're getting 3 meters. 4mm, 6mm and 8mm, not by 38 centimetre lengths, metre long lengths. The graphics are live. Oh yes, guest designer Mark worked with this. Hello Mark, hello my darling, saying good morning lovely people. Welcome to the family, Rachel. That's from guest designer
thank you,
Mark.
I was watching you on Saturday.
Oh, learning from the pro there.
Yeah.
The master. Have a wonderful show, Al. Well, you have a look of Daryl Hannah in Splash today. Beautiful, thank you. Thank you, yeah, I've did my hair a bit differently. That's where it's got a mermaid tongs. No, oh, Ross didn't know whether I've had look like a mermaid. Do I? Clothed though, of course. Yeah, no, it is called a mermaid waver. There you go. So thanks, Mark. Thanks, Ross. Okay, yeah, Mark, you worked with this parcel, didn't you? It was Mark who actually launched it. Now we only have 10 available. 1 for the collectors and the connoisseurs. Massive carat weight as well across the 3 metre lengths, and you've got your favourite sizes there as well. So can you see how they have that wonderful glow that Bernard was referencing just there? Now once this is gone, it is gone. Here's Mark actually literally working with this said project, and if I remember rightly, Mark separates the darker colours, doesn't he, and then the cooler colours, because I think we were with him when he launched this. If you want to watch the launch back, it was the 28th of November 2024, so just gone. If you type in that date with the word jewellery maker, you'll be able to see what Mark actually created with this project. I mean, 3 meters will go a very long way, won't it? A long, long way. You can make a lot of jewellery with that.
I'm just thinking that wouldn't that be beautiful for not only everyday wear,
yeah,
if you wanted to indulge in everyday wear, but for maybe bridesmaids.
Yeah.
If you wanted slightly different necklaces, perhaps somebody prefers something more delicate, somebody prefers something more chunky.
You've got them both. You've got all the sizes there, haven't you? Yeah, because I love a 4mm, you see. I love 4mm and what you can achieve with 4mm, but some people prefer for statement pieces. Now, we are currently at £200 per metre strand. Let's not forget they are metre long lengths, not your usual 38 centimetre length. Oh yes, there we are. I remember now. I remember because we had to wear the t-shirts, didn't we? Oh! Yeah, you've forgotten that, haven't you, Ross? We launched this on a Black Friday show, and we're going to match the Black Friday deal. How about £100 per strand for a metre? Even for 38 centimetre strands of quartzite jade, that's absolutely unbelievable. It's totally natural. It's the finest grade of quartzite jade that we've brought to you. At £100 per metre, absolutely unbelievable. We're not stopping there. We took it to an unbelievable Black Friday deal. How about £50? How about £50 per strand? You can ombre, beautiful for your ombreing techniques, great for malas. I love a mala necklace.
Me too.
You know, they're so wearable, aren't they? You can do your capriccios, you could do your bead embroidery with maybe the smaller sizes. We've got only 5 of them left, jewellery makers. Nobody is paying $149. The price that we took it to, we shouldn't really be matching a Black Friday deal, but we're going to do it anyway. Just purely because of the quantity that we have. Per metre, £23.33 per metre. Absolutely unbelievable deal on the newest variety of jade. The 8mm on its own should be $69.99. So in effect, yes, I remember saying that actually. You're buying your 8mm metre strand at an unbelievable deal, and then you're getting the 6 and the 4mm for free. It's a full metre long length. They've sold out. Well done, everybody. Congratulations. Absolutely beautiful. What a deal. What a deal. And I'd be using those with the wire guardians that you had earlier. So that would be perfect. Now, again, Rachel, you were eyeing these up earlier on. We have not seen this gemstone. Oh, my goodness. I can't even remember. Years. It's actually been years. Golden rutile. So firstly, you have to have some of the most amazing quartz. But what's fascinating about this gemstone is it's a gem that has grown inside a gem. That's so cool. Makes it incredibly difficult to cut. So if you're asking why JewelleryMaker and actually across the Gemporia partnership we have so little of it these days, is because faceting or cutting is actually extremely challenging, because those rutilations, if you can imagine, it forms a perfect cleavage. So especially when you're shaping rounds like this, the risk of actually catching that cleavage and the gemstone literally splitting in half is extremely high. But when it is successful, you get visually one of the most striking gemstones. So think about beautiful golden sunshine yellows, but that yellow is actually from these very dramatic shards, golden shards, that are natural, that occur within this gemstone. I'm going to stick my neck out here and say it's been probably about 4 years, if not longer, Ross, since we've had golden rutile. You know, I used to be able to do, we used to do showcases of it, but we couldn't do a showcase of golden rutile now. We have 3 sizes, 8, 6 and 4, that we're going to do back to back, starting with the largest, which is with the 8mm. Yeah, I think you're going to be absolutely stunned by the price point. It's totally natural. I wonder how close you can... Look at that. Look at how cool that is. Natural. Can you see? Golden shards. Cupid's arrows, they're fondly referred to as well. Cupid arrows that naturally occur within the gemstone. Just so cool. Naturally occurring. A genuine gemstone that I generally think has been about 4 or 5 years since we've actually had it on our show. The rutile, yeah, absolutely catches the light. You've got that wonderful metallic luster. You can see why. And angel hair. So Cupid's arrows or angel hair, it's often referred to. It's just crying out to be knotted with a gold silk, I think. Stunning. And yeah, we've had the black rutile, but not the golden rutile. What do you think to that alongside your deal of the day? Alongside your gold spacer beads that are coming up at 10 o'clock. I mean, not that. How beautiful is that piece of jewellery?
And your wire guardians.
Oh, and your wire guardians.
Yeah.
Perfect. We're making jewellery, people. We're making jewellery. Oh, look at that. Visions. Absolute visions. £19.99 for 170 carats of this beautiful, rare, natural gemstone. And we're fortunate here at JewelleryMaker, aren't we, in the sense that we see such variety of gemstones, you know. What's your favourite gem? I'm intrigued.
It switches, I've got to confess. I've got a bundle of them that are my favourites.
Yeah.
I love beryl.
Yeah.
I love amethyst.
Yeah.
Smoky quartz.
Yeah.
But it changes.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I use the same. I would, once upon a time, say about 10 years ago, and I've never said pearls are my favourite, and now probably pearls are my favourite. We are no way near done, and I have to say, we're not going to mess around. How many do we have, Roscoe? 45 available within the vault, and in 30 seconds we're going even lower. A gemstone that we haven't seen in years. I can only speak personally. I mean, I doubt Carol's had it if I've not seen it. We're at $19.99. We've got the graduation there as well, so we've got the 6mm and the 4mm to bring you also. How about teaming this with the cashmere aquamarine? I think that would be a lovely combination, wouldn't it? Because then you've almost got the beams of sunlight with those golden rutilations. We are going straight down to it, jewellery makers. No. But doesn't that have a knock-on effect? Because we've got the 6 and the 4mm still to bring you as well. We're going to hold it on screen for 1 minute because you can see that's far too low, can't you? Unbelievable. All around the world getting involved. Morning, lovely jewellery makers. Do text in, come and say hello. Welcome, Rachel, to the Jewellery Maker family. Hello, Linda over in Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Yeah, in Tennessee. Hello, Simone in the Isle of Man, beautiful Isle of Man. And Simone says, welcome to Rachel. Lovely, sweet voice and presentation, and clearly lots of knowledge. Oh, isn't that nice?
Lovely, thank you.
Enjoy the Jewellery Maker journey. Lovely starting. Bless you. It's lovely to see you as well, Simone. We've got more messages from gorgeous Miss Janet. Hiya, gorgeous girls and Team Jewellery Maker. Welcome to the family, Rachel. We're a friendly bunch.
Oh, yes,
they really are. They're
Hello,
lovely.
Miss Janet.
Yeah, they're very supportive, our wonderful Jewellery Maker audience. It is a community and we are a family, aren't we? Now, we'll hold this on screen literally for that many seconds. Make sure you're checking out your baskets, everybody. We've got the 6mm, which lots of you have shopped ahead on. I don't blame you. I'm laughing at Adam. Yeah, we're unique, aren't we, Adam? But nobody wants to be boring. Nobody wants to be boring. I'm going to show them all together because they're just so beautiful. So if we took the 8mm to $9.99, let's match the price on the 6, and then I'll say, we're not stopping there. 30 seconds, we're going even lower. Genuine gemstones, not talking synthetic or faux. Beautiful, genuine gemstones. Created by Mother Nature herself. Not even any treatments. And then mined. So firstly, they've got to find them. Then they've got to mine it. Then they've got to carve it and drill it and strand it and quality assure it, broadcast it. And we're doing all of that for less than 10 quid. All of that. I know. I know. That's how awesome Jewellery Maker are. We're not even stopping at $9.99. For the 6mm, £7.99. I say this quite a lot, Rachel, but where else in the world are we going to find genuine gemstones of this rarity and this beauty at 8 quid?
It's beautiful, and you could make it go such a long way, couldn't you? Because they're so beautiful and unique. Yeah. You could even do a bit of wire wrapping around one to make it on a silver chain.
Do you do
and
wire
a
work as well?
Do you like a little bit of wire work.
You dabble?
Yeah, I dabble. Yeah.
Dabble in a little bit of wire work from time to time. She's got multiple skills, as our Rachel. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see. She's already mentioned casually pearl knotting, bead embroidery, and now wire work. Let's see, beading, absolutely all the above. $7.99, but remember you're on a curfew on this hour, Jewellery Makers, so you do need to be checking them out. And shop ahead on the 4mm. They're crying out to go with the deal of the day, I think. Absolutely crying out to go with the deal of the day, with those spacer beads. Right, 4mm, we say 4mm's the new 6. Because 6 was always the number one, like the most popular size of round. Always has been for our almost 15 years of broadcasting. But I have to say, I think 4 is maybe overtaking now. Because you can do so
delicate jewellery, perhaps?
Yeah, absolutely. You can do things like beady beads, weaving, looming, capriccio bracelets, tassels, just masses. masses that you can do. Have I got quantity of the 4 mil? We have. Okay, but it's under 50 though, Jewellery Makers, and there's a lot of eyes on Jewellery Maker today because of course we've got a brand new designer. We've got, well, not brand new in terms of jewellery making, you've been making jewellery for quite some time, but brand new to our screens.
Brand new to Jewellery Maker, I'm very excited.
Very exciting. £6.99.
Bargain.
So hang on, my maths isn't great. Under £25, I can get all 3. Is that right? Yeah, that's okay then. That's good, isn't it? Under £25, I can get all of them. I'm liking that. Teaming them with pearls.
Oh, nice look.
Would you like that, Kit? If I said, are you gold, silver or rose gold? What's your preference?
I would probably go more for rose gold or silver. But I do...
You dabble?
I do dabble with that as well.
Dabble with the yellow golds as well?
Yeah.
Why not? So if I was to send you this project, would you be happy, Rachel?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There's just a lot of potential
There's
with
so
this.
much you could do. And I think you could separate the 4 mil, the 6 mil and the 8 mil and do a graduated knotted necklace, couldn't you?
Very elegant. Timeless, isn't it? We've got a message from Linda in North Yorkshire. Morning all the fab team and warm welcome to lovely Rachel. You always do look fab, Elle, but today absolutely stunning. Bless you. Thank you very much.
They're liking the mermaid.
They're liking. Thank you very, very much. Perhaps I should use this more often. I'll be honest, Linda. I tend to do my hair like this when I can't be bothered to wash it. So I thought I should have left that information, shouldn't I? I normally do it like this when I can't be bothered to wash it because, you know, and I was busy yesterday. I had kids' parties to go to. So maybe I should do it like this more often. Thank you, that's very kind. Right then, should we do those pearls that I've just teased you with? As we've had Wire Guardians as well. Now, as we've mentioned, are you all right, Ross? That was you know when you stretch so much that you let out like a noise, an involuntary. Was it your bones creaking? Is that what it? Yeah. I do it quite a lot. You're like all the time. You reach an age and all of a sudden things start creaking. Yeah. Wait until you hit 40. Right. Look at these.
I think you need those in your life, Elle. They're really beautiful.
Is there anything more elegant than a classic
gorgeous,
pearl
aren't they?
necklace, especially graduated?
And when people say, "Oh, I save it for a special occasion," you
don't.
No,
Wear
your jewellery. You just got to rock it, haven't you?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I was with family yesterday because it was my cousin's little girl's birthday. So I took Willow down because Tiggy was sadly still poorly. But anyway, and my auntie there, who's my dad's sister, and they are the spitting image of one another. But you know, she's such an elegant lady. Like really dresses beautifully. Like I envy her wardrobe. She's got a lovely wardrobe. And the first thing I noticed, obviously, is how gorgeous and graceful she is. But wearing just a classic knotted pearl necklace and simple pearl stud earrings, just timelessly perfect. You know, so this wouldn't look out of place on my auntie Pam. And just literally knotted to perfection. So perfect graduation. Also, if I turn towards you, can you see how beautifully spherical they are as well? These are top quality pearls, and obviously, high luster. When we talk about pearls, it's not the 4 C's, same as like say your diamonds or your sapphires or your rubies. You're talking about the 5 virtues, and that is size. Well, these go up to 11mm. Shape, round, still being the most valuable. Colour, classic pure white, you can't go wrong with. Then we start talking about the nacre. That's that rare precious material that makes your pearls, which leads very nicely into the 5th and final virtue, which is your luster. You can have the most perfectly shaped colour, size pearl, but if it lacks luster, then it's just a meh pearl. But I should also point out, technically there are more than 5 virtues when we're talking about cultured pearls. Because when you start talking about strands of pearls, matching comes into play as well. Look how beautifully matched these are. It's a real skill to actually to match and graduate pearls so perfectly. This is why I'm thinking, this is why I've always said here at Jewellery Maker, we need to sell gold clasps. We do, don't we? It's not just me thinking that. I'm not saying don't do silver. We should still do silver. But the quality of our pearls, to give the choice, we should be giving an opportunity to purchase 18 karat gold clasps, because these would look totally fitting on an 18 karat gold clasp. And if they were, say they were in a luxury jeweller's, whichever one that you can think of that springs to mind close to you, you know, this is not going to be an inexpensive necklace, is it? Knotted. On say your wire guardians, or say your French wire, whichever one you wish, on an 18 karat gold clasp, that's not going to, I wouldn't imagine that would be less than 4 figures. Here we are at £199. I'm tempted by this, you know. We're nowhere near, says producer Ross, for genuine cultured pearls in a market, in an industry which has never been more challenging than it is right now. The globe has gone nuts for pearls. I mean, here she is, the very beautiful, effortlessly beautiful, don't you think, Angelina Jolie, wearing a simple, classic knotted pearl necklace and pearl stud earrings. Look out, like, with a nice sort of black suit. I mean, perfection, isn't it? Absolute perfection. The next price that you see, you will get 1 minute. For the quality of the pearls, this is way too low. I knew it, Ross. I could just tell, I think, by the tone in your voice that you were going to take this to double figures. Genuine cultured pearls. There's 6 of these available. 6 of these available. I bet Angelina Jolie paid a lot more than $99.99 for hers. We need to, you know, hook her up, don't we? Come on, Angeline, tune it. If you tune into JewelleryMaker, we'll even teach you how to knot them yourself. Do you know she is a jewellery designer? She has her own jewellery collection.
Does she?
Yeah, she gifts a lot, actually. Yeah, she gifts a lot as well to charity, because she's an all-round good egg, isn't she, really? Well, she's that too. She is loaded as well, so she can probably afford to give away jewellery. But you know, something like this, yeah, she is a jewellery designer, so there's that vested interest. We can hold this on air. $24.99 JewelleryMakers on split pay. I think I'm going to be joining you on that. That's an unmissable deal. Knot it, literally put it on a classic class. You've even got enough, because it's a 38cm length, to keep some for earrings. Make sure you're checking out, though. We only had a handful of those available. Absolutely unbelievable. Shall we do something ridiculous? Oh, I do, yeah. This is the largest giant clamshell strand that we've ever had. Do you know, I don't know, I didn't actually believe this actually existed, giant clam. Because you almost see photographs of them. And in fact, if you have seen one in person, did you know it's most likely a replica? Because giant clams do exist, but they exist in the deepest depths of our ocean. And for me, it was always, I almost thought it was make-believe. You know, literally, that's what you saw mermaids swim out of at the beginning of the Disney film. I didn't actually think they actually existed. But they do exist, but they're incredibly, incredibly rare to find. And that's because, if you can imagine, the deepest parts of our ocean where it's very dark, I ain't volunteering to go down there, very dark, and of course they get covered by barnacles and various algae and things like that. So they're very cleverly disguised. However, rarely, but sometimes they are unearthed from the seas. And when that is the case, they will literally send them around your the different museums around the world, where they'll create a mould. So if you've seen giant clam in a museum, it is most likely to be a replica, because there's only a few actually genuine ones on land. But an incredible species, easily one of the rarest organic gemstones that exist. Now, when they are unearthed, because they are giant in their size, as you can imagine, you can get a lot of gemstones out of them. This is the largest that we've ever had from a single parcel that we've ever actually sourced. We've never bought multiple parcels of giant clam. It's been once and once only. The rarity of this gemstone means that it's usually teamed up with your mellow pearls or your queen conch. So incredibly rare, far, far rarer. You know, we think about shell, like mother of pearl, abalone to a certain degree, conch to a certain degree. Many of those are actually harvested, so that's fantastic. However, you can't harvest a giant clam. It's literally one, when we say needle in a haystack, this is like a drop of, searching for one drop in a vast ocean. That is how rare this gem is. Now, it's the largest size that we've ever brought to air. It's pure and totally natural.
Beautiful.
Yeah. The biggest size. They team your giant clam with conch and mellow. That's how rare and valuable this gemstone actually is. And it's written about as well. It's a single parcel that we've ever sourced in our almost 15 years. We're going to what? Sorry, Ross. We're going to do a big closeout deal. There are 9 minutes left on this hour. Again, this is why we should have 18 karat gold clasps, because this is the level of rarity in this beautiful gemstone. Absolutely deserves your high precious metals. There are, if you think about it this way, not to sound blasé, so many people can say they own diamonds, sapphires, rubies, emeralds. How many people on this vast planet can actually say that they own giant clam? There are museums that can't say that. And you're going to get a closeout deal. How many do we have, Roscoe? 30 in existence. It's irreplaceable. Even our sister channel, Gemporia, hasn't had a giant clam showcase. Literally, JewelleryMaker, you've had this one opportunity. 30 available. The graphics are live. And look, I'm not about to sit here and say £499 is not a considered amount, but it's not for this. For what you're looking at, that's an absolutely unbelievable price point. These were launched with Dave, who actually sourced the parcel for you. Extremely popular. Now, what we're going to show you on the 10mm, we'll show you the launch price. It was launched in 2024, first time ever. He launched it at double figures. Did he really? You know, we can always get you certain gems. Like, yeah, we'll be able to get you more Paraiba tourmaline. We'll be able to get you more grandidierite. We'll be able, I'm naming some of the rarest gems that we've actually had. We'll be able to get you more alexandrite. We cannot get you more giant clam. You've got to remember where they're sourcing this from. The deepest parts of our vast oceans, of which we know less than 2% about. Crazy. How about we beat the launch price, which is an already amazing $99.99, and how about we match the price of the 8mm giant clam strand that we brought to air? That all sold out, totally sold out. So you're going to get a bigger millimetre for the 8mm price point. That's not bleached. It's not dyed. It's totally natural. You think we know less than 2% about our oceans. We know less about the ocean than we do about space. That blows my mind, that does. And we find this gemstone in the deepest parts of those oceans. I am volunteering to find any more JewelleryMakers, so if you love it, now is the time to be getting it. Launched at $99.99. Today, you can get hold of it for $69.99. Do you know, I'm lucky, thanks to JewelleryMaker and Gemporia, ultimately, to have a lovely selection of gemstones. This is not one actually I own yet, so I need to join you on this opportunity. It's a massive closeout deal. Look at that purity of white.
Get that phone out.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, Rachel, oh, yeah. It's always there. It is always there, ready to check out. It's the purest and brightest white. You know when white almost becomes almost blue? Because it's that bright. But it's the story behind this gemstone. See, did you think they actually existed?
I'd never knew anything about them before.
No.
I'm going to confess. And I'm curious, how many beads does, not beads obviously,
Well,
how many do they call them nakers?
I
How many
guess.
do they produce in one clam? I'm
Well, a
curious.
giant clam can be as big as this desk. They can be absolutely vast. You could physically curl up in a ball inside a giant clamshell. Not that you would, of course, because they're very valuable and expensive. We actually have a replica in the office, don't we? They're absolutely vast. I can't pick it up. It's that heavy. They're absolutely vast. But again, you think about, you know, when you go swimming in the sea. And I'm frightened of the sea. It's actually my greatest fear. You know, when you're swimming, and sometimes I'll try and overcome it, and you're swimming and you're like, okay, it's nice and warm and I can see the sea below me, and then all of a sudden it goes dark. And that's because obviously you've reached depths. Those depths would not have giant clam. We're talking literally thousands of meters below the ocean surface. Unbelievable. At the very start of this auction, I told you we had 30. And we also informed you that it launched at $99.99. The 8 mils have never closed anywhere lower than $69.99. But Ross is just saying, Elle, he wants these to find a home today. I agree with you, Ross. They're too beautiful to be in our vault. They're too collectible to be in our vault. And for that reason, we are going even lower. We're going to sell them out in this auction. The purest white, genuine certified giant clam. Oh, really? Ross has just said, once this strand sells out, we haven't got any more. And we're not replacing it. We can't replace it. It would be ridiculous of us to think that we'd be able to replace it. We're going to do another 30 seconds because Jewellery Makers, for the final quantity, we're going to take this lower than the 8 mil went. We want to emphasise, though, just how unbeatable this deal is. It launched at $99.99. It's on 4-way split pay, so you know that's already too low. Yeah, you can get hold of it on split pay. Take advantage. This is like a lottery win in the gemstone world. There are some of the most, some of the most wealthy, affluent gem collectors in the world who won't be able to say that they own giant clam. That's how rare this gem is. We launched it at $99.99. The 8 mils sold out at $69.99. Today, you're getting the 10 mil. Oh my goodness me. For less than £50 and you got 4-way split pay. Wow. You know it's too low, don't you? Look at the phone lines. It's absolutely lit up. Do you know when you talk about, because we've all got a vested interest, haven't we? We're all very passionate about jewellery, obviously, but also your gemstones. When you get someone who sort of pops around and starts talking about the gems or your hobby or pastime, have you ever been asked the question, what's the rarest gemstone that you actually own? Giant clam will be up there on that list. It will be up there on that list. There are 9 of these left, Jewellery Makers. Because of the time, Jewellery Makers, what we're going to do is we're going to tiptoe the early bird into the next hour. So just after the break, so if you want the Mexican amber, wait until after the break, and we're going to do your early bird just after that. Clock to close. Not just this, everything that we have brought you this hour. So make sure you're checking out. This is the last and only strand of giant clam that we've got in our business. And that goes across the entire partnership, by the way. Not just here at Jewellery Maker. It goes across the entire partnership. Our Gemporia sister channel did not have giant clam in a showcase. We were very fortunate here at Jewellery Maker because we don't need the size of the quantities that they do. So that's why sometimes you get even rarer gemstones. So after the break, I'm going to be making my way over to lovely Rachel for the very first time. Oh, Rachel, these would be beautiful with your multicoloured beryl, wouldn't they?
Yes, oh definitely.
Wouldn't they?
It would make the colours really pop, wouldn't it?
Gorgeous. There's only 4 left, though, so you need to be checking out. So if you are Linda, Joanne, Kaz, Maker, Geraldine, Yorkshire, you've got to be checking out your baskets because it's going to disappear. I've got 2 left. That's this and everything in the hour. Mexican amber coming up just after the break. And, of course, Rachel's amazing projects. We'll see you after this.
Hi, I'm Rachel Smith and I'm guest designer on JewelleryMaker on Monday the 13th of January. I can't wait to meet the team and I can't wait to show you what delights we've got in store for you. Now in the 9 o'clock hour we've got some beautiful beryl gemstones, and then at 12 o'clock we have got some bundles of gemstone nuggets. I'll give you a quick sneaky peek. These are just some of the glorious colours available, and they come with findings boxes in either the silver or the gold, and I'm going to be showing you different ideas of how to use your bundles and also giving you some demonstrations, so hope you can join us then.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the JewelleryMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search JewelleryMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured on today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click on the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with JewelleryMaker.
Join us for an early Valentine's celebration on JewelleryMaker, where you'll find exclusive bridal-themed kits to create your own stunning designs. Perfect for weddings, special occasions, or a thoughtful gift from the heart. Get ready to sparkle and craft something truly unforgettable, only on JewelleryMaker.
Have you purchased one of our projects and want to download the instructions? Then simply log into your account at JewelleryMaker.com. Go to your order history, find your order and click on Download Content. From there you can save to your computer or print off a copy. Please note that your project sheets will be available once your order has been dispatched. JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
Hi everyone, just wanted to say how much I'm looking forward to joining you all on the 14th for a pre-Valentine's show where we're going to be making lots of things for Valentine's Day, and the 12 o'clock kits are absolutely amazing. We start with pearls, you know I love my pearls, and it comes with lovely like little lily of the valley lucite flowers, and we've got silver wire but also in gold plated sterling silver wire too. When have we ever seen that? So exciting. So a couple of things I've made. Or do you like the silver version in a longer length? But tune in on the 14th. Look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a JewelleryMaker gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email. Then decide the value you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the JewelleryMaker gift card is the perfect answer.
Welcome back, everybody. Oh, it's my first time sitting alongside Rachel. Hi. I won't give you a kiss and a cuddle because I don't want you to catch this, although I don't think I'm contagious now.
I think we've all had it, haven't we?
Oh.
It's
done
like its rounds.
I sound like an old goat, I do. Just barking all the time. Anyway, enough about that. This is right up my street. Right up my street, and we're really excited to see your demonstration and your projects. What we're going to do, Jewellery Makers, is put Rachel's projects, multicoloured beryl. Which one was the last time we actually saw multicoloured beryl? I mean, it's a family, obviously, a gemstone family. It's really, sorry, Ross is just saying that we've only actually been able to get hold of 50 of each strand. So, and you'll notice in Rachel's jewellery, you've got the tumbles, so these beautiful tumbles, you've got faceted coins, and you've also got the rounds too. So they're different sizes, but they're very exclusive. Do you know, I remember, just quickly, I remember when JewelleryMaker sort of, well, it was Marie actually, who coincidentally is actually my next door neighbour as well. Marie's a gemologist. And I remember she used to buy for us here at JewelleryMaker, and I can remember her first buying multicoloured beryl. And she was clutching onto these strands, running around the team, showing them these strands because she was so excited. Because, you know, it was actually one of the first times that we've actually had a gemstone family in a strand. You know, because you think that's lots of different gemstone sites, isn't it? For your morganites, your beryls, your heliodors, aquamarine, yeah. All of those gemstones in one strand. So they're available on pre-order, JewelleryMaker, so you can shop ahead on those. But first, let's talk about your early bird. A little bit late, but don't you worry. We've got plenty of time. I've been with you for 12 years here at JewelleryMaker, and I've never presented Mexican amber. Never. So amber you can source from a few different locations around the world, and predominantly, if you've seen amber, it's most likely, I'm not saying only, but 90% of the world's amber comes from the Baltic region. 90%. So the remaining 10% comes from the Caribbean and Mexico in particular. But let's read up on this, because there are some quite distinctive traits about Mexican amber that other variety of ambers actually don't have. Now, it's quite wordy, so I do apologise. And also, there's some of these, my pronunciation probably might not be the best, but bear with me. So let's read this together. Now, firstly, that image that you can see there, you notice one of the first things about Mexican amber, it's got a really distinctive colour, quite different to other locations. So Mexican amber is a type of amber that was produced by the resin of the now extinct ligum tree species, which once grew in forest in what is now the Chiapas region in southern Mexico 25 to 30 million years ago. It is very rare compared to Baltic amber, which accounts for 90% of amber production, and quite scarce compared to the related Dominican amber. So of all the amber, and I was trying to establish this in my research yesterday, what's the location, what's the rarest location? A Mexican amber and Dominican amber, so your Caribbean amber, tend to be on a par. So also they tend to be, so I'm going to say 5% comes from Mexico and 5% comes from the Caribbean. So extremely scarce. Amber, of course, is a living gemstone. We call it an organic gemstone, and has been revered by humanity for thousands of years as a protective, healing and decorative material, and was once believed by ancient man to be the tears of the sun. Chiapas amber is fossilized tree resin from the now extinct tree species. I won't even attempt to pronounce that. Oh, go on then.
I was going to be impressed there.
Hymania
Sounds good.
Mexicana. What we know is that it formed some 23 to 30 million years ago. These giant trees were subject to damage via forest fires, hurricanes, earthquakes and other means, releasing copious amounts of resin from the trunks and the branches. So what we also, there's a difference, and it goes on to mention about this, between tree sap and tree resin. Sap is something that all trees produce. Resin is something that the tree will produce if it's damaged in some way, shape or form. So it's protective, effectively. This resin is different from tree sap, so there we go, it goes on to say. Sap is the watery substance which transports nutrients through the tree. Resin, on the other hand, is that sticky goo that is exuded when the tree is damaged and acts to protect and heal it. Insects, flowers, leaves, and sometimes frogs, crabs, and lizards were inevitably trapped in the sticky substance that flowed from the tree. Sometimes pieces of resin would fall to the ground, encasing other plants and animals. Through centuries of floods, tectonic shifts, and other environmental events, these trees and resins were eventually transported to the shallow ocean, where the resin hardened through a process called polymerization. Oysters, barnacles, and other mollusks grew on its surface, and eventually the resin was buried under ocean sediment. When we think about amber, we don't always think about the ocean, do we? But actually, that's where most amber will find its way to, actually into the oceans itself. Over millions of years, with constant heat and pressures, the resin hardens as a volatile organic chemicals left the structure of a copal, eventually transformed into true amber we know today. When polished by human hands to a high clarity, a mirror into the far distant past is revealed. Ancient creatures long extinct, and a stunning, fascinating work of nature art that resembles otherworldly landscapes of ancient planets, and the imagination. Did you know that we have actually identified over 1,500 species through amber?
Incredible, isn't it?
It's amazing, absolutely amazing. You think you're doing that in a few different locations as well. But what is it about, in particular, Mexican amber that's so distinctive? Chiapas is one of the only 3 highly fluorescent amber types in the world because of its concentration of the hydrocarbon called perylene. Only Dominican amber and Indonesian amber can compare in fluorescence, with Indonesian amber being extremely soft in comparison, so not really that wearable in jewellery. Chiapas amber is also the most phosphorescent of all types of amber in the world, meaning it will not just fluoresce under UV light, it will glow for some times afterwards. How cool is that? Now we know there's lots of gemstones that actually have phosphorescence, but this amber will continue to glow after you've taken the UV light away from it. How cool! Fascinating. Besides being one of the hardest amber types in the world, being as hard as Burmese amber and the Dominican amber, the most phosphorescent, one of the 3 most fluorescent, and having one of the largest varieties of natural colours, Chiapas amber is also known to be warm to the touch and extremely electrostatically conductive, which we know all amber actually is. That's how we actually discovered electricity, through this gemstone. Today, local people typically dig the amber out of the mines by hand, polish them to sell to outsiders in between harvests. The mining is a laborious process and relatively small quantities are produced each year. The Zotzil used to prize the amber solely for its colour and flawlessness, and viewed the inclusions as flaws that had to be ground and polished away. Thankfully, the inclusions are now rightfully seen as a valuable and fascinating bonus for collectors and scientists. So here we are, bringing you a variety of amber that I personally know I've never presented to you. So I was learning about this literally last night. JewelleryMaker have been broadcasting some 15 years, and we've always brought you amber. I'm going to say probably 99% of that amber that you've seen on your screen has been Baltic. Maybe that remaining 1% has been other locations like the Dominican, and now like Mexican amber. But one of the coolest traits, it's much harder than other locations of amber, but it's the fact that it actually will fluoresce and glow even after you've taken a UV light source away from it. It's cool. So cool. They also have natural colours, whereas most Burmese amber will need heat treatment. Now these are that beautiful, rare lemon yellow. As we mentioned, amber has identified over 1,500 different species. However, another point is the fact that amber actually comes in over 250 different colours. We narrow that down to 7 though, because there's variations of them. Certain colours are rarer than others, lemon being right up there. JewelleryMakers, these are set in beautiful sterling silver. The classic pair of stud earrings, 5 to 6 millimeters in their size, and the perfect addition, I think, to anybody's jewellery collection. We have, excitingly, 200 of these available. They are brand new. It's got to be the first time, Ross, because I've never spoken about Mexican amber before, and I don't believe Carol has either. So I think certainly for us here at Jewellery Maker, it is. We can confirm. It's the launch. It's the launch. It's the launch of Mexican amber. Younger than Baltic amber, however harder and more phosphorescent. This auction is live. So if you consider yourself to be a collector, now is the time to start dialing. Graphics are live already. 3 carats you're getting of this beautiful. Think about the glow that it's going to create.
So delicate, isn't it? It's beautiful.
It's just,
delicate
for me,
and elegant.
For me, obviously, I need to point out these are Mexican. I know I've just spotted on our graphics the country of origin is incorrect. We'll get that amended for you, jewellery makers. So, amber is one of the coolest because, you know, you think about it, it's gemological, obviously, it's history, it's biology, it's paleontology, it's all those sciences literally timed in these one, in one time capsule. Paleontology, dinosaurs.
Oh, okay.
And things like that.
Sorry, I feel like I should know, but I don't.
No, I sound like I know, but I don't.
And I don't know why I'm whispering.
Classic stud earrings in sterling silver. Big gemstone launch. And here we are at £99.99. No way near done. We've got a big quantity. Now, I know it's only just January. Who's got a present drawer? Who's squirreling these away for the... Yeah, because of the story that this captures, the history, of course, the fact that these are extinct trees. So this is the thing. Many people, I remember having a discussion, let's put it that way, a discussion once with somebody who was saying, amber isn't rare, it's tree sap. Oh my goodness, it's so much more than tree sap. Tree sap, every tree produces. This is resin, firstly, that's defied Mother Nature, gone through a process called polymerization, hasn't naturally decayed, millions of years. You know, we're not going to see any amber that might be being produced as we speak right now, because it takes millions of years. Do you want to see another price point that we're not paying? For a pair of beautiful, natural, genuine Baltic ambers. We're at $19.99 and we are still not done. Still not done. The most phosphorescent, the most magical, and the first time that Jewellery Maker has ever launched Mexican amber. We have 200 of these available, Jewellery Makers. And we're not even stopping at £20. Can you believe that? We're going even lower. It does that naturally.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Naturally fluoresces. We're at £14.99. But what's fascinating about Mexican amber, because Dominican amber also fluoresces. However, Mexican amber will continue to fluoresce even after I take that light source away. It'll still retain that amazing fluorescence. We're at £14.99 in sterling silver. You think about the price of your Baltic amber. You wouldn't be picking up Baltic amber stud earrings for $14.99 anywhere else. Not that I can think of anyway. This is far, far rarer. Far, far rarer. And here we are, making up less than 5% of the world's amber. And we are still not stopping. We have a big quantity, jewellery makers. All 200 of these are finding their way to a collector. If you are happy at $14.99, you're going to be absolutely over the moon at this next price crash. Are you ready? Five to 6 millimeter sterling silver, Mexican amber, natural, under £10. Are we actually getting? You know, these are absolutely fascinating. It's a gemstone that has defied Mother Nature. Defied Mother Nature, 30 million years of age, has seen the movements of tectonic plates. Oh. Yeah, I know. Bright light all of a sudden. In sterling silver, and here we are bringing it to air for a tenner. £10 only. What a talking point too. When 90% of the world's amber is actually Baltic, which is beautiful, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love Baltic amber. This is harder than Baltic amber. What is going on? How on earth are we sourcing a gemstone that's 30 million years of age? Bringing it to air, totally natural, in sterling silver. We're at £10. This is why I said about present drawers. I'd be multi-buying on these and put it in the present drawer. How wonderful to gift something like this.
Wouldn't it?
We have a big quantity, jewellery makers. And for that reason, we are taking this even lower. Again, like we said with the giant clam, there are collectors out here that won't own Mexican amber. See that really distinctive colour? The perfect size, I think, for stud earrings also. Because of the quantity, we are going even lower, jewellery makers. But we need to see you there. If we're going to do it, we need to make sure that there's a big quantity of these flying out the door. Already collectors multi-buying, I don't blame you, I would as well. You know, I don't want to sound complacent here, but if these were Baltic amber at 10 quid, that's unbelievable. And Baltic amber is actually the most abundant amber in the world. These aren't Baltic amber. This is Mexican amber. Makes up less than 5% of the world's amber production. You've got a minute, and then we're going to take that price point even lower, jewellery makers. Put it away for next Christmas. I know we're only in January. I tend to shop ahead throughout the course of the year, especially when you see deals like this.
Absolutely.
Have you ever seen Mexican amber before?
I haven't, and I've never seen amber at that price either.
No, because amber's not inexpensive. It's, you know, it's a gemstone that usually is in a boutique. You know, and if most amber that you will see in the market would actually be Baltic amber, yeah. And you know, and I don't want to sound like I'm being derogatory to Baltic amber. We used to do amber weekends here at JewelleryMaker. We can't do it anymore. Right. We literally cannot do it anymore. So now to actually talk about a variety of amber that in 15 years, best part of, we've never brought to air. Really distinctive, fascinating story behind it. We're at a tenner and we're going even lower purely because we've got big quantity of them. Make sure you are checking out your baskets, everybody. Well done, Caroline, Devon, Kate, Millie B. Hello, Cheryl getting to, Olivia getting to, Kathy, Valerie, Fife getting to $6.99.
You wouldn't even get the findings for that if you were to make yourself some sterling silver stud earrings, would you?
You wouldn't get plastic earrings for that.
No, you wouldn't.
Do you know, like costume jewellery? I think costume jewellery has its place. You know, if you go to, I don't know, Marks and Spencer's, Debenhams, wherever it might be, Dorothy Perkins, you're not picking up a pair if say they were glass or acrylic. They're not going to be $6.99.
No.
We're not talking about the same material here, jewellery makers. We're talking about one of the world's rarest varieties of amber, and it's natural at £6.99 in precious metal. I don't blame you for multi-buying. I would be doing exactly the same, jewellery makers. Because you've got that lovely story behind it, because you can say, oh, this isn't just any amber. You know, this is less than 5% of the world's amber production. There's only a handful of places on our planet that actually produce amber as well. Just the fact that it has defied Mother Nature. That's what I find so fascinating about this amazing gemstone. You know, when everything's, I will return to the earth. We all do, don't we? When we, you know, when we pass, we return to the earth. This gemstone has defied that whole process for 30 million years. I just find that boggling, absolutely bogglingly fascinating. Well done, everybody. Let me just put the two on the back of my hand so you can actually see them. Well done, checking out your baskets. Congratulations to each and every single one of you, totally and utterly natural. Now, we have got your amazing multicoloured beryl. They're available on pre-order right now. We've got them in different shapes, different sizes. Sorry, what was that? 50 of each of them. So you've got your tumbles, your faceted coins and the rounds. They're on pre-order, but we're going to dive straight into your demonstration first. Now, any questions, of course, that you have for Rachel, do text in. We are live here in the studio. And yeah, if you need anything, just give me a holler.
Okie dokie.
What are you going to show us?
I am going to show you how to do the knotted bracelet with the macrame fastening, first of all.
Oh, I love this. Rachel, that's absolutely beautiful.
This is with the Eslon thread, which I understand was launched on Saturday in Mark's show, where you've got a bundle of different colours. So we're going to have a look at how to create that look very easily.
And can I just also say, I love how you've just taken one aquamarine there and created the most beautiful cocktail ring.
It can go as far as you want it, couldn't it? You know, how many rings could you get out of that? And sterling silver rings, or you could go for your plate. Personally, I'd go for the sterling silver because you'd want to do it justice, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. Producer Ross has just said that reminds me of the Sarah Bennett collection, which is our founder's wife's jewellery collection. She was very fond of sort of aquamarine, these beautiful azure blues, big statement stones like that. I'm just framing one stone. So it's all on pre-order. Sorry, I interrupted you then. Take it away.
Right,
Take it away.
okay. So I thought this particular colour, Eslon, was a really beautiful complementary colour. So we're going to actually do enough, bearing in mind that you need enough to cover the knots as well. Now, you have to bear with me because I can't really remember how long. I would say as an estimate, probably cut 1 metre of thread. Before we actually knot at the bottom, I'm going to show you how to make your own needle, which makes life a lot easier for threading on those beads. So on your site, you've got 0.25mm wire. So it's a very fine wire. You probably don't need any more than about 5 inches. So I've cut a length, have both ends together, and then we're just going to twist. Now, I am terrible for breaking all of my big eye needles, which is why I make my own. So we would then pop that big eye needle that we've created on the thread before we find the halfway point. Now I'm going to knot a way along because obviously you want a section for the crossover for the macrame. So we're going to do an overhand knot. So could I just borrow that bracelet?
Of course.
Al?
Yeah.
Thank you. So just to show you what I'm talking about here is we're popping a knot here. So that's where we're starting. So you need to leave enough for the macrame fastening. And now what we would do is actually start threading on the beads. So I would line them up in the colour formation that you want them, and then thread that on. In fact, I think what I'd suggest you do first of all, I'm skipping ahead, is actually knot one bead before you add the other on. Now you can either have one of the darning needles, I know you've got some of these needles online, the tapestry needles, or a finer needle to help you knot. So I've added my first bead on, and I'm just going to take that other one off for now so that it's out of the way. And then we're going to wrap that round my finger, pull that through, and actually pop your needle in there and guide that along to the first bead. So there you've created your first knot. I'll just show you that.
Perfect.
So that's your first knot. And what it does, this knotting technique, is it just really enhances the colours of the beryl. So then we add the next one on. And this is where it comes in really handy with this little wire needle, says she. I'm just going to cut the end bit off there. Otherwise, if you could be there forever trying to thread both ends together. And then
I've also seen a technique where people actually put nail varnish on the end of the Eslon, so that kind of produces a needle.
Yeah.
That could work too, couldn't it?
It could. And I understand that you've got a knotting tool as well, so you could use a knotting tool if you prefer.
You find what suits you.
I think you do need to find what suits you, because as you'd see on JewelleryMaker, each guest designer will have a different method for different things. You have to do what works for you. And just what I find with a needle is that it just guides it nice and close.
I love watching knotting.
There's something quite therapeutic.
Yeah, there is.
And I think if you wanted to use all of if you bought the nuggets, I think these are called nuggets, aren't they? You could use them for an entire necklace with a macrame fastening at the back.
Excuse me.
The other thing that this would be quite good for is if you've got somebody that's got an allergy to metal, is that you could do it entirely metal free. And as you can see, it really doesn't take long. What I love about the Eslon is the fact that it's quite forgiving. I know with your pearl knotting, you do need to be a little bit more precise with the knotting.
Yeah.
Whereas because you've got a thicker thread, it really is it's a lot easier to guide that.
Silk tangle's a bit easier, doesn't it? So
it does.
Well, a great way of like building your confidence actually, and then maybe, of knotting.
Yeah, it's not difficult, and with the thicker sort of this Eslon thread is a lovely way to start. If you've perhaps not tried using the thread before on the card with the attached needle, this is a good way to start. There we go. Now, I'll just add one more, I think, and then if we've got time, I'll show you how we do the macrame fastening at the back. And this, you'd use exactly the same method for the necklace. And as you can see, obviously, everybody's going to be at a different pace. Obviously, I'm doing it quite speedily because I'm demonstrating. So let me just pick that up and just give you a close-up so that you can see how it looks with all the knots.
Lovely.
And it just really makes a beautiful frame for those beautiful beads. Now, to do our macrame, I would cut off that needle. In fact, you can just cut the thread in half and repeat the needle. Now, with smaller macrame projects like this, the little kumihimo boards which you've got online are absolutely ideal for this. Now, what I would do is just clip that on the side there, because you want them overlapping each other. So that's one side and the other side. So this is the lazy strand. I'm going to show you, you're probably thinking, what on earth are you demonstrating? Let me actually show you what I'm trying to create. Now, if we look at the macrame fastening.
Oh, we've just put the little Kumihimo disc on, graphics on. I've not seen that before, Rachel, you know,
Haven't
the little
you?
mini one, no. So that's, and I've never seen it used to create the Solomon's bar. What a clever idea.
It's just, it's so easy, because I think if you're using a larger board, it creates, you're thinking, well, where am I going to put it? Because it's,
yeah,
you don't have a lot to work with. So this is what we call the lazy strand. If you'd have seen Mark's tutorial on Saturday, he covered the macrame as well. So with your lazy strand, it doesn't do anything. It just stays in one place. So I'm cutting sort of probably 3/4 metre and just popping that underneath the lazy strand. And there's just 2 moves you need to remember for this. So first of all, you create a P. Now the other thing he said, which I think is a really good tip, is that he was saying if you've got this curling effect, you can see mine just wants to go in a different direction. He was saying that you can use your nylon jaw pliers to straighten that out. Didn't bring my nylon jaw pliers, so you'll have to bear with me. So you create sort of a P shape at the side there, and then with this thread on the left, we're going to go under and up through and pull that tight. So you create your first knot, and you've got a little sort of humpback bridge on the left. That's where you start next. So we create a loop on the left, pick up the thread on the right, go underneath those lazy strands, make sure I go through all of them, and up and through that loop. And then we
mind
pull.
your P's and Q's.
P's and Q's, that's it. And you repeat that. Now, if you might be just wanting to do a few little bits of macrame, you can really, if you want to be a bit frugal on your beryl beads, you want to save it for another project, you could always think about making your macrame bar at the back a bit thicker, so that you create macrame more of a feature.
Yeah.
So, like you say, Elle, we're doing our P's and Q's. So this is what I understand is a square knot in macrame. Now, to seal the knots, I'm not actually sure whether or not I can get the burner out in the studio.
Yeah, you can.
Can we?
Yeah.
Okay. Didn't want to...
Tell you what, while we're doing that, let's bring that price point down on the mini disc. So you can do your macrame, but you can also do your Kumihimo. So, and what's fantastic is that Kumihimo discs are incredibly affordable. Under £5. We haven't seen it months and months and months. Yeah, absolutely love a bit of Kumihimo. Goes hand in hand with macrame as well. When this was last brought to air, over 200 sold in less than 2 minutes, so it's always very, very popular. And it is worthwhile actually getting multiples of these as well, jewellery makers, because you might have multiple Kumihimo braids or projects underway. Also, if you use different measurements or different gauges of cords, you might need with your thicker gauges to stick with one and your finer gauges to stick with another, because it is memory foam effectively. We're at £4.99. Now, hundreds of these sold on the when they were brought to air a few months ago. And believe it or not, we did not close at £4.99. You can take them on a plane. If you're going to a long-haul flight, you can do your Kumihimoing on the plane. £2.99. It's £2.99. Unbelievable. I would always recommend stocking up on these jewellery makers, because they're not, it's not guaranteed on our website. Now, remember, you can also get involved with the multicoloured beryl strands. There's less than 50 of each of those, though, so make sure you're checking it out. And if you haven't got any questions for Rachel, do text him. Back to you.
So just to finish off and seal the knot, I used to use nail varnish, but I find with that it doesn't seal it well enough. So don't cut both sides off all at once, do one at a time. So cut this off, so you've got a couple of mil showing, and then I would burn the thread and just try not to burn your fingers and just pat that there and seal the knot, and then do the same. Wouldn't be a very good start to your first show, would it really? Setting all the alarms off and and then do the same for this one. And it just, because it melts part of the thread, it just seals that off. Don't use the burner on cotton.
No, because it's a natural fibre, that will burn.
Yeah. Don't go there with it. And then I'll just talk you through the last little bit so that we can perhaps see if we can get another project within the time that we've got. Now, I really like having a little bit of weight to the ends, and I think if you do the same again, create your big eye needle and add on the beads with a little knot at the end, and then that just creates a really beautiful little bracelet.
Beautiful.
And
shall we bring the gemstones to wear?
Yeah.
Because we've only got 50 of each of them.
Okay.
These have flown on pre-order, and I'm not surprised by that at all. We're going to start with the tumbles. They are huge in their carat weight. 16 have gone on pre-order, so that means that, yeah, there was only ever 50 from the get-go. So, of course, with it being beryl being a gemstone family, it means that you're actually getting multiple gems in this one strand. So you've got obviously the aquamarines. You've got the peachy tones, the orangey tones, that's your morganites. Look at those. You've got your yellow tones, which are your heliodor, of course, the gift from the sun. And then the purest of all your beryls is your goshenite, which is the colourless. Now, all totally natural, not even heat treatment on these.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Stunning, absolutely stunning.
How can nature produce such amazing colours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I love about beryl as a gemstone family is that they are all pastel palettes. So, with the exception of emerald, of course, that's probably the one which is maybe a bit, stand out from the crowd. But with your beryl family, they're all pastel palettes, so they're all really beautifully complementary of one another. Here we are, Jewellery Makers, at £99.99. It's a staggering 275 carats that you're getting here. You know, none of these. Aquamarine is not an inexpensive gemstone. Morganite, not an inexpensive gemstone. How often do we see heliodor? Or goshenite, for that matter. They're flying on pre-order. Just under 300 carats. The auction is live. Yeah, that's stunning. You could literally just knot it all, couldn't you?
You could knot it all. I just think, and wouldn't it feel so beautiful? Or if you want it to go a long way, you could do the matching ring, you could do the bracelet, because I think I've used 9 on the bracelet. Or, yeah, you've got loads left over, or combine them with some of the other strands that we'll see later on.
Nobody is going to be paying $99.99. We also have, remember, very limited. We have got the rounds, we've got the faceted coins, but I think these are going to be probably one of the fastest sellers. What? Yeah, and I again, sorry to sort of repeat myself, but I remember when Marie first introduced multicoloured beryl to us all those years ago when we were in Ivy House. They were not £30 strands, I can tell you that for certain. They weren't. They were very expensive, you know, especially when you have such strength of colour as well. I mean, that is that classic. I see where Ross was saying earlier on about how it reminds him of the Sarah Bennett collection. You know, because she was very much, really loved, really embraced the pastel palettes of multicoloured beryl, you know, that have that perfect summer's day sky azure blue, that have that really delicate salmon, peachy pink with your morganite, and they all just work so well together. So we had just under 50. Again, well done. Multi-buyers getting involved. Swansea's got 2. Hello, Kate, Elaine, Mariska, Mary and Jerry, Kerry, Oxfordshire, Northamptonshire. Rachel, it's your first show here at Jewellery Maker. There are only 50. Should we do you fancy doing something extra naughty on your first show?
Oh, please.
Yeah?
Please,
God,
yeah,
she's
let's
my
do
kind
that.
of girl. She's my kind of girl. She wants to do naughty straight away. 60-second clock. We're going to take this under £20 for you, Jewellery Makers. It's Rachel's first show.
Yay.
First project. First strand.
First strand.
First demo.
Yeah.
First demo. Oh, well, there we go. How about under £20 for your first time? For the first time. Unbelievable, Jewellery Makers. And again, you can separate it. You know, guest designer Jan Dwyer sometimes says, oh, I'll keep my aquamarine for my aquamarine, my goshenite for my goshenite, my heliodor for my heliodor. She separates out the different barrels. Right. I personally love the mixed palettes.
I love the mixed palette. I just, yeah, it just feels so nice to work with.
Yeah. People are going to be missing out because the phone lines have lit up. Under £20. Shop ahead on your 6mm. Shop ahead on the faceted coins. Well done, everybody. We're not stopping here. 5, Susan, Cheryl, Christine, Karen and John. Marge has got 2, Susan, Elaine, Mary, Maker, Judith, Christine, Kerry, Oxfordshire, Northamptonshire, Merseyside, Sally. Well done, everybody. I only had 50. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. In my head, this was going to be, if you'd have asked me at the beginning of the show, I would have said maybe 49. 40. Did you think that as well, Roscoe? Yeah, for the quality, the carat weight, we had, yeah, the size of the individual stones, we both had in our head 49.99, which would be unbelievable for 275 carats. You know, Morganite is not an inexpensive gemstone. In fact, whenever we get the chance to bring it to air, which is seldom, it's not 20 quid. Aquamarine.
And they are huge nuggets, aren't they?
Yeah. Gorgeous. I love this shape. Absolutely love it. It's flying out the door. Any questions that you've got for Rachel, do text in, because we are live if you're watching in the morning, that is. If you're watching in the evening or the afternoon, then we're on repeat. Hello to you, Ted. Hello, Ted. Wonderful demo, Rachel. Nice, relaxed instructions.
Thank you.
I can see you're going to be a valuable asset to the JM. Welcome to the family.
Thank you, Ted. That's lovely.
They're very supportive, our lovely
They
viewers.
are. And I guess you get a lot, you recognise names and
familiar names, absolutely. Yes. Yeah, we get to know one another, don't we? So do text in. Loads of you there. Edna, Patricia, Buckinghamshire, Julian, Boston. Hello, Julian, Boston. Mariska and Virginia. Is that Boston, USA, or is that Boston, UK? Mary in Merseyside, Elaine, well done to Caroline. Yeah, very different accents that would be. UK and USA, very, very different. Edna, well done. Karina in Pembrokeshire, beautiful Pembrokeshire. Linda in Tennessee, amazing. Now we have got, excuse me, coughing, the 6mm to bring you, and we've also got the faceted coins to bring you. Should we do the coins first?
Yes.
Oh, and I love how you've used these. Now, we had a little mini showcase of faceted coins, Rachel, not that long ago, and they absolutely flew out the door.
They catch the light so beautifully with the way they're cut, don't they?
Yeah, they really do. It was, for one period, actually, it was our most popular cut. And I get that, because they're almost like they're flattened rounds. You've got a checkerboard faceting front and reverse, and like you say, they capture the light beautifully. You can tessellate them as well, and they'll also lay. So if you are wanting to create, I don't know, let's use a Capriccio bracelet as an example. They will literally sit perfectly on the back of the hand. Nice. But again, all those lovely colours. I mean, look at the quality of that aquamarine just there. That's really popping, isn't it? Then you've got all this morganite. You've got some goshenites in there too. We're straight under £20. Remember, I've got less than 50 of each of these.
Look at the light on that.
Stunning, isn't it? I beg your pardon, there's less than 40. Under £20, we'll do it in one price crash. And then you're going to get 60 seconds because we're going straight down to it's already low. It's already low. But it's not where we are closing today. Full 38 centimetre strand. Beryl is a gemstone family that includes multiple gems. Ross! $9.99 for faceted coin beryl. Morganite. So your gemstone family, beryl is the gemstone family that includes, firstly, emeralds. There's no emerald in here because that would literally stand out like a sore thumb, I think, in amongst your pastel palettes. You've got morganite, you've got goshenite, you've got heliodor, you've got aquamarine, all in one amazing strands. You've got the different tones of your aquamarine as well. Sometimes aquamarine can have more of a green concentration. Beautifully complementary. A tenner. £10, £9.99. There are certain gems that we can bring to wear for £10. There are certain gems. Can I just say this hour, Mexican amber under £10, multicoloured beryl under £10. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Well done, Karina, Elaine, Buckinghamshire. Hello to you, Julie, Charlotte, Five, Karen and John, Swansea and Marge and Maker. Make sure you're checking out everybody. Now we have one more to bring you. The rounds. Always super popular. Are you a fan of rounds?
I do love the rounds, and I in the necklace, this necklace here, I've combined all of them. So we've got the nuggets, the 6mm and the coins in that one.
And I guess you've probably got lots left over as well after that.
There is plenty left over. You could make so many sets of jewellery out of all of the 3 strands.
Look at that. Just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Do you know, whenever I look at multicoloured beryl, it always reminds me of easily the prettiest wedding I've ever been to. A friend of mine got married and she didn't have one single colour as their colour theme. She just had all the pastels. And it was so memorably beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Because it was all the pastels. We're at £29.99. We're going to get this under £20. But we're not stopping there. We've got 50, or had. The only rounds that we have out of this parcel, jewellery makers. I mean, think marlers. Think about your kiss cross. You could kiss cross with these. Think about your looming. Think about your knotting technique that Rachel's just shown you. Ah, all your favourite pastel colours. You could put them with your silks. Could you bead embroid?
You could bead embroid. They'd work quite nicely if you had sort of some dangle coming off the bead embroidery.
Nice.
So that they're sort of weight down a little bit.
Beautiful.
Like a tassel.
We don't stop here though, Rachel. Sourcing some of the most beautiful romantic gemstones. Watch how fastly these fly out the door. Because we do not stop at £19.99. Well done. I love the fact that people have checked out, safe in the knowledge, trusting the process, knowing that Jewellery Maker will deliver the most unbelievable deal. Really? So I can get all 3 strands for £40? That's less than I was expecting the tumbles to be. Yeah, in my head, those tumbles were $49.99. If you'd have asked me prior to the show, I'd have said that's going to be $49.99. You can get all of those for £40 today. That's a big carat weight. Big carat weight of beautiful gemstones. Not far off 500 carats, if my maths is correct. So there's 275, yeah, about, how many? About 400 carats in total. Wow. Buckinghamshire, Elaine, well done. Karina, well done. Susan, well done. Wendy, well done. Multibang, Karen and John's got 2. Beautiful. Especially, it couldn't have come at a more perfect time of year as well, I think. You know, the middle of January, I start craving those pastel palettes. I think the spring and summertime influence. So, you know, it couldn't have come at a more perfect time. It would go gorgeously with your deal of the day that's coming up. You said earlier on, Rachel, that you're a big fan of rose gold. Sorry.
Yes.
Imagine that with rose gold.
Beautiful.
Stunning.
And there's. Can I show one of the bracelets?
Please.
The far end.
Yeah.
Would that be okay?
Of course you can.
Because
I'll pass it over to you.
It just shows how you can actually
excuse me,
combine the 6mm with the tumble stones, and the centre, because you mentioned about aquamarine. I understand that the little connector that I used in that is is an aquamarine one on the JM site.
We actually have that. We can bring that to air if you like.
So, just thought it just really complements it.
So beautiful. With sterling silver, faceted aquamarine, £10.
Wow.
Do you sell your jewellery, Rachel?
I do, but not very often, because it's time, isn't it, to get it online.
Yeah.
I always say this year I'm going to make more time to do that.
Yeah.
And I must do that. But
it never manifests. I get it. There's not enough minutes in the day, is there? I totally understand that. I'm just wondering, you know, something like this, genuine multicoloured aquamarine with your calibrated aquamarines in there as well, and sterling silver. I mean, that's not, you know, that would be, well, I would say 3 figures myself. A lot of our designers like, really, 3 figures? It's a beautiful, rare, precious gemstone family and precious metal. You try and find that anywhere else for less than 3 figures.
And I'd probably buy a couple of those connectors because I would put some into earrings.
Yeah.
And possibly connect them with some chain as well, with the beryl. And I would possibly do it as a dropper in the middle of a necklace as well, so that you have it going down the other way and you attach a head pin.
Yeah, gorgeous. They're giving me boodle vibes, these. No, because, you know, they're kind of like almost a bit rain dance, like boodle collection. Absolutely gorgeous. I agree. I might have to join you on that because they're stunning, aren't they? And so much potential. Now, I have just been placed in front of me some of the most amazing pearls.
Look at the size of those.
Oh. There's 6 available within the vault. Now, these, we didn't have time to play it in the first hour, but they're too special to miss. Bex, could you pass me one of our posh busts? It needs to be a posh one. So I'm going to say either the pure white or one of the dove greys, whichever. Oh my goodness me. Now, of course, in the world of pearls, you've got your virtues, haven't you? You've got size. Anything over double, thank you, lovely. Anything over double-digit millimetres is colossal in the world of pearls. Pearls of this size will most likely be 1 pearl per oyster. Then we start talking about shape, and it used to be dominated by rounds. You know, the round pearls were considered the pinnacle. These days, of course, you know, we massively embrace your more organic shapes. We love your fireballs, your baroques, your keshis and your biwas. In fact, they can command some of the highest price points these days. Then you start talking about colours. Are they natural? Yes, these are totally natural. Then you start talking about nacre. The more nacre, the more lustre that you get within your pearls. But also there's one thing that really strikes me on this strand, and I'm aware there's only a few of them. They are naturally metallic. Are you talking about this one here, Ross? Oh, these are naturally metallic, and there's 6 available. It is nigh on impossible for us to source pearls of this quality at affordable prices these days, because the world of pearls is, it's never been as in demand as it is right now. Also, cast your mind back to the pandemic. We kind of recognised that this was a turning point. We recognised that, okay, you can walk away from diamonds, you can walk away from sapphires, rubies, emeralds, all of those things, but you cannot walk away from a gemstone that you are harvesting. If you harvest it, they will either die or they will return to the sea. And unfortunately, it's not something that, okay, everybody back to work, you just pick up tools and it all starts off again. It's going to take about a decade to recover from that process. So immediately your supply is down. But the demand of pearls has never been, excuse me, more apparent than it is right now. Look at the metallic lustre on these pearls. They are natural. From a harvest of 10,000 pearls, less than 10 will be naturally metallic. And I'm talking about individual pearls. So from a harvest of 10,000 cultured pearls, less than 10, so whichever 10 you count, let's do it here. Here we are. If I start here, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Is that 10? One more. That's 10,000 pearls harvest to get those 10. When you think about it that way, So you've got to harvest, let's say, at least 20,000 pearls with the possibility of getting naturally metallic. We have 5 of these available in the vault. We make, no, I don't want to say comparisons, is probably the wrong word. We reference lots of very respected pearl suppliers out there. The Yokos of London, your Pearl Paradise. And we do so knowing that some of those suppliers have actually reached out to us here at JewelleryMaker, where you're sourcing your pearls from, because they can't physically replace them.
Amazing.
And if you went to Yoko of